whoa. Wait a minute. Did I just see no gnome on the screen? Wait a minute. Wait 1 second. Did you just see no gnome pop up on the screen? I have just the solution. Don't you worry. I'll take care of everything. Let me hit it with that HUD. Let me see. There we go. Let me give you a gnome. I'll give you a gnome. Oh my God. Nesemi Love, what have you done? What have you done? You raided before I've shown my face. Thank you so much, Nesemi. What's up? Oi. I was just about to give out a free gnome. There it is. There's that darling little gnome. Oh my gosh, Nesemi, how was the stream? Oi. Hello there. Oh, my hat. Y'all can't see that yet. Hey, how are you doing? Nesemi, what's up? Excuse me, there was no chef hat. That did not exist. Let me hit you with that. Shout out. None of my mods are here right now. We're doing a little secret stream. Oh, you're playing Among Us. Very nice. Who was the killer? Admit it. Who did it? Who killed? Among Us. Indeed. A Floggy do it. Wait. Not Floggy. I'm so sorry. Nice. Nesemi, it didn't load your freaking profile picture. I'm sorry. I don't know what's wrong with it. Something's broken in my head. Oh, wait. No, we were talking about the stream, weren't we? Oi. Innocent Alex. How are you doing? Oi. I love Shiny. What's up? Happy weekend. Norwegian friends. Boku. How are you doing? Oh, congratulations for joining a stream team. Oi. Boku just made it into a stream team. I'm so freaking proud of you. Oi. This is so exciting. You deserve it. Oi, Boku. This is the official Earl congratulation. Because I didn't send a message to you. I'm sorry. This weekend's been nuts. This weekend's been crazy. I fell asleep in my closet. I already mentioned that. We had friends over and it was a time. It was a time indeed. We were trying to play Fortnite and I let them play Fortnite in my room on my computer. So I didn't want to sleep in my bed when I needed a nap. So I decided to nap in my closet. Yo, what the heck? How are you doing? Thank you, Merce. I appreciate the socks. Thank you so much. That's all that I need. Oi. Also, welcome in, Rebellious Nari. How are you doing? You saw the hat? What hat? I don't know what you're talking about. Sandwich Nom Nom. Osio. Is that how to say it? You've already taught me how to do this, but I already forgot. I'm sorry. The Cat's Invasion. Meow. Yes, we have the Catboy Cafe. It's opening today, but we have some things to talk about first. We got some things to talk about, some important business. Don't forget about the business that we have to attend to before we get to the games. It's true. You got to get out here and go hang out and keep playing games. Heck yeah, enjoy. Thank you so much for the raid, Nesmi. That's so dang sweet of you. I appreciate it. Okay, I'll take a sip really quick, and then we'll talk about business. Real business. Why are you putting a gnome? I'm trying to drink. Okay, I actually drank. I did it. Yes, the tier list. Okay, so that's one of the things that we need to discuss. The gnome is so perfect. I love it so much. Okay, let me open up the tier list. We're still doing a tier list, darn it. We're doing it. I'm going to be doing the hottest Disney characters. I'm going to show you what we got so far, just in case you come up with any ideas, okay? Because I need ideas. Listen, this is all about harvesting your information. This is all about harvesting all of your opinions. Okay, so here's our current tier list that we're working on. This is the Disney tier list. We got Aladdin, Ariel, the freaking a bunch of characters, okay? I don't even know all of their names, but there's a lot of them. And I'm already having to add more. We've already got Discord. Some of these pictures, this picture of this picture of Jesse hurts my soul so much. Why does it look like that? Why? Who made this? Who made this art? It's so bad. Hey, I found it on a wallpaper website. There are people that use this as their wallpaper. Okay, now, no more jokes. Otherwise, I'm gonna expose my opinions. All right, I'm not making any jokes about any of these characters. Jokes are for later. Jokes are for Wednesday. Oi, Pedro, how you doing? Welcome in. Oh, you're doing well. You just came back from a string orchestra that played Imagine Dragons songs. Midway, I found myself listening to 21 Pilots, danced and screamed hard. You could barely feel your vocal cords. Aw. Innocent Alex, that sounds like loads of fun. I love live music. I love it. I miss live music. That's what I should say. I miss it. So if y'all have any submissions, they have to be from a Disney animated movie. Mark my words. Listen to my words. People be getting confused out here. Disney animated movie. It has to be made by the Disney animation studio, and it has to be a character that's featured in a film. Cannot be a show, cannot be like Disney crossover, because there were a bunch of people that were like, oh, what about Jessica Rabbit? What about Jessica from the what's it called? The Who Framed Roger Rabbit? No, that's not a Disney movie. That is a movie made in conjunction with Disney. It has to be from the studio. Pixar, oh, that's tough. I'm gonna say that Pixar counts, okay? Pixar counts. And if you could find, I mean, characters from Star Wars, most of those are made before Disney bought them. Golly, it's so difficult. It's difficult whenever a company owns literally everything. But yes, Pixar counts and Disney Animation Studios. Okay, I'm sorry. That was a little bit confusing. I can see why y'all are confused now. But we've got a few other submissions. We got, let's see, Kidda Cash from Atlantis, the like main female like protagonist. I've also got Prince Naveen from The Prince and the Frog, or The Princess and the Frog. The character from Brave, Miranda, or whatever her name is, Miranda. Kenai from Brother Bear. I mean, you can check it on the Discord. It's on the Discord. Make sure that you add these stuff. Anything on Disney Plus counts. No, not everything on Disney Plus counts. It needs to be a movie. I don't want anybody like adding the mom from Bow or something, okay? It has to be from a movie. But yes, some stuff has been just released to Disney Plus, and that's fine. Like if you wanted to put like a Lightyear character, that's an animated Disney film. Oh wait, no, Lightyear appeared in theaters. I forgot about that. Well, whatever. You know what I mean. Basil. Yes, you see Basil from Baker Street. Thank goodness. We got some of these came from friends. I didn't make up all these. Yo! What the heck? Thank you for the raid. Ryla Shadow. Oi. How was your stream? Oh my goodness. Welcome in. Hi there, Ryla. It's good to see you. Oi. How was it? Let me check what you were playing. Let me see. Everybody, welcome in the Raiders. Oi. You were playing Genshin Impact? Nice. Were you pulling any gadgets today? Did you get any big wins? Hey, Tiger Eye, what's up? How are you doing? We're working on this tier list just a little bit, but I'm pretty much done already. I just wanted to point this out because we need these. We need more. We need more of them. More. I think I'm going to do it on Wednesday, maybe. I think Wednesday's when we do this. Maybe Monday or Wednesday. But we're going to do another tier list. You have no idea how much work this stupid tier list takes. It's worth it, but I have just like a folder filled with images, and then I've also got all of them cropped and named. It's ridiculous. I couldn't find a good one, so I had to make one. I made one, so send your pictures. I will edit them and we'll put them into the tier list. Okay, just send them over and we'll see. I also have to do, the other reason that I want to put this off is because I need to watch some of these dang movies. I haven't seen all of them. I watched Tangled last night, so I knocked that one out, but I still need to watch Princess and the Frog. I still need to watch not Mulan, Pocahontas. There's a few of them that I got to knock out first, but we'll make this on probably Wednesday. So just keep that in mind and submit your pictures. Or else you'll be banned forever. Oi, it's Yoshi fan. Yoshi, how are you doing? Yoshi doesn't talk very much, but if he did, it would sound like this.
Hello, Mario. Why did you throw me into the pit again?
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. I had to win.
Do you have to win at my expense all the time, Mario? Please.
Stop talking. You're an animal. Dinosaurs can't talk. Wahoo! Princess and the Frog is your favorite? What? Do I need to watch Princess? Okay. I guess I gotta watch Princess and the Frog now. That's what my next one was planned. I've got to watch that and Pocahontas before it's too late. Before it's too late. Oi, Taiyaki P, how are you doing? Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. I'm having a fantastic weekend. Oi, sorry everybody about no stream yesterday. Or the day before or something. I don't remember. I don't remember when I streamed, but it wasn't enough. It weren't enough. We need more time together. Oi, oi. Oh, yes. Final piece of news. Final piece of business. Movie night is tomorrow. It's tomorrow, 5 p.m. CT. If you want to, you can go to the Discord. Excuse me. You can go to the Discord and it shows what movie, what time, what channel, all that stuff. Just make sure that your Twitch is hooked up to your Discord because it's subscribers only. Subscriber only movie night. And if you want to go, please put a little, you can ping the little event and you can say that you're interested and it'll give you a little ping to remind you. So if you, that's what we're going to do for all movies from now on. Cause it just makes it easier. It makes it easier for you to remember the time. And I mean, we all know that time zones are a mess. So I apologize for that. If we find a better time, I can always adjust it. But I think Friends in Norway, the movie will be the movie will be around midnight, I think. So it's not too bad. Hopefully nobody will get mad. But if you want to watch The Bad Guys, that'll be over on the Discord. You're more than welcome. But today, I thought that we could play a little bit of a new game that I got. A new game. Don't look at me. So what if I'm trying to harvest some content out of a game that I just paid for? I just paid full price for it just to play with friends. So I need to take advantage. I need to take full advantage of this game. Okay, it's a good game. It's a good game. Darn it. Let me play it on my stream for heaven's sake. Why are y'all arguing with me? Midnight movie night. I'm just saying, Kim, are you interested? Are you interested in some midnight movies? I mean, you are more than invited. You are more than welcome. Besides, it's a furry movie. Like that should be exactly what you want, right? Right. If I'm not mistaken. I'm too much Yoshi fan. Is that true? That's the best compliment anybody's ever given me. Too much. Oh my goodness. You're gonna make me blush. Don't call me too much now. But yes, that is why we have the chef's hat, a very fancy, beautiful muffin. Put the muffin on top of your head and do some cooking. Smells patat. Oh my goodness. Hey, what's up? Hi. Nice to meet you. Oi. Wait a second. I know exactly who that is. Patat. How are you doing? I've been so excited to see all of your streaming business. I'm so proud of you. What the heck? Making your own audience. Oh, hiya. Yes. Nice to meet you. Oi, me, Earl of Suds, currently VTuber. Promise I've got a face. I normally show it. I got a very bad sunburn, so I turned into a cat boy. Meow. Oi. Kim. Ah, Kim. Of course it would be Kim. Thank you for the gifted sub for smallest patat. Oh my goodness gracious. That's so sweet. Oh my goodness. Kim, don't you do enough as a mod and then you're just giving out subbies. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Oh, a cute cat boy. Oh, well, you better shut up. You better shut your mouth. That's enough of that. Shaking my head. But yeah, it's nice to meet you, Patat. I don't think that we've ever played any games or hung out in a Discord call before, but oi! I've heard plenty about you. I've heard plenty. I've heard enough already. Well. If it isn't the smallest patat in the world, we should play Minecraft sometime or something. I don't know what games you play. I think I've only seen you when you were just chatting. But I don't know. If Patat likes games, maybe we could have like a game night. A game night on the Discord. That'd be fun. Kim's always spoiling you? Is that true? That does not come as a surprise. Kim is absolutely just the most spoiling of all the people. They'll spoil us rotten. You better look out for Kim. They've already spoiled me rotten. It's no good. Now I'm a rotten cat boy. Very stinky. Hey, Tin, good morning. It's 5 a.m. Your brain is still soup. Oh no, not the soup. Brain soup. Anybody want a bowl? Ocean Wolf. Oi, oi, oi. Thank you for the spinning doges. I appreciate it. Oh, also, today, the game that we're playing, did I even reveal this? We're playing PlateUp, which means that you can mess up my game. This game has Twitch integration, and that's why we'll be playing it. Because y'all can order food and try to run me out of business. But I'm a chef. I'm an official chef. I'm gonna do my best. I'm gonna do my best to cook y'all some delicious grub. So everybody, welcome to the grand opening. This is the opening sequence for our brand new Catboy Cafe. That's right. It's all fish. All fish on the menu. 24/7. It's the stinkiest restaurant you'll ever go to. It's got cat hair, and fish smells everywhere. Delicious. Oh wait, I think I have to hook up Twitch integration if I'm not mistaken, because y'all need to be able to order. Y'all can be the patrons, the patron saints of this fine cafe. Let me just open up the chef thing. You stream this game sometimes? Hey, what's up, Blue Jay? How are you doing? Oi, oi, oi. Well. Welcome in. I'm just gonna, hey, don't do that. Don't make me choke. Are you choking on my food right now? I'm checking okay, so I gotta connect my Twitch really quick. Hang on. We're gonna authorize. So we authorized it, and now, ooh, thank you for the delicious snack. I appreciate it. Is that you dining on my food? It'd be great to pair the sound effects of and then oh. Let me see. We got visitors. Okay, so y'all can send messages. You can send messages in chat. Exclamation point visit. That's how you will visit. Don't do it right now. The game hasn't started, but that's how you do it apparently. You say exclamation point visit. Hello? Yes, authorize. What the heck? Okay, go. What? This game's broken. This game's broken. Please help. Somebody send help. I need something. I need the mods. Okay, so yeah, you can do visits. It'll do auto polling. Okay. So this should probably work. All right. No reason to beat around the bush. We'll figure this out. One way or another. We got to cook up some trouble. We're going to be doing solo, and I'm also going to let me switch over to PlateUp. I'm trying to get good at this game so that I can play with my friends and not be an embarrassment. Hi, sick, go back to sleep. Oh no, Calico, are you sick? I'm sorry that you're sick. Oi. Calico, don't be sick. Oi. We love you, Calico. Get some rest. If you need some. Oh, poor Calico. Okay, we're gonna be doing single player, Earl. Is that my user? Okay. My username is Earl, apparently. Yo, this music is so quiet. Thank you for the hearts in the chat, Tayaki. Our poor friendo feeling all sick. How do I oh, yes. I want to turn up the volume. Crank that volume. We need music and jams and delicious sounds. Yes. We will cook up the finest meals. Here's my little chef. Oh! There's a cat. I played a tiny bit of this last night, so I think I'm ready. For the big leagues. But we gotta, let's see. I think you can make a Pooh Bear avatar, if I'm not mistaken. Let me try to make a Pooh Bear character. Does that look like Pooh? He's got a red shirt on. He's got a red shirt and yellow like yellow fur. I think that's a Pooh Bear, right? Let me see. Can I make? I think I'm going to make. Oh wait, no, I can't do it with borderless. Okay, dang. Never mind. The screen's just going to be a little tiny. It's going to be a little tiny, but we got to cook up. We got to cook up some grub. So y'all ready? I've never played this single player, so I'm scared. Wait. It says get a garage item to unlock. So there's a garage that I have not unlocked. I see. And there's a locked room up here. We gotta get the level 15. We can do it. What are these? Oh, this is the practice area. And we can cook for these cats as practice. I think I know how to do everything, but oh my gosh, it's gonna be hard to manage a kitchen by myself. We gotta cook up some grub. Chef Pooh Bear. Yes, we'll cook something delicious. Don't mind me. Back here, cooking the food for you. My voice is so messed up today. I cannot do a Pooh voice. Oh, bother.
Piglet, we're going to need to work double quick. Double quick for these little meow meows.
There you go, you sweet. Can we cook the cat? Oh my God. Y'all are all banned. Everybody's banned. Okay, so we gotta cook steak first. We gotta cook steak. That's what's on the menu. Floor plan, I don't think I'm allowed to change that. So we're just gonna cook just like this. We're gonna cook with our bare hands. You don't have to wash your hands in this game. The cats are mad. The cats are mad. Don't worry, they're not real. Also, what Cappy? How are you doing? Cat. I'm giving the cats burgers. How dare you? I'm so mad. You snuggled, huh? Calico, wait a second. You said hi, bye, sleep, go sleepsy. And then you said I snuggled. Calico, are you okay? Is there something going on? Do we need to send somebody to Calico's house and make sure that they're actually snuggled? You better be snuggled. I'm trusting you, all right? Cat to want the cheeseburger. Cheeseburger. Listen, I'd love a cheeseburger. Y'all got any cheeseburgers? Any cheeseburgers in the chat? I hope so. All right. All right. We could do this. We could do this. We could do this. It's just cooking for cats. Oh, wait. We got to complete. Oh. We have to pick a floor plan. I don't know the difference between these. I don't know. Both look great. I'll pick this one. That'll probably be good. I have no idea. All right, we're ready. We're ready. We're opening up our shop. Finally, the chef cat is here. Look it. Put a message in the chat for me. The restaurant is now open for visitors. You could type !visit to join the queue. Nice. There you go. It says you only need to do this once per restaurant, and then you can visit up to once per day. Hey, nice. So y'all can queue up for coming to my restaurant. One of the cool things about this game that I really loved is that you can move around all the interior stuff. So we're going to be cooking steaks. So we have to yoink the steaks out of here. We got to put it on the grill. We got to cook it to whatever like amount they want. Oh man, this is gonna be tricky all alone because I have to do all the deliveries myself. No, this was a mistake. I've made a horrible mistake. The store is called Raising the Steaks. No. No! Oh no, I started the day. Oh no, I'm not ready. No, there's already grease on the floor. This is horrible. I did not mean to start the day. I pressed the wrong button. Oh, okay, clean up the mess. Let's take their orders. Who are these? Who are you people? What are y'all doing in my store? Okay, we got some. One of them needs to be cooked a tiny bit more. Easy peasy rice and cheesy. Here we go. Okay, plate. Is that ready? Yes. Okay, boom. We got it. Perfect meal. Delicious meal. Here we go. We're ordering up. Order up, gamers. Okay, move. I just pushed him out of the way. Nice. Okay, one. Here it goes. Boom. There we go. Okay. Move out of my way. We gotta move these chairs. We gotta move these tables. It's no good. Oh, to the kitchen. Okay, these are easy. These are the easiest steaks to cook. Okay. Delivery. Pooh Bear's ready.
Oh, Baba, there's so many people ordering. What am I to do? A bear by himself, all stuffed and fluffed inside of a restaurant. Oh, trust me with the food.
No, don't trust a bear with the food. Here I go. There we go. We got an open spot. What can I get you fine people? Actually, I'm not gonna take your orders yet. Y'all just be patient there. I'm gonna need more time. You just let me cook these dishes here. Hang on. Here we go. All right. We got plenty of time. They're not too impatient. Nice. We're just cleaning up the kitchen. I don't think anybody's waiting outside. Being a chef is hard. I never expected this. Anybody working in the service industry? Is this a real? Okay. Oh, I don't know what they want. Oh wait. We gotta take their orders first. What do y'all want? Okay, two finely cooked steaks coming right up. You just wait for a second. I'll bring you your food in no time. You just be excuse me, my food isn't correct. Oh, what? Your food isn't correct. Oh no! That's right. You're right. I almost burnt it. Here we go. I love that y'all can't see that I'm cooking. I'm gonna move all the cooking stuff so that you can see it better. I'll change my kitchen just so that you can see. It makes perfect sense. Don't question it. Here I go. I got your food. I got your food. I got your food. Eat up. Eat up. Bon appetit. Bon appetit. Hope you enjoy. Very nice, tasty food. How'd the Greeks get over there? Oh my gosh, these are the messiest people in my entire life. Get out of here. Both serving and cooking. Can you believe it? Get you a cat boy that can do both. That's what I always say. Get yourself a cat boy that can do both serving and swerving. Here we go. Drex, yes. Yes, the service by flailing your arms. It's amazing. It's an amazing game. It's an amazing game that needs to be appreciated for all of its glory. For all of its glory. Okay, yes. We did good cleaning. Okay, I'm gonna move some stuff around. Clearly this room ain't doing it. This ain't doing it, friends. We gotta move some stuff around. I'm gonna do all the cooking up top, I think. So that y'all can see it. Yeah. We put the steaks here. Hang on. Bop. There we go. Will I ever use this corner? Probably. Hey. Oi! Have we got some more visitors? I'm just saying. If you want to visit this restaurant, all you got to do is just put exclamation point visit. Exclamation point visit, and you'll be more than welcome to come to my restaurant. I'm just saying. Will I be able to sneak through here? Okay, so we can run out here. Let's see. There we go. Boom. It's the copyright stove. Beware. It has a large C. That means that you're not allowed to use that image anywhere. Boop, boop, boop. Okay, we could maybe buy more stuff. Plates. We could buy more plates. We could buy another dining table, or we could buy another cook thing. I think that we need more plates, right? This is 20 bucks. 20 buccarinos. Let's freaking do it. 20 bucks, no big deal. We need more plates. Yes. Oh, wait. How do I place this? Do I have to? Oh, I have to buy it. Okay, I bought it. And now we got more plates. Bada bing, bada boom. Thank goodness. We're going to need them because I'm not going to be able to wash dishes all day. Lesson! My paws weren't made for washing stuff. They're all fluffy and furry. It doesn't work out. Okay. What if I put them like this? Yes. Also, Bonehead, welcome to the restaurant. How are y'all doing? So sorry if I'm missing welcoming anybody in.
Oh, is that Pooh the baker? Indeed. We're cooking up enough food for the whole 100-acre wood. I'm making Piglet's favorite, fried Eeyore.
Actually, this is just steak. There's no cows in the 100-acre wood, right? I'm pretty sure there's not. So it's okay, all right? None of these are our friends. All right, exclamation point visit if you want to visit. But we're going to get started.
The perfect thing for this steak is a small smackerel of honey. We'll just lather that on there. A nice thick layer. Perfect. Yes, this will be as sweet as a treat. A sweet treat for a Pooh Bear.
This is gonna be a horrible day. This is gonna be a horrible day. I'm so scared. There's too many people. There's too many people to cook for. Okay, we're gonna get started. All right, everybody, grand opening coming up soon. Make sure you put exclamation point visit because I gotta make some grub for everybody. Honey on steak sounds interesting. Maybe as a marinade.
Yes. First we lather it, and then we cook it. And don't worry, all of that honey just burns out and brings out the natural flavor. The natural, delicious, steaky flavor.
Okay, here we go. All right. We're gonna start the day. We gotta cook up some grub. I hope that one of y'all show up. I want one of y'all to show up at the restaurant. I feel like, can I just cook, like, initial... Okay, but I can't put them on a plate. That's the trick. I'm learning all the tricks. So we can cook it to the first stage and then customize it if they want it cooked more. What can I get you fine beans? Yes, absolutely. We've got that prepared. Here's some delicious steak. Here you go. What, do they have names? I don't see any names on them. It's much easier to get around. Go. Got him. Nice. Don't be dropping grease on my floor. That's disgusting. Don't be dropping that gunk. The absolute gunk. Also, Monster, what's up? Welcome to my store. Welcome to my chef's paradise. Oi. Anybody looking for some orders? Anybody hungry? All right. Coming right up. Those are dishwashing noises. Don't question me. Okay, this is a well done steak. They want me to ruin that steak. All right. I ruined the steak for you. Are you proud? Is this exactly what you wanted? There's no blood on the steak. This is disgusting. This is disgusting. I don't mean to be judgmental, but I'm just saying. Clean up, clean up, clean up. There's grease everywhere. Ew. Here we go, here we go. All right. What can I get you fine? You fine people. Okay, well done steak. All right. Bad taste. And we got one that's raw. One that's raw and wriggling. Okay, splendid. Do some dishes. Get my poor paws wet. Dang it. Okay. That's one of them. Okay, that's one of them, but the other one's gonna be cooked more. More burn. Yes, perfect. All right, we're serving up some grub. Who is this? Is there anybody from chat in here? I don't see any names. There we go. Bada bing, bada boom. Don't be dropping junk on my ground, you sorry suckers. Okay, whoa. We got the plates. Plates coming in hot. Dang. I hope nobody waits outside. Okay. Put two on the grill. That's right. We need some nice steak. Hopefully I have time. Whoosh, grab this plate.
Ooh, hallelujah.
Oh, shoot. Oh, no. I'm stuck in grease. No. Oh, I ruined them both. This is not what they ordered. Get the stupid grease out of here. It's a giant stain. I can't get around it. Okay. This time we're going to get them right. No, that's wrong. No, that's wrong. That's wrong again. What have I done? I'm going to ruin this day. This day's going to be ruined. Listen, it started out strong, but now we're going to die. Everybody just hang on. Death calls us. Dang it. No, they're going to get mad. I can't switch anything. I don't have any room. I put everything on the counters. No. I've got one of y'all. Boop. Okay. I'm going. They need food at the same time. That's the other thing. Oh, we're gonna make it. Boom. Easy peasy. Somebody please order those same steaks. Here we go. Clean up. Everybody everywhere. What is this? Poop? Puke? Why is it? Oh. Hey, we did it. Hooray. We've done it. What? Tezuka, what's up? How are you doing? Guess who I drew on Twitter? I don't know. Who'd you draw on Twitter? You gotta tell me. You come in and it's just panic. Excuse me? Listen, this game's hard. It's hard to play this by yourself. It's so stressful. Listen, okay, I'll admit everything. I played this game for like 2 hours last night with friends, and I was the all-time cook, okay? That's what I love doing. I love being the cook. I love juggling all this food. I love juggling all the food, slapping down the grub. I take orders, okay? I'm an order taker. I'm not ready for the big time. We need a dishwasher, but I don't know how to get it. Dang it. This is the other thing, is that I've been playing with friends, so now I don't know how anything works. No, put that chair back. Put that chair back where it came from. So help me. Another counter. Perfect. Oh, dang. Here we go. Another counter. Exactly what we need. Yes. This will make more room in the kitchen. Splendid. Okay, there we go. Now this is nice. Now this is a nice layout. This is going to work great. Research desk can let you upgrade things. Are those like, does it give you permanent upgrades? I'm going to buy it. I'm going to buy it just for later. Okay, we're making a research desk. Now we can learn stuff. Now we can get knowledgeable. Do you remember whenever I said that I would draw the kiwi kitsune? Instead, I drew a kiwi strawberry kitsune. That's so cute. I've got to see it. Tezuka, are you following me on Twitter? Are you following me on the Twitter? Because if you are not, then I might not have found your account yet. But if you follow me on the Twitter, then maybe I could find your account. Or you can at me or something. I want to see it. Darn it. Okay. It'll upgrade whatever blueprint is in the filing cabinet. Oh, the filing cabinet there. Let's put the sink in there. Maybe the sink is the one that turns into a dishwasher, because that's what we need. I can't be washing all these dishes by myself. We're doing a solo run. All right, are y'all ready? Anybody hungry? It's almost time to... Oh, wait. We should change the restaurant name. What should we name it? It's a steak restaurant? We could say like... Oh, my Twitter name is The Earl of Suds. Exactly the same as it is here. The Earl of Suds. Okay, rename restaurant steak. Let's say... Let's see. We could call this like... Poo and Dash? Maybe? Is that good? Poo and Dash? Or maybe, Let's see. A dash of poo? Yes! Yes! A dash of poo! Is that perfect or what? I'm just saying, it's even better. The mistakes. I like that. Stakes and pains. These are all great names. What the heck? I think a dash of poo might be the best name that I've ever come up with. I'm a Pooh Bear character, okay? It's P-O-O-H. Don't be children about this, okay? Don't be a child, okay? Can we just grow up for like 2 seconds? Okay, let's see. So, dining table's looking great. Everything worked perfectly yesterday, so clearly this is gonna work, right? All right. Easy peasy. Next day. We gotta get good. We gotta get good at this game, and there's only one way to do that. It's called practice. P-R-A-C-T-I-C-E. Practice.
Hey, my friend, would you like some delicious food? What can I interest you? Oh, a burnt steak. What a wonderful choice. You've got such good taste, my friend. I'm so glad that you came to my store and that you ordered the burnt steak. Here you go. Not a single bit of moisture on it. That is our promise here. Could you not shit on the ground? Thank you so much. Very nice. We will clean it up. All right, my friend. Could I interest you in one of our delicious steaks? Ah, yes, underdone. Just what I love to make. Very good. Very good. Some delicious steak for you. Very drippy. Plenty of blood. Plenty of delicious blood. As a cat boy, I cannot help enjoy some blood myself. Here we go. It's not even cooked. It was cooked. Excuse you? It was cooked to perfection. I cook everything in the store to exact perfection. See? There we go. Some nice medium well steaks. Slap them on there. Bango dang. All right, we're cleaning. We washing. Everything's looking good. Boom. Oh, shoot. Don't burn. Okay. Oh, shoot, dude. No. Oh, this is garbage. Disgusting. I cooked it too long. Yuck. Okay, slap your hands. Oh, no. Got it. Easy. We cooking. Can I pause this game? I can. Oi, smallest patat. Thanks for hanging out. It was nice to see you. Yes. Get some sleep. It's late where you are. Don't pretend like I don't know all the time zones. Oi, smallest patat. Thanks for jumping in and saying hi. Oi. I'm looking forward to your next stream. All right. We're looking forward to it. Oi. Smallest patat squad. Please sign out. I mean, don't sign out. I mean, like, give some love in the chat for Patat. Oi! Patat was here! I know, right? I'm so honored. What the heck? I'm embarrassed. My stream doesn't look nice enough for the likes of Smallest Patat. How dare I? I'm embarrassed. Doing some wishy-washy? I just want to make sure that there's enough room for more people to come in. Okay, we're gonna take this steak and we're gonna burn it more. Oh, too much. Oh, no, exactly right. Okay, here I come. Surf's up. I mean, food's up. Enjoy. Bon appetit, my good friend. Here we go. I think we're done. Are we done? Oh, we are. Nice. We're winning by ourselves. Hey, we're a 1-star restaurant. How do you like that? Oi, there's voting, everybody. Here you go. You can vote on these. Either... What? Did y'all just vote? What the heck just happened? What? What just happened? Hey, did it just automatically pick one of them? Did y'all do that? Hey, wait a second. What did y'all just do? You got no choice? What? What happened? This game... Oh no! My game! It's broken! Everybody close your eyes! You can't see this. You cannot see this! Don't look at my broken game. I'm so embarrassed. I've broken myself. Oh. Dang it, I knew I shouldn't have added all the mods. I added a bunch of easy mods to make this game easier for myself. Wait, did it do research? Is the research over? No, it's just a sync still. How do I do this? How do I research things? I'm confused. Wait, there's a poll at the top of the chat. You said individual dining, so I think the thing that y'all voted for happened, if I'm not mistaken. Did you? Yes. Okay, it worked. It kind of worked. I think I accidentally messed it up myself, but look, it worked. The thing that y'all voted for happened. So now there's -1 maximum group size. And everybody's eating alone. Very fitting. Very fitting and true. Totally real. So is my Twitch working? I feel like it's working, right? I mean, has everything been working? I haven't seen any visitors yet. Am I doing something wrong? Wait a minute. Chef Earl wants some Twitch people in their food place. Let me see. I'm gonna open up. They gave me like another program to be able to like manage Twitch integration. So I'm just gonna double check what it says. Does it say that people have visited? It said 0 in queue. Visitors. Okay, I just turned it on. It was off. I am so sorry. ! Visit if you want to visit. I have no idea why that turned off. I had it set on, but now it's doubly set on. Now I'm looking at it and it says all. It says all. There we go. 2 in queue. It's working, baby. Oh, mama. Oh, mama pajama. We got some visitors. Shucks. I'm so sorry about that, everybody. I'm so sorry. I had it all set up and everything. I was even testing this out earlier. Fiddlesticks. But we got it figured. I want my steak. I promise I'll give you your steak. Please don't pressure the chef. I'm so nervous. This is my 3rd day on the job. I mean, my 4th day on the job, yes. 4th day. I should be getting the hang of this by now. Oi, Ann, what's up? How are you doing? I couldn't help it. I had to play more of this game. It's too much fun. I'm cooking grub for chat by myself. Can you believe it? Oh, a mixer. Let me see. Like having an extra pair of hands. That sounds nice, but I've got plenty of hands. Thanks. We could add another dining table, but that just ups the difficulty. It ups the difficulty, but it also gives people more time. I'll buy it. I'll buy it because I'm able to buy whatever I want. Okay? Boop. I'm going to remove this chair because I don't want them sitting here. And I don't want them sitting here. Those are the forbidden seats. It's all 2-person dining. 2 people maximum. But now it's individual, so group sizes are always 1. Okay, are y'all ready? Anybody want some grub? Some delicious grub? We shall cook it up for you, do not worry. Okay, here we go. We're going to start another day. The hectic day begins. Everybody get ready. Here we go. It's Blue Jay! Blue Jay's here! It's working! It's working! I see Blue Jay! Also, there's grease everywhere. Incredible. Hello there, Blue Jay. What can I get for you? You would like a very well-done steak. Deal. I mean, not very. Fiddlesticks. I will have to cook one up fresh. See, fresh food here. You get no leftovers. This is only the finest. Monster's here. Oh, snap. Monster is a tough patron. They're really particular about their steaks. They are really, really particular, so I'm gonna do my best. What can I do for you? Oh my gosh, you won't believe it. Hot and fresh right off of the griddle. Just for you. All right, we cleaned it up. Slap that through the wall. Perfect. Just doing a little cleanup, making it nice around here. All right, you want a nice, delicious steak? I've got you. Let me just slap that in there, do some wishy-washing. No worries. We'll get out all the food for all the people. Oh, I can't put that back. Okay, a little bit more cook. Boom, a delicious steak. Here you go. Kim the I don't know is here. Nice. All right, what can I get you, Kim? Oh, you want the same. Of course. Mushroom Gal, Kim, always on the same wavelength. I feel that. All right, I'm just going to do a little bit of cleaning. Rare steak. Tayaki's here. We got to impress. We got to impress Tayaki. Tayaki, I know that you got high standards for food, so let me just say, I'm going to do my best. All right, I have this sitting out for a few hours. It's perfect. It's the perfect temperature now. Here we go. So many dishes. Sneak that to the wall. Boom. Yes. This old sneaky wall trick. Perfect. What can I get you? A burnt steak. All right. That's the best thing that you could have ordered. That gives me plenty of time. I could do some dishwashing while I burn your steak. There we go. Oh, I can never put it back there. We need to put a bigger plate rack there. Anne's here. Oh, snap. Anne knows their food. Big grease. I'm going to just ignore the grease. I think we can survive. Here you go. Bon appetit. Enjoy. And what can I get you? A burnt steak? Excellent. Exactly what I want to see so that I can clean up this grease. Write in your Yelp review. Yes, please treat us well. Please treat us well. We're doing our best. promise. The Catboys, they're trying back there. All right, boom. Hot off the grill. Here it is. It's piping hot. Piping hot grub. Enjoy, enjoy. Could you quit just dumping food on the ground? What a messy eater. And I didn't know this about you. Hey, we did it. Let's go. Let's go. I did the wrong expression. Let's go. That's me being scared of all the orders. Here we go. Here we go. We did it. Nice. All right, we continue. We continue. This campaign's going well. A dash of poo is blowing up on Yelp. Very good. Thank y'all for all the reviews, for all the feedback. Okay, so how do I research things? I still don't get it. Oh, you only have to do that one time, Mushroom Gal. You're now officially in the queue, and you can visit once per day. But it's all good. You don't have to make an effort every time. You just got to slap the research desk a few times and it'll upgrade. Oh, you got to do that, like, during the game. Oh, I could do that in the morning. I don't need to take so much, I don't got to take so much food. I want to come every day, all the days. Yes. Yes, you're invited here, Mushroom Gal. Don't worry, there's room enough. Oh, yes, I was going to switch these. I was going to switch these plates because I think that we want a big stack. Big stack right here. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, hob, this is for cooking more. Sink, trainers, what is this? Move faster. The bonus is lost when walking through mess or water. But it spreads messes that you walk over. That seems troubling. I do not like that. It makes messes bigger, but if there's no mess, you zoom. Well, this place is going to be a mess, so I don't think that we should do that. We could get another counter if we wanted to. Let me get a feel for this layout. Yes, I think it's perfect. It is feng shui. It is that how to say that? Feng shui? It's like the it's the way that you do interior design that makes it like extra restful for your eyeballs and gives you lots of spaces to just like hang out. Yes, the feng shui of this restaurant will be ever improved. Where's the why can't I do customizations? I can't do customizations for the floors or anything. We're not fancy enough. All right, well, we gotta make some more food. We gotta make some more food and some more money. So everybody get ready. If you want to visit, just put ! visit. Bada bing, bada boom. Start of the day. Start of the day. Start of the day. I'm just gonna burn that for a second. Lady Pink Monster, welcome in. Oh my goodness, we will send somebody over to take your order in just a few seconds. Please be patient with our wait staff. We are very understaffed ever since COVID. It's been an absolute wreck. So hard to get people to work in a Catboy kitchen, I'll tell you what. The hair alone and the dandruff, you can definitely not have any cat allergies. All right, bada bing, bada boom. We've got it. Look, service with a smile. Pooh Bear delivers your food. We got Floggy. Floggy wants a steak. No surprise there. It's our finest dish, our most sought after delicious food. Yes, incredible. Also, Kato, what's up? Welcome in. Oi, oi, oi. Would you like to come to my restaurant? You are more than welcome. Come on in. We got some delicious steaks cooked by a cat. It's perfect. What more could you ask for? Boom, it's getting a little messy around here. Goodness gracious. Who left all this mess? These people need to clean up after themselves. All right, we got the easiest steak ever. We'll cook that up. We'll cook that up just for you. Cleaning dishes. Wishy-washies. Oh, gotta hurry. Boop, boop. All right, all right. Service with a smile. Here it comes. Hot and fresh, piping hot, right out of the oven. Definitely not an oven. Okay, here we go, here we go. All right, let me in. Boop. Okay, we're gonna cook that up. I can still keep up. I can do it. I can do it. Don't doubt me. Don't doubt me, gamers. This isn't my first rodeo. Here we go. Order up. People are waiting. Oh no, people are waiting. Okay, there's room enough. Boop. What do you want? Burnt steak? Deal. Deal, 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 deal. I got you. Burnt steak? Do I have time? I'm gonna try it. Speed run. Go, 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 go. Don't let that steak actually burn. If it turns black, we're in big trouble. Here it goes, here it goes. All right, nice and fresh. I got you, I got you. Okay, we gotta take orders. Quickly, quickly. Oh, here you go. You. Oh, wait, no, you. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, we'll get you the grub. Oh, wait. And what's in? And what's in? What can I get you? Oh, I'm running around the kitchen. I'm running around the kitchen as fast as I can. Washy, washy. We probably don't even need to wash. We got plenty of dishes. Okay, what can I get you? This, yes. Okay, we got to take double orders. Double orders. We got to cook 2 things at once. Boop, boop. Okay, you both want the same thing. Perfect. Perfect. That's what we love to see. Thank you so much. Welcome to the restaurant. We got plates. Okay, clean, clean, clean. Tezuka! I'm glad that you enjoyed our delicious steaks. It's such a huge compliment. Okay, bing, bing, bang, boom. Put them in the window. All right, maximum speed. There's nobody waiting. Okay, we're doing great. We're doing great. These might be our last customers. Blue Jay, enjoy. And mine, there's your delicious treat, just as you ordered. All right, I think we did it. I think we did it. Solo in, looking strong. Looking strong, looking beefy. Oh, okay. This is something that y'all get to vote for. I'm not touching any buttons this time. We can either make it exclusive, focus on making customers happy, even to get inside your restaurant. They will wait a long time, or we could make it affordable. Focus on serving customers as quick as possible. Sometimes it's not about luxury. So either I have to go fast, or people either wait later, or I don't get how the affordable one is good. No, stop! Why y'all all voting for affordable? Don't do this. Don't do this to me. I don't want to be affordable. I want to be a fancy 10-star chef. Shaking my head. How dare y'all? Kit, how are you doing? Welcome in. Oi, oi. Is that Kitty-ya? Is that how to say your name? Hi there. Also, Audrey, hi. I'm sorry, I was so focused on the game. I didn't even say hi to you. You're gonna go do the sleepsies? Hey, Audrey, enjoy your rest. Get some good sleep. Oi, oi, oi. Thanks for popping in on the stream. I hope that you enjoyed the fast-paced cooking mayhem. Oh my goodness. So sorry if I miss anybody in chat. I'm a little bit preoccupied with this kitchen, but I'll tell you what. We gotta make time. We gotta make time for the fine patrons of this establishment. It's good chaos. Nice. Enjoy your rest, Audrey. Thanks for hanging out. Oi, oi. You just made it harder for me? Thank you, thank you. Yeah. Well, that's really nice of you. That's you saying that I'm so good at this game. Dirty floor sign. Better to let customers know. Oh no. No. I promise I'll keep it better. So these are floors. Are they free to slap down? Ooh, that's ugly. That is ugly. What have I done? Yeah, okay, that's better. That's better. Even anything's better than what I had. Ew. Ew. Gross. No gumball machines. Wait. Here we go. Boop. There we go. Blue and blue. Absolutely perfect. Love it. What about the walls? Is that better? I don't know if that's better. Let's see. Let's slap some wallpaper on the walls here. Oh, that's yucky. We don't like that. We don't like that. Disgusting. But it's too late now. Now our kitchen is ugly. Perfect. Some plants. We need some plants in here. Sheesh. It says 10% all patience. So we could place it in here and people would be more patient with us. Thank goodness. There's nothing I need more than patience. Okay. So if I put it here, what if I move this table a bit? Nice! Now the plant is affecting both of them. So both of these tables will be a little bit more patient with me. Splendid, splendid. I don't know why that's laying out on the ground. Will this look better? It looks more bougie. More bougie in here, but definitely not looking affordable. Dirty floor sign, ceiling light. We could hit him with one more plant if we wanted to. I think we got the money for it, right? Also, did this thing upgrade? Oh, this is called a soaking sink. So this is like an automatic sink. Also, want to ask if anybody knows, how do I get an automatic dishwasher? What do I upgrade for that? Because I upgraded the sink and it didn't do it. Okay. So if I put down this plant. Oh, wait, we can't. It's too expensive. Bad and bougie. Oh, basic to bougie. Oh, snap. Bad and bougie. Cooking up steak with a Uzi. Let's see. I don't think that we can afford anything else. We can make a gumball machine. That's so tacky. We're not doing that. We're not doing it. But I need an automatic dishwasher. You can upgrade certain sinks more than once. Well. Say no more. We're upgrading that sink. All right, y'all ready for some grub? Anybody hungry? Anybody hungry? Remember, exclamation point visit. If you want to visit my restaurant, please do. We're looking to expand hopefully soon enough. Okay. All right, let me just do my exercises in here. Let me just do some exercises.
There we go. I am short, fat, proud of that. It puts me in the mood for food. Boom, boom.
All right, we're beginning the food. Let's go. Faithful, what's up? Oi, oi, oi. Welcome to the Catboy restaurant, Catboy Cafe, serving hot steak since 1997. Delicious. All right, we got our first customer. Well. Kit, what can I get for you? Just kidding. Give me a second. I'll take your order now. What can I get you? Oh, that's an excellent choice. That's one of my favorite dishes. Oh, no. Okay. I'm going to take another one. No pizza. There's no pizza at this store. Absolutely not. Pizza is hard to make. It's so hard to make. How could you even do that in solo? I don't even know if it's possible. I'm not sure if that's possible. Okay. We're going to have people waiting outside the door in like a few seconds. Okay, hot and fresh. Here it comes. Delicious food. Right. Okay, what, Cappy? I'll be letting you in momentarily. I just got some things to clean up really quick. Yes, indeed. What can I get you? A nice burnt steak. And you need a well-cooked steak. Okay, we can do this. All I got to do is slap these up here and then start moving the dishes. I gotta get one of these dishes cooked. I mean, cleaned. Oh, here we go. Okay. Now we're ready. One more burn. Yes, perfect. Okay, slap this out of the way. Boom. We got so much grease in the kitchen. It's a mess. Bonehead's waiting. It's raining outside. They're impatient. Hurry. Here's the food. Bon appetit. Hope you enjoyed. Thank you for coming to my restaurant. Here we go. Oh, Pooh's doing their best. What can I get you? All right. I'll get that cooked up real fast. Oh, no. There's people waiting. There's grease everywhere. No, we need to wash dishes. Here we go. Okay. Boop. There we go. Oh, it's done. Okay, we got that ready. Now we got to wash the dish. Move this dish out of the way. No! There's people waiting. No. There's no time. They're going to be mad. If they leave, do I lose? No. Move. Oh, yes! Perfect timing. Okay, double meals. No, triple. Do it with the triple. Hit him. Come on, here we go. Anybody want a normal steak? They do. Good. Okay. Dirty dishes everywhere. No! There's dirty dishes. Okay, we gotta wash. No! No! I failed. That was it. Our solo run. Oh, we died. We got shut down. I'm giving you a 5 out of 10. That's what everybody gave me. No! It's all right. It's a roguelike game. You're supposed to fail, or at least that's what I've been told. Boom! Look at that. We made progress. We leveled up. Incredible. We got a new dish unlocked. Amazing. More dish choices. We unlocked a mixer. We can continue. Fantastic. Now we'll make a new restaurant. A new restaurant that's more powerful and has more delicious options. Now we can pick salad or steak. What are y'all feeling like? Salad or steak this evening? Also, we unlocked the garage. Look, now we can upgrade mixer, I guess? I don't know. Oh, is that a head pad I feel under my hat? You want meat? Nico. Oi. Head pads. Oh, you're gonna make me bashful. Bashful, I tell you. Oi. Hey! No! How dare you? How dare you bonk me on the head? You filthy patron. I cooked all that food for you and this is how you treat me? Disgusting. Okay. All right. Y'all tell me, what do we want? Salad or steak? Just give me a second. I'm going to go over to the oblivion that exists over here really quick. And I'm just going to switch around a layer really quick. Boom. Broken stream. Professional streamer here. Excuse me. Sorry for going through all of my scenes really quick. But there we go. Okay. Now if you head pat me, it'll go over the hat. That's what we need. Okay, so what do we want? Steak or salad? What are y'all feeling today? I'm honestly hungry for anything. Also, Eldritch Abomination, what's up? Welcome in. We don't have to cook salad. Well, here's a little demo. I'll give y'all a little demo. This is what salad looks like in this game. You have lettuce and tomato. You chop the lettuce, and then sometimes they want tomato as well. That's just how it works. See, these are two basic salads. Oh! Shiny, how are you doing? How are you doing? You scared me. Oh no, I'm scared. Also, what's up, Rusty Keys? How are you doing? I'm gonna be too slow this time. Oh, this is so much better with 2 people. It's so hard. There we go. They love it. See? Easy peasy. So what are we thinking? Salad has 2 different things that you have to do. You have to chop 2 different things and combine them. But a steak requires cooking to different levels. So I'd say that they're both equally hard. They're just a different challenge. So salad, I need like more counter space so that I can do a lot of chopping, and I have to customize them by hand. And steak, I have to be very careful about the timing. So which one are we thinking? Literally rabbit food? Yes, exactly. 2 salads. Have you never seen that SpongeBob SquarePants episode where they switch around the menu and they're like, remove the meat and the buns and the condiments? And he's like, but that's just lettuce and tomato. And she's like, that's right, that's a salad. All right, coming right up, 2 salads. What if steak salad? You can't just mix foods together like that. That's illegal. I think we should try something new. We got salad. Let's try it out. We're going to be cooking up some rabbit food. Any rabbits in the chat? This is the same layout. This is a new layout. Let's try out a new layout. New layout, new menu. Oh my gosh, you can't believe this place is always upgrading. Rabbit food, rabbit food, rabbit food. All right, I think you all now, this is a new restaurant. Stop pretending like this is the same old one. It is not. It's a brand spanking new restaurant. I just opened it up. And y'all are more than welcome to come and place your orders and everything. Exclamation point visit if you want to get in here. I'm just going to be adjusting my kitchen just a mite. Just a bit of adjustment. It's just not working for me. We need more counter space. Yes. Oh, this is a salad restaurant. So now we have to change the restaurant name. So it's salads now. We're gonna call this like rabbit food. Is that good? That's a little on the nose, I think. I'm not sure if that's gonna bring in the patrons. Do y'all have a better idea? Rabbit food, we could say like salad, salamander. Let's see. My brain's not working today. I'm gonna put trash right here for now. Move the dishes over here and put the dishwasher right here. This looks like it'll work. We need more counters. We need another counter right here so that we can chop a bunch of stuff. Salad lads, veg and veg. I like that. A lad of poo. A lad? 1 lad's worth of poo? That's disgusting. Lads making salads. Salad lads. I do like that. Rotten salad. Excuse me? Rotten? I've never served a rotten salad in my life. It's always fresh ingredients right off of the farm. Farm fresh, delicious, extremely crunchy, well washed. It just has a question mark. Perfect. Okay, we'll make veg and veg is pretty fun. Las salads. Las salads. Very delicious. I think salad lads might be the best. Salad lad or lads. There's only one. There's only one lad. One lad that is poo. Salad lads. This is horrible. This is a travesty. This is disgusting. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Why is my tomato crunchy? Because we cooked them in the oven, you silly, to give them a nice crispy finish. Okay, are we ready for question for anybody that's played this game before? If I upgrade things, are those permanent? Like, are those permanently things that can appear like randomly? I'm just saying, like, I literally don't know how this game works. I just got it yesterday. I bought it on a whim. Just so that I could play with my friends, but this ended up being way more fun than I expected. La 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 la. Wait, no. Yes, no, maybe so. Okay, so you have to upgrade each time. No big deal, no big deal. All right, we're gonna start our day. Here it goes. We'll see how it goes. It's gonna be hard to take people's orders though. I hate this. I hate having to do everything. Exclamation point visit. If you haven't pressed it already, you only got to do it once per restaurant. So don't worry. If you've already done it, you're already in. We got Faithful and Kit. They both want some delicious salad. Some delicious tomatoes on your salad. Coming right up. Pooh Bear's in the kitchen, getting his fur everywhere. Here you go, your first furry meal. Bon appetit. Hope you enjoy. Please stop crapping on the ground. Thank you, thank you. All right. We'll just clear these up. This is easy mode. We're on easy mode. Here comes Taiyaki and Floggy. I didn't know that y'all be dining together. What can I get you all this evening? Actually, hang on. Let me just get things ready in the kitchen. Okay, now what can I get you, you fine two peeps? We got 2 fancy salads. Oh, snap. You're making me work for it. You're making me work for this money. I see how it is. I see. It's all right. I'm used to this. No! Put that back. Okay, speed run. We gotta hurry. Listen, the people are lining up. They want their salads. They want their salads yesterday. Here we go. All right, boom. 2 delicious salads. Hot and fresh. As hot as salad should be. What can I get you? Oh, a fancy salad. Why would I be surprised? Of course. Let me just chop up all this stuff. Oh, just put that back. Ooh, here we go. Chip. Chip. Oh no! Stupid salad. Why is it so hard to pick up stuff? Here I come. Bon appetit. Very delicious. Okay, here we go. Nice. Ooh, oh, there's so many dishes to do. Hang on. Y'all are gonna have to wait for just a second. Okay, let me just do a little bit of cleanup in here. I need at least 2 clean dishes. You want to pay me more? Oh, that's a good point. I hadn't even thought about that. Yeah, y'all are just trying to give me more food money. Thank y'all. Okay, now y'all have got a minute, so I'm just gonna get y'all all prepped up. Y'all just hang on. Let me cut up some tomat. Now listen, I personally don't like tomato, but it's not about my opinions. It's about the customer. Oh, 2 easy ones. Here we go. Some delicious grub, some tasty rabbit food. Let me just clean up this junk right here. So sorry about that. Very embarrassing. Here we go. Let me just slap my hands in the air. Perfect. Is that it? Is that a day? Nice. All right, first salad day. The reviews are coming in. What are the reviews at so far on Yelp? Okay, I see y'all posting. Let's check what we can get. We could get a counter, a mop. Hold this to clean spills instantly. Oh, so we just pick up the mop and then just run around and clean everything? This might be necessary later. We might want to keep this. I'm going to put the mop thing in here. I do know that you can put like stuff right here. You can put stuff in here and not research it, and it saves it for later. And maybe we're going to buy another counter. Just in case. We actually need more plates, but that's not an option, and I don't want to re-roll right now. All right, we're going to put the trash right here. Another counter for chopping. Splendid. And also for dirty plates, which we need. You can turn the mop into a robo-mop. What? But I can't buy the research table. I'm too poor. I need to sell more food. Oi, are y'all hungry? Because I need to sell some food, all right? All right. When you clean the floor, it looks like you're swatting a fly. Yes. 5 stars, perfectly plain lettuce. There's no salad toppings. Not yet, but you can add onions and mushrooms, I think. That sounds like a nightmare. All right, are y'all ready? Everybody, exclamation visited already. This is just for this restaurant. If you've already done it for Salad Lads, then you're already in the queue, baby. We got 14 people in the queue. Oh my gosh. All right, we better get cooking. Here we go. All right, start this day out now. Here we go. All right, bada bing, bada boom. What can I get you to? We've got Tezuka and Rusty Keys looking for some delicious salad. All right, coming right up. Freshly chopped tomatoes just for y'all, So glad to have y'all first visitors of the day. You know what? That's lucky. You get You get your salad delivered quick. That's what happens. Hey, head pats for the chef. Chef pats. Oh my gosh. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I never thought that I'd be able to be delivered such adorable head pats. As a chef, no less. All right. Here I go. Service with a smile. Clean it up. Move these plates. Oh, I can't sneak them all around the corner. Shiny. Shiny would like some rabbit food. Here you go, Shiny. Enjoy. All right. I got to get back to the kitchen and do some cleaning. Oh, we got Eldritch Abomination. Eldritch Abomination and Tanner here. Let me just do a little bit of washing. I'll be with y'all in a moment. Be with y'all in just a tick. Just give me a moment. Let me chop up some lettuce.
Let us get some food for you. All right. What can I get you, fine people? You would both like a tomato. All right. We'll get you a tomato. Don't you worry. Don't worry. Mr. Pooh knows how to take care of you. Let me just get y'all these freshly chopped
with my sharpest knife in the kitchen. Don't worry. It's the highest quality steel. That is a very inconvenient grease stain. We got to get this out of here. It's too messy. We got to be able to schmoove around this kitchen. What can I get you, fine people? We got Kartoffel and Cian are wanting some full salads. Oh my gosh, very demanding. We need some dishes moved. Get these dishes out of here. Ah, dirty dishes everywhere. Dirty dishes in my hair. Dirty dishes everywhere. Here we go. All right, delicious 5-star meal coming right up. Let me just chop these up. We're not gonna have time. We're in big trouble now. Hurry. Here we go. Okay, we're not gonna have time to chop. There we go. Boom. Chip, chop, chip. Here we go. Delivered. Hot and ready. Straight to your mouths. Hot salad. Yum. Sounds like a euphemism. Here we go. All right. A fine order done. Boom. We might be almost out of time. Is anybody else coming? Hey, where's all the customers? There was barely any customers that day. How am I supposed to make money in these circumstances? Oh, good. There's no votes. There's no way for y'all to screw me over yet. Thank goodness, because we're in big trouble now. We're in big trouble. We've got $68. What can we buy? We could buy another dining table. We could buy more plates. That's $20. $20 and $40. We could buy a research table and plates. I'm gonna buy a research table so that we can learn more about mops. We got to get mop knowledge and more plates. Perfect. Exactly what this kitchen needs. Okay, the dish thing is gonna be here, I guess. No, get that stupid thing out of here. Okay, stop. Okay, boom. This should work, right? I don't know how I'm gonna wash all these dishes. It's too many dishes. RoboMop's pretty expensive and convenient, but very expensive. Well, we've got to at least find out how expensive it is. You know, we got to learn. Also, we could put a plant here eventually, right between these tables, whenever we get fancy. Okay, I think we're ready. We're just gonna speed run another day. We're about to get another star, and that means that things are about to heat up around here. Things are about to get a lot more difficult. So let's make sure that we do today perfect so that we're ready for tomorrow's trials. Here we go. Kim the I don't know. Welcome in to Salad Lads. Can I take your order? Certainly. We can make that lickety split. We got enough plates that we might never have to do any we might not have to do any dishwashing. That would be good. That would be preferable, actually. Here we go. Let's just get a few more prepped in here. Make sure that the tables are nice and empty for our new customers. Hello there, Pedro. What can I get you? Let me see. I'll give you a moment. Oh, I see. That's a very popular dish. I'll whip that up for you right now in the kitchen. Oh, yes, I am the only employee. Thanks for noticing. Here we go. I'll just you Mushroom Gal, you're gonna have to try harder than that if you want to order. If you want to order, you gotta spell it perfect. All right, now listen here. Let me just take that dirty plate away, make room for more customers. Welcome in, Kit. And also, I can't read the name up there. Isn't that great? Isn't that great how I can't read that? All right. Let me whip y'all up some delicious food. So what brings y'all in this area? Here to relax? Hope y'all are having a wonderful weekend. Here we go. Yes, indeed. Service with a smile. Welcome in. 2 rabbit food orders. Certainly, we can get you that delicious dish right now. Let me just get chomping in this kitchen for a moment. Make y'all some food. We'll be dealing with these dishes momentarily, so please be patient with me. I know it's a bit of a mess, but we're understaffed. COVID's been really rough, okay? Here we go, here we go. We got some delicious salad. Bon appetit. Hope you enjoy. Don't forget your forks are over on this table over here if you need them. All right, we got some rabbit food orders. I'm gonna try to do just a little bit of dishes. Just a little bit, because I gotta get some of these out of the way. Here we go. We'll chop you up that food in just a moment. Let me just burn away some of your timer for just a moment, okay? Got to take advantage of this game's AI and stuff, all right? Here we go. Here we go. Now I've got to get you food. Here we go. Look, delivered right out of the kitchen. That's how you know it's fresh. That's how you know it's fresh. Whenever the chef comes out with a big smile. You wanted that tomato? What? You wanted the tomato and you didn't get it? Did you order correctly? Oh, snap. We got a star. Oh, snap. All right. It's voting time. How am I going to suffer today? It's all up to y'all. It's all up to y'all. Upgrade your restaurant. So either we have a photographic memory. Custom orders are not hidden. So they're not hidden whenever you're not close. You can just like remember them all the time. Or we could add onion rings as a side. No, not onion rings. Don't make me do the onion rings. I don't want to cook anything else. No. Oh, onion ring. Bonus onion ring in the fries container. No. How dare you? Why do y'all love onion rings so much? Don't make me do it. Don't make me cook anything else. It's just one cat boy in the kitchen. Don't make me suffer. How dare you? How dare you? I see what y'all are doing. I know what this is. This is anarchy. This is you trying to kill this poor cat boy. I'm a small business owner. Have you no heart? Oh, head pat. You know what? All is forgiven. I got my head pat. Holy shoot. Why are there so many boxes? No. Chop. Oh, wait. What did that say? Chop onion, chop flour. What? Look, you need 4 boxes for this. You need 4 boxes. This is a travesty. They give you 2 ovens, a sack of flour, and what else? No. This is loads of work. Now there's onions. Oh my gosh. How am I supposed to do this? Should I do a small practice round first? Hey, welcome in, Burnberry. Let me see. Is that Broomy Berry? Welcome in. Thanks for coming to Salad Lads. Can I take your order? Oi. If you want to join the queue for coming to this store, all you got to do is put !visit. I'd love to have you visit our newly opened restaurant. Okay, here we go. We got a lot of work in here, all right? We got a lot of learning to do. Should we do a practice day? I've never made onions before. Or should we just risk it? Should we risk it for the biscuit? I don't know. Let's move the trash. I'm not going to make no mistakes, so we don't need any of that. We could do another counter. That's probably necessary since y'all are forcing me to make onion rings. How dare you? How dare you? Kenny, it's Saturday. You're gonna confuse me. Listen, I took yesterday off and I'm so sorry. Jess. Yesterday I was feeling so crummy. I couldn't stream, but I wanted to. Dang it. I tried to wake up early, but my poor brain was fried yesterday. So I had to take a day off. So I decided bonus Saturday stream. Hey! I said I apologize. Oi. Okay, wait, one more adjustment. Let me just put that bat up top. Sorry about that. Yes, you're getting to see through all of the through all of the Matrix today. Today, the Matrix is unlocked. You get to see me setting up my PNG tuber. How do chef? That, you know what? If you find any answers, please tell me, Eldritch Corbin. Oi. We're doing solo chefing. If you want to visit, I think you know how to. All right. Looks like we're cooking onion rings. Have we decided? You said a practice round sounds good. All right. You've given me permission. Thank you, Spectral Goliath. I appreciate it. Also, how are you doing? Welcome to our restaurant. We're going to turn on practice mode. Do you want to practice before opening the day? Yes. I just want to cook 1 onion ring. 1 onion. So what do we got to do? We got to chop the onion. So now we got naked onions. Do we turn this into dough? And then slap these together? Let's see. You can cook them. So do you just add the flour to it? Oh, you just add the flour to it and then you fry it. I get it. So you never make dough. This doesn't look too hard. Onion rings with salad. Could you imagine a better pair? You know what? Name a better crossover. I freaking dare you. This is gonna make grease everywhere. Holy mackerel. It's easiest to take the onions to the flour. What, like this? You just go chip, chop, chip. You grab, zoot, boom. Easy. That, can we set up this kitchen better? I feel like we can. Maybe we need to put, oh shoot, I'm in a practice day. Okay, remove practice mode. All right, let's make an adjustment here. This doesn't quite work. I need the flour to be slightly more accessible. So maybe we'll put, should we put the sink up here? Shucks, this is actually like turning into a bit of a difficulty. This kitchen has a bad layout. Let me think, let me strategize. Y'all got any ideas? I think that this will work better. Yes, I think that this will work better because now I've got a sink to do dishwashing really quick. Do my chopping. Let's see. We'll chop onions here, slap on the flour, and cook them. This should be easy. I'll have to be careful exiting this kitchen though. I might get a little stuck. Might get a tiny bit stuck, but I think we got it figured out. All right, we're ready for the day. Everybody got your orders ready? Get your, make sure that you download the menus onto the app. I do not have any menus to give you. Okay, vanilla sundae and french fries. Yes, dip your fries in the ice cream. Tasty. Yum, yum, yum. Oh, thank you. How are you? I'm doing fantastic. I'm just living my cowboy life, being a chef. I'm loving it. I'm loving it, Growlife. All right. In fact, speaking of which, I've got on my bow tie. We're all dressed. We're dressed and stressed, ready for another day of labor. Ready for another day of labor here in the fine United States of America. Here we are, cooking up some grub. You won't believe the kind of speed that we're doing here. Right now, we're gonna just do a little onion ring preparation, just in case. Just in case. I like to keep the food ready, you know, just in case, so that Pedro can get exactly what they want as fast as possible. Boom, boom, boom. Got you. Got you. I'm ready. I'm ready, willing, and able to serve anybody that's willing to come to my beautiful restaurant. Here we go. Got some time to do some washing. I'll take advantage. I'll take full advantage. Get another salad prepped, just in case. Boop, 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 boop. And since it's only one person, I'll just prep it for tomats automatically. Boom, tomat, perfect. I got you set up. I got you, friend, I got you. All right, we're schmoovin', we're schmoovin'. The efficiency is looking good so far. We got onion rings ready at all times. If we get a double salad, I'll be in a bit of trouble, but that's okay, that's okay. We're taking the risk. Hey, yo! A-star! This game's pausable! Mom, you can pause the online game finally. It's not actually online. Yo, welcome in! How are you doing? Welcome to our Catboy restaurant. Oh, A-star, thank you so much. And Linz, thanks for the shout out. I know that you were playing games with A-star. How was the Left 4 Dead? Oi, oi, oi! I saw you playing with Moy and Linz. Was there a fourth? Was there a fourth, or were we doing trios? Welcome in. Oi, oi, oi. It's great to see all y'all. Chaotic, just as I expected. Splendid, splendid. Linz, do you play a lot of shooters? Oh, Ali played. Ali Yuri? Who's Ali? Who Ali at? You mean Ali Yuri? I'm confused. Which alley are we referring to? But oi, I hope that you enjoyed your games. Hope you had a great time. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for the raid. Oh, wait, you do play shooters. You play 7 Days to Die. Aw, Bonehead with the Saurus emotes. Oh, so cute. So cute. Yo, can we get some blankies in the chat? Thank you so much for the sub. Oi, oi, oi. We're well on our way to more VTuber art. We're gonna make it. We're gonna make it. I believe it. I believe it. We can make it to the sub goal. Woo, 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 woo. Thank you, Moy. Thank you, Moy, for the 13 months. Welcome back. And welcome to my Catboy restaurant. We just opened up and we're ready to serve. This game has Twitch integration, so y'all can actually visit my restaurant and you can screw me over. It's such a great game. You can kill me. Isn't that great? Isn't that great? What else could you ask for? Also, thank you for the blankies. Thank you for the blankies. Welcome in, Moy. How are the games? How are the games? How are the games? Thank you for the shout out for A-Star. Very fun individual. beautiful voice, and even more beautiful gameplay. If you don't mind me judging you like that. I'm just saying, your voice is even better than your Apex gameplay, and that's really saying something, okay? Listen, I really like British accents, all right? Do you gotta make me admit this every time? Can I ask for onion ring mayhem? Of course you can order onion rings with your food. That's why we added them to the menu. But welcome in, Raiders. If you want to hang out, please do. And if you need to get yourself some sleep, including you, A-Star, do not hesitate to rest. But we're gonna hit it up. Okay. All right, 2 breaths. 1, 2. Okay, I think we got this. You would totally sub, but you haven't set up an account? Oh, don't worry, Eldritch. You don't have to sub or anything. Nobody feel pressured to sub. Nobody feel pressured to sub. It's all just extra. Don't worry a thing about it. If you just want to chill in this chat, please do. I love having you around, Eldritch Abomination. Don't you worry a thing about subbing. That is not required, not expected. Don't you worry a bit. Oh my God. Thank you for the gifted sub for Eldritch. Oh no. This is what happens. This is why we can't talk about subs on this channel. Hey, Blue Jay, thank you for the gifted sub. So generous. Can we get some blankies in the chat? So freaking generous. Goodness gracious. Oi, thanks for keeping this channel alive. Keeping the channel alive. Gifting subs to friends. Oi. And also with that sub, if you want to, Eldritch, hook up your Discord to your Twitch, and then you'll get subscriber benefits on our Discord. The main benefit now is that tomorrow we're going to be watching a movie together, 5 p.m. CT. Here's your reminder, 5 p.m. CT, we're going to be watching The Bad Guys, which is something I've wanted to watch. We're going to be watching it tomorrow. There's an event there, so you can check what time it is for your time zone. And if you head over to our Discord, you can also submit things for the hottest Disney character tier list. We'll be doing that tier list on Wednesday, I believe. That is the current plan. I have to watch some of these movies, so I need a tiny bit more time, okay? I've got to watch these movies. I haven't watched Pocahontas. I haven't watched Princess and the Frog. I got to get on that. Okay, and speaking of get on things, I need to like get cooking. I got to get cooking. That's one hell of a reason to adopt you got there. Yes, that's immediately what I thought of whenever I saw your whenever I saw Linz make this beautiful Pooh Bear fan art, or what is it, Pooh-sona? That's what I'm calling it. You made my Pooh-sona, and you know what? That's my #1 reason now. I scratched off the other reasons. They're all worthless, okay? Who needs another reason? Oh, hell no. What? Excuse me? Are you saying that my Pooh-sona's ugly? How dare you? All right, we're cooking. We're cooking. Okay, I'm never going to start if I don't just get moving. Y'all need to see this game in all of its glory. Okay, we schmoovin'. We schmoovin'. Get the food. Clean up the poop. Clean up the poop on the ground. No poop on this ground. Clean this up. Zoot. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. All right, we're going to wash some dishes. Are we done? No, there's more people coming. If y'all want to visit, again, !visit, and it'll put like your name on a character. We've got one more round of peeps. Here they come. We got King Kartoffel and 10. Here we go. Here we go. Let's check what they want. Y'all could possibly have the perfect orders. Who knows? Oh, you do have the perfect orders. Nice. I'll even clean up the junk around you. This might be the end of the day, but I'm not believing it until I see it. Until I see it. Nope, there's another one. Red Delicious Nari is coming in. Here we go. You're not gonna need 2. I already know that, but I'm just gonna prepare 2 different things. Boop, there we go. Okay. Let's see. What can I get you? What can I get you on this fine day? Here you go. Some delicious salad. I hope you enjoy. I'm just gonna clean up a little bit. I think we're done. And we're done for the day. Everybody, let's call it. Sheesh, I'm getting tired. Whew. All right, splendid, splendid, splendid. Hey, Jess, thank you so much for the sub. Yo, oi, oi, oi. Can we get some blankies in the chat? Thank you so much for the support. Oh my goodness gracious. Oi, oi, Jess, welcome back for 5 months. 5 months. Holy moly, it's been that long. And there's a hype train. Oh, we might make the hype train. We could do it. We could do it. I believe in y'all. I believe in y'all. I've been cooking so fast. I've been cooking so fast. That's worthy of a hype train, right? The absolute begging. Scam train. Scam train. Look at all the blankies. Whoopee. Let's go. We can do some customization. Blue Jay, thank you for the 100 biddies. Oi, oi. Beep, beep, biddies. Thank you. It was a successful scam train. Look at it go. Choo, choo. All aboard, all aboard, all aboard. Ordering terminal. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. We can strategize. We can learn. We can become more powerful. Hype, hype, hype. Yes. Maximum hype in the chat. Huzzah. Salad Lads is an A-OK store. That's what the reviews are saying. Hey, welcome in, Angel Froyo. Welcome, welcome. Can I interest you in a fine salad? In a fine salad? You're more than welcome to visit our restaurant. I'd love to have you. We could get another dining table. We could get more plates. Or an order terminal. It says interact to take a table's order remotely, but they have less patience. So you don't have to walk out there to take the order, but this is interesting. It's a speedy service guarantee, so I have to go faster. But I don't have to walk out there twice. Hey! Don't bonk the chef. Don't bonk the chef while he's cooking. Shaking my head. We got our little Pooh Bear chef. Beep, beep, I'm a sheep. Hey, Taiyaki, what's going on? Thank y'all so much. I'm trying to cook and y'all are just making it hype around here. Oi, 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 Taiyaki with a gifted sub. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for welcoming another friend. Oi, oi, oi. And, oh my gosh. Oh no, stop. Stop, it's too much. There's too much hype, stop. Oh no! Cosmic Biscuit, thank you for the 100 bits. Rebellious Nari, thank you for the prime. Oh my gosh, you could have given that prime to anybody. Thank you so much, Nari. Thank you. And also, if I'm saying your name wrong, just tell me, and I'll correct myself. I say everything wrong the first time that I try to say it. Just keep that in mind. It's not like I want to pronounce your name correctly.
They're 5 blankies.
Hey, thank you for the 100 biddies. Sunny Sola, how are you doing? Oh my goodness, bringing sun to my day. Howdy, howdy. How's your Saturday going? How's everybody's Saturday going? You know what? Let's get a Saturday roundup. Saturday roundup. Anybody sipping? Sipping some delicious red juice? I actually probably should avoid the juice. I don't want to fall asleep in my closet again. So we're gonna keep this chef. This chef's got to work at high efficiency today. Oi, 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 oi! Sipping some cider. Shucks, you know what it is. No sips for you. I was mostly kidding. Oh, a hydration redeem. Thank you. Oh, it's so cute with the chef hat. It's adorable. Also, hi, Toasted. This is the sound indicator. Okay, I actually had to drink some water. Okay, now we're ready for chefing. Right? Nobody else is gonna hype up anything, right? Not while I'm playing this game. Surely not. I believe and trust in y'all. Here we go. So if we're gonna go for it, I'd say that we get another dining table. What do you say? Wait, could we upgrade the dining table? Maybe we should try to upgrade something. We could upgrade plates. I already know what the upgrade for sink is. We could upgrade, ooh, this says that it's upgradable. We could upgrade the ordering terminal. Interesting. How are we gonna, I don't know, maybe another dining table? Shucks, I don't know what I'm doing. In this game. We need this room to be fancier, but this will make it so that people don't wait outside as much. That's good. Time for the red juice? No red juice. No juice. Also, Luna, how are you doing? Gotta get that hydration. You bet. Don't worry, this catboy is well hydrated. He's well hydrated and ready to cook. Remember, exclamation point visit if you want to visit. And we're open for business. Here we go. Full speed ahead. Get all the orders ready. And it's raining outside. Very cozy atmosphere. Yes. Chill cooking vibes to study to. Perfect. All right, let's make some onion ring. Onion ring. Nobody ordered onion rings yesterday. I put in all that effort and nobody wanted to order? Shaking my head. Wow, dang, I knew it. I knew that you'd want a tomato. I knew that this would happen. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for my slow service. There you go, Kit. Enjoy. We got Shiny and Luna showing up today. Nice, nice, nice. All right, let's just prep some stuff. What's going on in the chat? What just happened? What is going on? Wait a minute. Oh, it was the hype train. Thank y'all so much. Can we get some blankies? Oi, oi, oi. Thank y'all so much for the support. Thank you for supporting my channel. I so appreciate it. Oh my goodness gracious. Y'all beautiful beans. Y'all beautiful beans, you. Oi, oi, oi. Here we go. Crying stream. I feel like we're gonna unlock a crying stream. If we make it to the VTuber sub goal, I think we might have to have our first annual crying stream where I just show up and cry the whole time. It'll be adorable. I'll have cat ears on, don't worry. We finally got onion ring order. Nice. Okay. So do I put this on the side like this? Boop. There we go. First onion rings. Nice. Finally, somebody has appreciation for good food. There you go. Bon appetit. Enjoy. Actually, I did not need to clean that up. That was a waste. Okay. I'm going to do a little bit of dish cleaning, and I'll be right back. This is Taiyaki, right? All right, Taiyaki, just be patient with me for just a minute. Just got to prep the kitchen. Want to make sure that everything's clean. No dirty plates here. We got to take care of y'all, all right? No germs. Listen, I know that you're all germophobic. JC Binks, welcome in. All right, just doing a little bit of wishy-washy, and I'll prepare a couple of salads just in case. Here we go. Got a normal salad here, and we'll make a tomato salad just in case that's what you're looking for. And I'll have to come back and do the onion rings in a minute. Please do not need onion rings. Here we go. Oh, onion rings! Oh no! Chop! Get moving. Oh, okay, I'm cooking them hot and ready, hot and fresh. Here we go. I'm bringing the onion rings out. Here we go. Boom! There you go. Bon appetit. What can I get you? The delicious salad. I've got you. Now let me grab that plate. Give me the plate. Thank you. I gotta do some washing. We got at least one more customer, I think? Or are we done? I'm not sure. If you put visit, by the way, if you put visit, then you're officially in the queue. You only have to do it once per restaurant. So if you have put !visit, you're in the queue. We have 22 people. Oh my gosh, we have 22 people in the queue. Okay, let me read off these options. Y'all can vote on this. Focus on serving customers quickly, or we can focus on high standards. Okay, it's either one, either affordable or formal. That's up to y'all. I'm letting y'all decide. Y'all cause the chaos here. Either it's affordable and I gotta go fast, or it's formal and it has to be perfect, I guess? I'm not actually sure how this works. But we can either be fancy or we can be cheap. Either one. Listen, fancy and cheap both have good arguments. Onion rings are so good. I do enjoy a good onion ring. Onion rings aren't bad. I don't normally order them because you just don't get much with an order. Like an order of onion rings is normally kind of small, but I do love it. A delicious. They're very sweet. They're like sweet and savory. So crunchy. Delicious. Oh, we're gonna make it formal. All right. And Blue Jay paid some channel points for that. Amazing. All right. So we're going for a fancy restaurant, eh? All right. Well, we got to dress this place up. I'm sorry for this place being a mess. Let me just fix up these. Oh, that's better. Ugh, gross. Disgusting floor. Ew, yucky floor. Okay, that's literally the best one, and it's not even good. This is the worst floor in the game. I hate this floor. Ew. No. None of that. That's better. Now look, it looks a little basic, but it's worth it. Okay. Do you have any idea how ugly it looks with that tile? Are you looking at the same game as me? There's a blueprint in the corner. There's no room. There's too much stuff. Ah, it's a mess. Oh, Kit, you're so sweet. Oi. Oh my goodness, Kit. I'm so ready to cook you some food. I am so ready. Let me award you some food. We got a decoration for our formal restaurant. Ooh, tidy plants, eh? We need some beautiful plantage. Some very regal plantage. Okay, can I put this here? Yes, I can. Okay, we could make... Yeah, this looks good. Maybe move this table a tiny bit to give it some more room. I can make this a single table. Let's see. Yeah, it has a tie. It has a tie so that it indicates like what it, oh, a calm painting.
Perfect, yes. That's what we need.
It has a tie because it's a decoration. If I hide it, then look, all of them benefit. Oh wait, that means that I can move this wherever I want, right? Hey, let me move. No, I want to grab the painting. Stop. Let me grab this painting. How do I grab it? Oh, no, I want the painting. Give me back my painting. How do I get it? No, I want it. Stop. I'll destroy this restaurant. Okay, good. We got the painting. Can I, dang it. We have to put it down somewhere. I'll put it, here. Boop, boop, boop. There we go. All right. Now we can fix the restaurant. Now we can fix it back like this, and we'll remove this chair and we'll put this here. Nice. So now it's two seating arrangements for everybody, and then this can be just a table of 2, I guess. This looks pretty nice, right? Is there some fine feng shui in here? An abstract lamp. We can't afford any of this. It's all far too expensive. Far too fancy for my blood. The tangerine flooring is disgusting. It's disgusting. It's so tacky. This restaurant will have to do, all right? It'll have to do. We gotta cook onion rings and salad. Are y'all all ready? You got your orders? All right, we're open for business. We got to keep it full speed. This game requires the utmost amount of speed. So I got to keep it going. Here we go. Yes, we're using our classic tactics. Our speedrun tactics. Here we go. Just going to get some onion rings cooked just in case. Cook it up. Here we go. Nice. We got them. All right, now let's take these orders. What's up, 10? How are you doing? What can I get you to? A lovely choice. So those are my favorite items on the menu. How'd you know? How did you know? All right, now I'm gonna cook up some extra food really quick, and then I'll take their orders and I'll do some dishes. But I'll make sure that they get fed first, because we got to be quick. There's a quick and the dead in this game. Hopefully y'all don't both want normal salad. Otherwise I'm screwed. Oh, nice! It's perfect. Okay, we got time to do dishes. But not much. We got to be full speed on these dishy wishies. Listen. Oh, here we go. Okay, one more. Y'all just wait for a second. Eldritch Abomination, welcome in. Hey! Don't bonk me on the head. I'm doing my best. Okay, I've got to wash the dishes. Here we go. Oh, no. Put there. Clean. Oh my God. There's 2 people waiting. No! But they'll wait longer because we've got some fancy decorations, okay? Just enjoy the beautiful paintings. Put that back. Okay, we still got, here we go. We're gonna wash all the dishes, then we're gonna take double orders. We're taking double orders. Okay, what can I get both of you peeps? All right, we need 1 onion ring. All right, this is gonna work. I think I got this. Okay, boom, that's 1 order. Okay, another one. We need, and then a couple of tomato ones. All right, I'm just gonna do 1 tomato one for the moment. Here we go, full speed. We got to hurry. Oh, I can't deliver this one yet. No, I can't deliver that. Because you have to deliver them like in quick succession, otherwise they get mad. You can't just be delivering to 1 person. Okay, shoot. People are they're gonna get mad. No, I've made a mistake. No. No, shoot. I made sauce. I'm screwed. No. There. Okay, we're gonna die. This is it. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I made a mistake. I failed. Okay, I let him in. Thank goodness. Oh, they're gonna get mad. Here, take this food. Yes. Have those food. Okay. Oh no. We're running out of time. No, not the door. No. Oh, they're waiting. Oh my God. We're gonna die. This is it, my friends. I hope you enjoyed the stream, because we're failing now. It's too late. No. Why do y'all want all the fancy food? No. Okay. I can still do it. I can still do this. We've got time. Here we go. Okay. We're just gonna speed run this. Easy peasy. No, shoot. We need flour. There we go. Okay, we're gonna get this delivered. Bazinga. Here we go. These are the last 2 people. We got this. Y'all have some more time. I'm not taking y'all's orders yet. I'm not taking them. I'm gonna be washing. I'm washing. Here we go. Kit, thankfully you've already visited, so you shouldn't have to put that there anymore. You should be all good. You should be in the queue. No worries, no worries. All right, boom, easy. I'm gonna take one order. Nice. Okay, I should have gotten some stuff prepared. It's all right, it's all right. Now we got their orders. Oh shoot, I shouldn't have grabbed that plate. There's a mistake. There's a foolish mistake. What have I done? What have I done? Who have I killed? Okay, this is working perfect. Perfect. We clutched it. We clutched it. We survived. Day 7. Here we come. All right, what can I do for ya? All right, we got to get cooking and we got to be quick. This is a tough order. This is a tough order. This is a tough crowd. All right, we got to make a full salad and onion rings as well. Here we go. Okay, let's get the onion rings rocking. Here we go. Chop the onion. Slap it in the flour. Boom. Try to get a chop done before this burns. Nice. Okay, boom. Salad and onion ring. We got it. We got this. Nice. Okay. Boom. Oh, boom. And oh, shoot. I wanted to do a tiny bit of research. Let's see if we can we sneak this in? Yes. Yes. Sneak it in. Hurry, 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 hurry. It worked. Nice. Nice. We've done it. We did it. Sarah Johnson, what's up? How are you doing? Anne, are you actually interested in helping me out in this kitchen? Wait a second. That would be completely different. I was just trying to do some speed running. Maybe we've got to do another night of this and with like a fully stocked kitchen. But I think tonight I'm just going to be doing solo so that I can learn this game. Here comes the vote. Everybody gets to vote on this one. So either customer orders are not hidden when not nearby, or it adds olives and onions as a salad topping. Hey, thank you for the head pats. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Oi. So either you make it easier or you make it harder. It's one of the two. The one on the left is more XP. The one on the right is less people, so less visitors, but it'll make it way harder to cook. It'll make it way harder. I'm already almost dead. Y'all are gonna kill me if you give me the one on the right. If y'all give me salad toppings, that will be the end. I'm just telling you. They're hidden? How are they hidden? What do you mean? They're on the screen. They're on the screen. What's hidden? What? Also, thank you. Thank you, thank you. What's hidden? Also, how dare you try to bonk me? Hey! Don't bonk me. Oi! Binks, what did I ever do to get bonked? I didn't do anything wrong. Photographic memory. The orders are hidden? Huh? They're hidden? Are you kidding me? Did it say that they're... Wait. Let me check the active cards. Wait, how do I move these? How do I go down? Okay, onion ring, formal. Customer orders are hidden when not nearby. Oh, I have to remember all of them. Shucks. So I have to stay close to them if I want to see the orders. We're going to be toast. We're going to be freaking toast. Delicious toast. Yeah, and I just wanted to learn a tiny bit more about this game, and then I could be an even better chef. This is supposed to be my job. I'm not supposed to leave this area. I'm best in the kitchen getting food ready, and yeah, it's not good whenever I have to go outside. We got 3 dining tables. That's already too many. We actually haven't run out of counters. We don't need more plates. We don't need a mixer, and we don't need a combiner. What are we to do? This is a lasting mop. What is the lasting mop? Water remains longer. Hold this to clean spills instantly. Is this what I actually need? Managing spills doesn't seem to be an issue. And there's no decorations. There's no decorations to add. I wanted to make people more patient with me. Water makes you move faster too. Should I get a mop? Should I get a mop that I can just mop up stuff with? I guess I could every now and again just like zoom into there with a mop and just clean up as fast as possible. Like put the mop here. You could drop that and research something else. Like what? What should I research, Anne? Give me some tips. See, this is the stuff that I gotta learn. I gotta learn how to get good at this game, okay? A mixer. I don't think I can mix anything yet. This is chopping and hand stuff. The counter can be upgraded. What would the counter upgrade do? What does that do? I guess we could find out. Shall we? And I'll do the research at the end of the day. All right, everybody ready? Got your orders? We're gonna start up again. And the orders are hidden. Thanks. Our restaurant's gonna fail, and you know exactly whose fault it is. It's y'all's fault. Okay, here we go. I'm ready to cook up some grub. Here we go. This is how I die. 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 I'm gonna die here. I'm gonna die here. I'm gonna... let me cook the onion real quick. Here we go. Here we go. Boop, boop. It's too late now, Ann. Thank you for the suggestions, though. It's too late. My goose is already cooked. My goose is cooked. I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble now. All right, we got the food whipping out of the kitchen. Here we go, hot and ready. We got Sarah Johnson and Angel Froyo. Please enjoy your food. And of course, Linz, what can I get you? What can I get you? Sis, come on, hurry. Okay, we need a tomato salad. Tomato salad, and we need to clean up on the first table. Can I get somebody in there? Oh, wait, I'm working by myself. All right, here we go. We're gonna get this delivered. Clean off that table. Bada bing, bada boom. We got no mop, so we're gonna have to manage everything. JC Binks is here, as well as our friend Spectral Ground Lieth. Let me just move these dishes out of y'all's way. And if y'all can just wait for a moment, that would be so sweet. I just need to clean 2 dishes. So that's 1 and 2. Nice, nice, nice. All right, now I can take y'all's orders. And I'll take Shiny's order as well. All right, what do we need? Oh, double onion ring. I'm in big trouble now. Okay, this is a double onion ring order. Here we go. We're gonna schmoove on it. Schmoove. Am I too slow? Boom, we got the onion ring. Okay, thank goodness. Okay, this is a huge meal. Oh my gosh, can I cut in this corner? Yes, I'm cutting corners. Oh shoot, this is gonna be a hard order to get. I'm going. Please be patient. Thank you so much for being patient. Y'all are all fantastic patrons. Okay, it's a double onion deluxe. Yes, I remembered. Okay, can I take your order, Shiny? Welcome in. Okay, you want what? Oh my God. Hang on. What do you want? Okay, you want a full meal. Oh my gosh, a full meal right now in this economy, in this day and age? Please give me some time for just a moment. I am working as fast as I possibly can. Let me just chop up some delicious fresh onions real quick. Slap that in there. Boom. I'll cut a lettuce. Oh no, it's gonna burn. Boom. Okay, Shiny, I got your delicious food right here. And let me clean off a table. Okay, I gotta clean off a table before I leave. Floggy needs the order. Okay, it's just normal. Okay, boom. Table clear. Okay. Was it just... Does it have tomatoes? Does anybody remember if it has tomatoes? Oi. Where are my sous chef? Where are my sous chefs? No, I didn't move it. Here we go. I think it was just tomatoes. Oh, shoot. I've already cooked this. Okay, this way. Boom. Slap that on here. Boom, bam, bam, boom, boom. Okay, we gotta move. Okay, Tezuka's looking hungry. Looking very hungry. Oh, just some rabbit food. Excellent. Thank you for your orders. I'll be out there in just a moment. Let me just grab your salads here. There's nobody waiting. We're good. Okay. We just gotta wash one dish. And we'll be good. Man, we could use a mop right now. Okay. Slap that in there. Boom. And oh, I'll just take this out. Bon appetit. Hope you enjoy. Okay. Can I take your orders? All right. 2 regular looking salads. 2 regulars, except for one has tomatoes, right? 1 with tomatoes, 1 without, I think. Here we go. Here's 1 with tomatoes. No onion rings. I got you right there. Move this, and here we go. A couple of tomatoes. Boom, 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 boom. Easy. This is fine. I'm totally fine with not being able to see their orders. This works. My brain works like this. No, one's a normal salad. I'm dead. They're gonna be mad. Oh no, I can't prepare this right now. Oh, here I come. Hot and fresh, delicious. There you go. Nice. We made it. We did it. We passed the day. With the floors a mess. Oh no, I didn't do my research. No, I forgot the research at the end. No, I'll never know. Okay, maybe I'll survive another day. We'll see. Things are heating up in the kitchen. Sheesh. Okay, what options do we have? A gas limiter. Burns slower, but cooks 25% slower. Oh, summer wind snap. Thank you for the sips. I'll take one. Listen, cooking is thirsty work. Oh! How dare you? You almost made me choke. On my water. How dare you? That was supposed to be sacred. We got $200. We got a reroll, right? A microwave. What is this used for? When you have a pro chef, you don't have to prove anything. Activate to cook anything in a few seconds. Wait, cook anything? Could I microwave these onion rings instead? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You can you reuse dirty plates? No, you can't reuse dirty plates. That's disgusting. Pushing me out of my chair. You bet. Hey, I'll do anything to get y'all to order faster. You may need to actually get some food. Yeah. You've been playing games. Linz. Go get some food. Go get some food. We'll see you later. Go get some noms. Oi. Soggy onion rings. Yes, that'll ruin the crisp. That will ruin the crisp. I kind of want to try it though. Activate to cook anything in a few seconds, and I feel like it won't burn either. Let's move one of these stoves out of here. Let's buy the microwave. It's very expensive. I'm kind of curious about it though. I just want to try it. And it would help, right? It would help. We're going to try. I do not know if this cooks onion rings. We're going to run like 2 seconds of a practice day to see if it works. Cuz I've never tried this before. Yes, we're gonna run a practice day. Let's see how the onion ring mode works. Okay, so then you would still do everything. Slap that, boom, in there, and we have to close it. Okay, but it won't burn, right? It will not burn. Okay, well, this is convenient for the very fact that I don't have such tough timing. So that means that I could like prep an entire salad while that's cooking. That's not bad. That's not bad. I think that was a good choice. It's not like the best thing ever, but it should make it a little bit safer for me to schmoove. I also haven't bought the mop yet. The counter's in here waiting for research. We have $85 now. I say that we save and we upgrade our restaurant tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll have another fresh batch of goodies. All right, everybody do your breathing exercises. This is about to get intense again. All right, we're ready. I'm prepared. I'm in my Zen mode. I'm about to enter full salad mode. Here we go. Salad mode activate. Boom. Okay, we're preparing everything. Look, I don't need orders. Because I already know what y'all like. Nice, we got Luna by themselves. Perfect. See, look, now I can go boom, boom, leave it. Oh, wait, I gotta close it. I almost forgot. Yeah, you gotta close it, and then I'll leave it. Boom, I got you. And I'll clean up their table too, because we're gonna need this table. Clean this up. Boom, thank you for your order. Welcome in, faithful and rusty keys. Let me just do a little bit of work in here for just a second. Let me just get y'all food ready just in case that I get lucky and I guess what you want. All right, that's my guess. Let's go check what they actually want. Welcome in. What can I get you? A couple of salads. I see. I got you. Coming right up. Service with a smile. Here comes Pooh Bear. Boop. There you go. And there you go. What can I get y'all? All right. And I'll clean up that table whenever I go back out there. Boom, 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 boom. Here we go. All right. The finest salads in the land. I think only one of y'all wanted a tomato, right? I'm not sure. Dang. I don't remember. Oh, yes. I did remember. Nice. Enjoy. Let's clean off this place just in case. Excuse me. Coming through. Hot chef coming through. I'm going to give What Cappy just a minute. Sorry about that, What Cappy. Just wait there for just a moment. I'll be ready to serve you momentarily. Let me just get a little bit of cleaning done. I'm sure you understand. These are tough times. Got to run the whole thing myself. I'll be taking both of y'all's orders at the same time. So if y'all will just wait a moment, I will prep y'all. So, oh, I've got too many plates already. All right, here we go. Let me just prep a little bit of food for y'all. Oh, goodness gracious. This is a bad idea. This is a poorly formed idea because people are going to be waiting outside. I've got to clean off these as fast as possible. What can I get you? Normal salad. Oh, and there's that for you. There's this for you. Enjoy. Let me just clean up real quick. Leave all this poop on the ground. No reason to clean that up. Couldn't imagine. Let me just prep a little bit of food. Get everything ready. Y'all just wait a moment. Enjoy the music. All right, here we go. We'll get a couple of things prepped. Oh my gosh, people are coming in quick. Got some soapy salad. Yum, yum. Yum, yum. Oh, the tables are filled. I gotta take the single first. What can I get you? Oh, normal salad? I got you. What about y'all? Okay, 1 normal salad and 1 tomato. Okay, we gotta get people out of here. Oh, these might be our last orders. We might actually be good. Was that 2 tomatoes? Shucks, I don't remember. I'm just going to assume. Am I correct? Am I correct? Please tell. Oh, shoot. I got it wrong. We just need a normal one. Just a normal one. Just rabbit food. Rabbit food only. Here we go. Here we go. All right. All right. We're going to be fine. We're going to be fine. Everything's fine. Everybody calm down. Don't be nervous. Oh, we got a full meal. Nice. I get to use my onion ring that I made. Whoopee. All right. I got you, Eldritch Abomination. Enjoy. The full meal. That's the most fancy meal. It's the most expensive meal on the menu. So glad that somebody ordered it. Nice. Oh, I didn't do my research. No. I got to do my research at the beginning of the day. This is not good. This is not good. I'll never get it done. All right. $2 off of the onion rings. That's a $2 onion ring order. That's kind of realistic, right? Okay. This is our last day before y'all can screw me over. So I need to prepare breadsticks, something to snack on while you wait. It doubles their thinking time and patience. That's kind of good. Floor buffer. Everything is better if it's shiny. Increase movement and prevents spills. Prevents spills, huh? Wait a minute. You'd research the sink instead? The soaking sink? That's probably a good idea. Yeah, we could research a soaking sink. Yeah, because I think that just makes it so that it automatically... Oh, shoot. Hang on. We got to take this counter out. Then we put the sink in here. And that would mean, I think that they automatically wash 1 dish, if I'm not mistaken. Hey, Witchley boy, welcome in. Welcome to the Catboy Cafe. Can I take your order? Hang on. Let me see. Wait. Welcome to the Catboy Cafe. Can I take your order? Pickin'. What's your chicken? What can I get you? Hi there, welcome to the Catboy Cafe. Can I take your order? Would you like onion rings with that? Is this the game so far? It is. You can get a bunch of different foods, and it's like it's a roguelite game. So you see the top of my screen where all the the check marks are? That up there is like the progress of the restaurant. So each time that I get a star, it makes the game harder. It makes the game harder, and there's an actual end state. It's not just endless. You gotta get good. Oh, is the game fun so far? I'm loving it. It's fun with friends. It's fun solo. Like, this is good. Eldritch Abomination, do you need to actually get some salad and onion rings? Please do if you need them. See, like, if I make it past this next day, we're gonna make it to a star, and we're gonna upgrade to a 3-star restaurant, and that means that y'all can make it harder for me. Y'all will have 2 options. And also, if you want to visit the restaurant, just put !visit, and you'll be put in the queue. Welcome to Welcome to Good Burger, home of the Good Burger. Can I take your order? I love his voice so much. It's amazing. He's great as... That's the same guy that voices T-Bone and also the Invisible Boy in Mystery Men. It's so freaking good. Welcome to Good Burger. His voice, like roughness, is so interesting. I love it. Such an incredible voice. I love it. Okay, so we got our... I feel like we're good. I feel like we can survive this day, don't y'all think? We're expecting groups of 1 to 2 and 15 customers. Do you think that this Catboy can actually serve up 15 customers? Don't know. Okay, let me do my exercises. All right, we're warmed up. We're ready. Let's hit it. Let's start the day. In fact, watch this. I'm going to start the day strong with some research. Research. Hello? How do I research? I can't do it. It won't let me do it. Okay, research is broken. Maybe they have to be directly next to each other. I'm in big trouble now. All right, I see Linz is here. Linz, what can I get you from our fine establishment? Let me just slap an onion ring in here real quick, just in case that's what you're looking for. Oh, gotta close it. There we go. All right, Linz, what can I get you? this fine day? Ah, yes, an onion ring. I made one just in time for you. Just for you. Didn't know that you'd want it, but it was still for you all the same. And what can I get you, lovely people? A couple of full salads. Full salads coming right up. Fresh out the kitchen. Let me just get some tomatoes freshly chopped. We get these from local farms and gardens. Oh, shoot. Yeah, I got to slap this here. Grab this. There we go. There we go. We'll be dealing with the dishes shortly. But for now, we're just trying to get these orders out here. There we go. Can I clean up y'all's mess that y'all made? Yes, yes, yes. All right. We got to do some dishes real quick. Bonehead, please be patient with me. Please be patient. We will be with you shortly. There we go. We got, the tables are filling up. Okay, we can't be focusing too much on these dishes. This is too much work. Okay, let's see if we can get lucky. Let's see if we get lucky with a setup order. Okay, here we go, here we go, here we go. Okay, we're doing good, but we're gonna get people frustrated if we don't make room. We gotta make room. Oh, shoot! I made sauce. Okay, we gotta take these peeps' orders. Oh, you both run rabbit food. Excellent, excellent, excellent. We can fill those seats real soon. All right, and y'all are gonna want, what? Salad and a full meal. Oh, snap. Oh, snap, full meal. Oh, no, not the full meal. Why are you so hungry? Could I please interest you in something else? Is it two full meals? I don't remember. I don't remember. I know that one of them's a full meal. Okay, shoot, we're toast. There's no way. There's no way to do this. Oh, no. Oh, y'all want, okay, one full meal, one rabbit food. Okay, we can at least get this meal out there. Okay, shoot. No, I won't be able to clean their table fast enough. We're toast. We're toast. I can't clean it fast enough. They won't eat fast enough. Oh, no. Oh, no. Rabbit food. Ah, move out of the way. Okay. Oh, rabbit food, rabbit food. No. They're already mad. We're toast. We're toast. We made it pretty far. We did pretty good. We didn't do like any research. That's why we failed. We failed because we didn't improve. We didn't adapt. We didn't adapt, but we learned so much. We learned so much. It was an incredible journey, and you know what? I'm so happy that y'all were here for it. Listen, listen. It was an incredible try. Did you know that, like, 1 out of 3 restaurants fails in the first 5 years? Like, the stats are really rough out here. Listen, we did our best, and we made it further than we got before. Nice. We're getting better. We're getting better. All right? It's all about improvement. It's all about improvement. Don't be too judgmental of yourselves now. Y'all did fantastic. We made it all the way to level 3. Nice. Leveling up. I don't know what that does, but sounds great. We unlock pizza. We unlock pizza and a new setting and a new layout and a freezer. Wow. That's a lot of new stuff. I think that we gotta soup up our kitchen, right? We gotta make sure that we take full advantage of upgrades today. Yes, yes, we need upgrades. Upgrades, upgrades. You can't upgrade if desk is not near. Thank you, Angel Froyo. I made a mistake. I didn't know. I didn't know I was a fool. Looks like steak's off the menu. Looks like meat's back off the menu, boys. Let me give y'all a little pizza demo. Also, zombie food, what's up? How you doing? Oi, oi, oi. Welcome in, welcome in. Oh, just to remind everybody, if you weren't here earlier, I gave 2 little updates, 2 tiny updates to our stream. So for one, tomorrow we're going to be doing, finally, I'm going to be doing a movie night. We're doing a movie night tomorrow. We're going to be watching The Bad Guys together over on Discord. Sub Movie Nights return. And also, we're making a hottest characters in Disney tier list. So if you would like to submit the hottest Disney character that you know of, just go ahead, slap their picture and name into the Discord, and I would be happy to review them. I think we're going to review them on Wednesday, and I will roast all of y'all's opinions. Hopefully y'all enjoy that. So whenever I make a pizza, I'll run through that one more time so that I can practice, because it's tough. It's a tough job. Pizza requires a lot of prep. Like for pizza, you have to do the toppings before you cook. So it's a mess. You make dough, then you put oil, and then well, I can't get rid of this now. I'll just throw it in the trash. So you first knead the dough, then you put on the oil, and then you gotta put on the sauce, which requires a double chop, puree. I have a feeling that a mixer is what we need. Then you chop the cheese, put it in here, put it in the oven, close the door, and it'll burn if you don't pull it out. Obi-Wan's the hottest Disney character? JC, it has to be animated. I'm sorry. I was confusing. I was very confusing to you. But yes, it needs to be an animated character. Maybe we'll do live action later. We could do a Star Wars tier list. That'd be fun. I tried to warn you, but you're missing too much of chat. I'm sorry. This game's so hard. I was so focused on cooking. I was so focused. Experience grant. What is this behind me? What is this here? Experience grant. Ah. Experience granted for remote work. You've been granted experience that will be earned while playing in multiplayer sessions. Reach more upgrade cards to gain more experience. Wider sights for your restaurants. Return to headquarters. Oh, nice. So now I can earn experience if I play with friends. Dope. Dope. Okay, so what do we want to cook? What do we want to cook? You can't think of any hot characters? What? I've already got a list going. Listen, there's lots of hot Disney characters. I don't know what you mean. Also, welcome into the Discord if that's where you're headed, Angel. Everybody's welcome. We got places to post your animals that you take care of. We got places to post art that you make. Yeah. Everybody's welcome. Okay, so do we want to make pizza or salad? I feel like pizza, we're going to die. I feel like we die if we make pizza, which makes it a very tempting option. Very tempting. I feel like we got to get good, right? We got to get good at pizza, right? We can buy a mixer so that we can have like tomato sauce made automatically. I'm kind of tempted. And we've got a bunch of layouts. These are all in the country. Making some nice country fresh pizza. I'm trying to understand these layouts. This looks horrible. This looks good. This looks like a simple layout. I like this. I like that right there. Where do I hand in my job application? But the box in the storage room can be placed in the trolley thing. And then it'll join at the start of your day. So I can take this into the loading bay and it's a free item that I get. So you get to have 2 free items. This is a freezer. We don't need a freezer. I thought that this was a mixer. Yes, that's what I want. I want a mixer. I could freeze the pizza though. That wouldn't be bad because then you can save food between days. I like it. All right. We're going to make a fancy pizza and I'm going to try to freeze pizzas overnight. And if we can, now listen, they're going to give y'all options for toppings. Please do not add any pizza toppings. If you do that, I will die because you have to make the pizza with the toppings before you cook it. So I have to have like 2 different pizzas that I cook and I will die. So don't y'all dare. All right. Do we have a deal? Do I have a deal, friends? Okay. I'm going to trust y'all here. All right, I already know how to make pizza. I don't need any instructions. The Leaning Tower of Pizza. I'll think about restaurant names. We need a pizza name. All right, we got the mixer. Nice. I've never used one of these. We might need to do a little practice day so that I can try this out. So I can try this thing out. We got the booking desk. Okay, what is this here? Oh, it's the freezer. The freezer can be out of the way, but I need it to be like somewhat accessible. It looks like we're going to be delivering to down here. Let's see. Tables should be as close as possible, I feel. So maybe we remove this. This is going to be a little tight walkway, but I think it's worth it. And we're going to make this table a bit closer and remove a couple of chairs. Okay, this is very efficient. Very efficient for taking these orders. Here, boom. Okay, so if I was going to wash dishes, where would I want this set up? We only have 1 dish right now, 1 dish rack, so we're kind of toast. I'm going to think about this. Let's run a practice day. I want to see how this mixer works. Boop, boop. All right. We do not have to make any proper deliveries. I just want to see. So if I take the tomato, put it in the mixer, it'll automatically do it. Nice. Then we'll have sauce ready. So where would I want to make a pizza? Maybe right here? It's right next to the, we need to make a pizza down here. So maybe we'll switch. No. I need to switch the dish for this thing, I think, so that I can cook down here. This oil is such a pain because it has to be sitting somewhere. Dang, how am I going to do this? Then I have to walk all the way over there to get that. I feel like there's better ways to do this. All of this stuff needs to be close. Okay, let's end the practice mode. Let's make some adjustments. Yeah, so we need... Hey, Lucas, what's up? How are you doing? Lucas Sebastian. I haven't seen you in forever. Greetings from London. London, eh? Are you on a visit over to London? Or do you live there now? Dang, we need a Lucas update. How are you doing? It's good to see you. Good to see you. We're going to put the trash over here. We're going to put the trash over here. I think we're going to put the mixer maybe right next to the tomatoes. Maybe next to the tomatoes? We could, let's move this out of here. We don't need the research anywhere close. Oh, thank you for the visit. Yes, yes, yes. Everybody get in the queue. We only have 2 people in the queue right now. Exclamation point visit will get you in the queue. You have to do it each time that we start a new restaurant, AKA each time that I fail. It's y'all's fault though. And we're gonna move, we actually don't need dough too often. We do not need dough too often. I think I could put it up here. And maybe we'll move this here so that we can make the pizza here. The dishes are going to be a mess, though. How am I going to possibly do this? The plates can be alone because they don't need... Because you take... The pizza has like 4 pieces. Hey, Salty's here. How are you doing? Thanks for convincing me to buy this game. It's so much fun. Salty, what's up? What's up? I'm trying my best to do solo. I'm grinding solo so that I can be an incredible chef whenever we play it again, which should be as soon as possible. Thursday, question mark? That would be super fun. Oi, oi, Salty, how's your day going? I think we're ready. So we can always have tomato sauce. We'll always have tomato sauce ready. We can grab dough, knead it, slap on that, slap on this, and then we'll have to chop. We'll have to chop it down here. I think we're only going to be able to use one of these counter spaces as ready-made food. But we're just going to start out with pizza, so it should be easy. All right, exclamation point visits. If you want to visit the restaurant, we have 12 people in the queue right now, and we're about to start. Okay, let me just spiritually prepare myself for this. All right, I did my spiritual preparation. I think that we're ready. Just vibing, nice. Saturday vibes? I can't just be vibing on a Saturday. I gotta entertain because I was off yesterday. I was sick, shaking my head. And Lucas, you said you're visiting your cousin and her British husband. Ooh, you're going to a comedy show for one of your favorite comedians? Nice. And friend Diane Spencer. That sounds like fun. Comedy shows. I've only been to one, but I freaking loved it. It was for this for this guy named Cash Levy, who has a pretty funny podcast that I love. So I had to go see him live. It was really fun. I should go to more comedy shows. So many VIPs. I know, right? I'm so proud. I'm so happy. Look at all these lovely VIPs. We got Kim, we got Salty, we got Anne. Look at all these beautiful peeps. Oi! All right, now who wants a pizza? We're opening up the store. I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. Boom, 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 boom. All right, we got to get a pizza rolling because I already know what y'all want. I already know. Don't test me. We're gonna make 2 pizzas. It's gonna be genius. Watch this. Watch this huge brain activity. Bada bing. Okay, y'all are gonna wait. Oh, dang. Wait. I said huge brain. Y'all can be patient. Boom, boom. All right, cook this up, and I'm putting it in the freezer. We're genius. I'm a genius. Boom. Okay, I know what y'all want. Don't play coy with me now. I'll just give a little check. All right, 2 pizzas coming right up. Hot out of the oven. Bam. Bam. All right. I'm getting my achievements. I'm achieving things over here. Whew. Okay. Tomato. Oh, no. I didn't mean to grab that. Oh, no. Okay, tomato. Boom. 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 That was too much waiting time. Oh, shoot. I got to cut this. Okay. I'm going to slap this in here. I'm not going to close it yet. I'm going to grab this. Plate up. Okay, bon appetit. Oh, wait, I got to take your order, and I knew what you wanted. Nice. We're going to do some wishy-washy. Okay, we've got a pizza ready. This is a horrible walk to wash dishes. I'm going to have to fix that tomorrow. I got to fix that. That's really bad. Really bad walk here. Oh, snap! OT's here, yo! OT, how are you doing? Oh, I'm trying to cook. Oh no, I'm gonna die. KP, what's up? We got some pizza. Hot and ready. Oh no, dirty plate. Okay, cook that. Okay, boom, plate that up. Okay, hurry. They're starving, Marvin. We gotta clean up this place. This place is a travesty. Okay, boom. Okay, do some dishwashing. Da 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 da. Cat chef success. Oh, we did it. Oh, we did it. That was a full day. Oi, oi, oi. Well, well, well. That's you said what? That's literally slay as fire on God. Are you talking about my hat? Are you saying that this hat slays? I say, a fine enjoyer of outfits, are we? Very nice, very nice. The drip is real with this cat boy. Sorry. Here we go. Let's check. What can we get? A blueprint cabinet? Come on now. We don't need any of that. A counter, huh? Should we get research? We can't even afford this. Mushroom Gal, what are you trying to do to me? You can put the flour and interact with the sink for faster dough balls. What? You can put the flour and interact in the sink for faster dough balls. So you can put dough in the sink? That's amazing. If you get a second sink, optimal dough strat is to keep the oil in the sink so that you just need to take the flour to the sink, interact twice for instant dough. Interact twice for instant dough. Really? What? So you get another sink? I can afford it. I'll do it. I'm going to learn this strat. I'm going to learn this new strat that y'all are explaining to me. I'll make another spot here. We need double sinks. And you put the oil in the sink? Let me try this in practice. Let me try this strat. Okay, boom. Okay, so you're saying put the dough, like, prep it in the sink? Oh my God, that's instant. That's instant. So then you just go, like, oh! That's fancy. So you can go, so slap. Oh, hang on. I got to get good at this. Boom. We got a pizza pie. Okay, so you just go bop, 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 bop. There you go. That's nice. And I've got, I should be like working 24/7 with this. This should just be cranking the whole time. I know you can't see it behind my big chef's hat. Dang it. Should I move over to the other side of the game? It seems like less stuff goes on over there. Should I just move? Can I just flip this whole reference thing? Yo, let me flip. Boom. That looks awful. Never flip the Earl. Never flip the Earl. That's awful. Okay, here we go. I'm sorry y'all had to see that. Where should I sit? Wait, is this an actual day? This isn't an actual day, is it? I put on practice mode. This isn't an actual day, is it? Oh my God. Wait, I put on practice mode. Oh my God. Oh no, I'm dead. I'm gonna fail now. Dang it, we're gonna have to do this again. Crap. I do have a pizza in the freezer. Oh no, I'm toast. This is not good. Dang it, I made a huge mistake. I thought that I was on practice mode. This is so embarrassing. Also, a finished pizza looks kind of like a plate, if we're being honest. Okay, well, I mean, will we survive just based alone on the, slap that. Okay, well, we might survive. I'm pretty dubious of survival at this point. I'm not thinking we can do this. Okay, well, we do have 2 pizzas ready, I guess. Shucks, but I've got like extra pizza dough just laying around. This is horrible. Okay, well, we can plate up. Witchley boy, I know what you want. Take that. Okay. Pizza. Who wants some? Wow, we actually survived. This is a miracle. This is a freaking miracle. We did it. That was so easy. No practice necessary. Look at that. I was giving myself a tiny bit of a handicap just for fun. Oh, I got to take your order. Boom. Take that. We literally did it. What the heck? I was trying to learn a dough strat today. But we won. Let's go. I'm too good at this game. Don't make it harder for me, please. We did it. Okay, we're cooking with gas now. We just got lucky. Oh my gosh. I was just practicing some dough ball techniques. Ooh, some more plates might do nicely. Some 8 plates. You put it in practice mode. I feel like I just pressed the wrong button. I went down to practice mode and I should have pressed X, but I pressed Y, and Y is like ready up. I made a mistake. I know what I did wrong. So should we buy more plates? Irony is that I had cheese pizza for lunch. That's not ironic. That's just a coincidence. Oh, well. You're being summoned by your siblings to also play PlateUp. Hey, enjoy playing. We'll see you later, Blue Jay. Enjoy, enjoy. Interact twice with the sink and the oil. Yes, it's so good, Froyo. It's so good. You saved my life. How to save a life. All right. We're going to cook up some more grub. Some more delicious grub. So, what should I add? We could add another counter. I feel like there's like no counter space in here. We're honestly a bit cramped in here. I could put the freezer over here. We could put another counter for dirty dishes right here, maybe. I guess. We've already got one puree master. We got the puree master here. We can make food super fast in the sink by putting oil there. And that gives me a free counter space here. Gives me free counter space for prepping. Well, I guess this might work. We should get a research table. It's $10 to re-roll, and I think it's $60 for a research table, so we can't afford it. Let's go one more day. Let's get a star, and then I will adjust to that star with all the money that we make. All right, exclamation point visit if you want to visit. And I guess we're gonna get cooking. I didn't have anything in the freezer, so we're kind of in trouble. All right, so we put this here, boom, boom, boom. All right. Let's get this rock in here and get the cheese ready. All right. It's a bit of a walk. Not incredible strats, but it's okay. Okay. Nice. Get this puree. Boom, boom. Okay, boom. Nice. Let's get this delivered just really quick. Let's get these peeps out of here. Bon appetit. I hope you enjoy. And I'm going to start cooking the next pizza. Next pizza. Hit him with the next episode. Boop. All right. I got to make sure that it doesn't burn, though. Oh. Pizza's ready. Let's finish washing the dishes. Boom. Okay. Another dish. All right. We'll get this order out. Bon appetit. Enjoy the pizza. Here you go, my sweet friends. Thanks for dropping junk on the ground. I appreciate it. It looks beautiful. You know that I love it like that. All right, we'll get pizza for these two fine friends. We got Lady Pink Monster and Rusty Keys looking for some pizza, no doubt. I'm going to give y'all just a moment. Let me get some dishes done in here, and I will be sure to take your order shortly. Nobody waiting at the door, thank goodness. That's what always gets me. It's always the rush to open the doors fast enough. All right, nice. Couple of tables clean, and boom, and boom. All right, we're going to need to cook another pizza in a minute. Let's hit him with the dough strats, boop, and oh, let's get the tomato rolling. You want some pizza? Ah, I knew it. You seem like you were in a pizza mood, what, Cappy? Here we go. I'm always ready. I'm always ready to be serving it hot and delicious. Oh, I think we made it through the day. Dang it, I never made a second pizza. That would have been smart. Dang it. I should have put one in the freezer. I should have known that was going to be easy. I got to keep ahead of y'all. I got to keep ahead of chat and y'all's votes. Oh no, food burns 100% faster or adds chopped onions as a pizza topping. So either a single topping add, which sounds awful. Oh, you said flour, interact twice with the sink with the oil. You're doing the roundabout way? Okay, so you say you get flour. And so if you interact with the oil in the sink twice, then it automatically does it? Are you kidding me? Really? I'm going to try that in practice mode. This time I'm actually going to turn on practice mode. It's going to happen. Chopped onion and cheese pizza. Onion on cheese? That's pretty good. I like onions on my pizza. Are there any other onion haters in the chat? All right, y'all are voting for how much pain I'm gonna get. Thanks a lot. I'm so glad to know that y'all feel like this, that you want to make me suffer. Appreciate it. Golly gee makes a streamer feel good to add some chopped onions. Thanks a lot. Great. Now we got boxes. Thanks. Now we got onions. Onions that need chopping. Excellent. Perfect. Well done, everybody. Let's move this out of here. Let's put the onions in the corner. We're gonna have to keep an onion pizza ready at all times now. Thanks. And now all the menus are gonna be complicated. How dare you? Onions are okay sometimes. I'd agree with that. I don't eat onions all the time. Y'all see anything good in here? See anything good in these things? Maybe research desk? We could get more plates, though. We could get more plates, but honestly, I don't think that getting more plates would help. If anything, it might make me less focused on cleaning dishes, which I need to stay focused on, unfortunately. I think I'm going to need a research desk to survive. I have to have one. Am I on it? Yes. Okay, we literally have to research things if we're going to succeed at this game. So we need to get researching. What are we going to research, though? We got to research, let's see. We could improve the... We're not even using a burner. We could improve the counter, I guess. I guess that's not what I need, though. Shoot, let's re-roll. This is the first time I've re-rolled. Okay. Let's see if we can get something for... Shoot, there's nothing. Wellies, move slightly slower and ignore messes. So you're slow all the time. Trainers, move faster, but it's lost whenever you're walking through water or mess. Napkins, prevent mess when placed on table. That's interesting. We can't afford any of this.
Dang, what are we supposed to do? Downvote. Did my YouTube video just get downvoted? How'd you know I was going to make this into a YouTube video?
Chat is not allowed to downvote until I post it on YouTube. Shaking my head. Shaking my head. What are we downvoting the rerolls? No rerolling. That's cheating. You're not allowed to adjust what you're supposed to use. You have to use the blueprints. Oh, an upvote. Nice. Learning to beg is all part of being a YouTuber, right? Okay. Speaking of begging, I beg y'all to come to my restaurant. Exclamation point visit. Here we go. Here we go. Now double the interaction.
Yes. Now you can do downvote and upvote.
That helps out creators. Make sure that you downvote, upvote, share, comment, and subscribe. Here we go. Here we go. I'm scared to death. Here we go. We're supposed to interact like this. That is genius. Absolutely genius. Put the cheese down, young man. Young man, unhand that cheese.
Don't touch the cheese with your filthy fingers.
Oh, shoot. No cooking with no pizza in the oven. What can I get y'all? Oh, great. Onions. Fantastic. Exactly what I would like to give you. Oh, how did you know? How did you know exactly what I wanted to create for you? Now I have to cook. No! Don't chop that. Chop this. And then let me chop this. All right. We got to get a mushroom pizza. I mean, an onion pizza made. Stat. This is horrible. Where am I going to keep this thing? I don't have room to keep 2 pizzas. This is awful. This is awful. All right, Luna and Salty. I got your fancy freaking pizza right here. There you go. What do you want? Onion pizza? Actually, no worries. We got enough pizza for everybody. Here you go. Boom. Okay, we got to clean up around here. We need more room. Let me through the door. Okay, KP, you're still ordering. You know what? Take your time. Take your sweet time. Tell me lies. Tell me sweet little lies. I'm just going to be cleaning up in here. You know what? Just be nice and patient, just like I know you are. We still got plenty of pizza. No matter what they order, we're good. So I don't need to make more. I need to focus on cleaning. Here we go. All right. We got peeps coming in. What can I get you? Onion pizza? No problemo. No problemo, friend. Let me just load it up here. Boom. Enjoy. And you, both onion. Oh my God. How did you know exactly what I didn't want you to do? How did you know? Listen, they always know. Chat always knows. Here we go. All right, I gotta cook another onion pizza. I hope that y'all are patient. Where are my onions? Oh, here they are. All right, chip, chop, chip. Oh, shoot. Oh my God. I still need to fix it so that y'all can see more of the screen. All right, they're gonna get mad outside if I don't hurry, but we're good. Okay, shoot. Plate it up. Place it. Plate it. Here we go. Delivery for table. Enjoy. Dinner for 2. Okay, we should be good. This is the last order. Nice. Okay, what do you want, Witchley boy? What can I get you? Onion? Nice choice. Okay. We gotta do research too. Shoot, this is not gonna be good. I can't do research. I didn't put anything in there. No! Onion pizza. Grab it. Into the freezer. No! I want to put in the freezer. Dang it. This chef's failing in all respects. I'm toast. I'll never survive. I'm gonna die. Oh no. Oh no, this VTuber's gonna die. Okay, I'm just gonna be peeking up over here so that y'all can see me cooking in the kitchen. It'll be perfect. Hey, thanks for the follow, Space Coyote. Nice to meet you. Well, welcome to my store. If you would like to visit, ! Visit. Please come and order all the food. I made you something if you want to see it. Oh! And what are you trying to show off after stream, huh? Huh? You trying to distract me? Rolling pin. That's worthless. Worthless. We don't need that. We need another counter, don't we? Don't we need a counter for another pizza? Yes. We're going to keep another pizza sitting up here the whole time. The whole time. The pizza will sit here and the pizza will sit here, I guess. I'm not sure. Okay. A dining table research? What should we research? We could get a soaking sink. No plates. No platage. We got plenty of... Pick up the sink. There we go. We're going to research sinkage. It'll make it into a soaking sink, and we will be so happy. We'll be so happy. I'll have a big grin. I'll have a caddish expression. My teeth will be extra sharp. Absolutely rancid vibes. Pizza was cold. Also, I saw a rat under that chef's hat, but I got my food. Not the raccoon-y. Not the raccoon-y. Listen, just because I have a raccoon tail doesn't mean that I have a real raccoon under my hat. Oh my God. I'll make more if you like it. Okay, let me... dang it. Dang it, Ann. Why you gotta be showing me things during stream? Okay, let me see. Oh my God. And this is amazing. This is amazing. Kenny got a squirrel under that hat. That's exactly right. Don't you know what my mascot is? I should put a literal squirrel underneath this hat, and y'all can take off my hat and it shows the squirrel. Just for this one game, is that worth the effort? Is it worth the effort to put a squirrel underneath my hat so that y'all can pull it off? Hey! Ew, it touched me! Hey! That gnome touched me! I'm down too low. I'm too low to the ground. The gnome poked me with his hat. That's disgusting. Ew, I got gnome germs all over me. Okay. Are y'all ready to get fed? Who's ready to get fed? ! Visit if you want to visit. But you don't have to do it every time. You only have to do it once per restaurant. So if you already did it for the pizza shop, you're already good. We never named the pizza shop. What do we name it? Let's see. Pizza, we could say like maybe like hey! Oh! That gnome came up quick. I didn't like that. Did not like that. Don't you dare. Feed me, Seymour. Hot and slicey. Ooh. Hot and slicey, huh? I like that. Hot and slicey. Have we got any other good names? Slice of life. I like that. Hot and slicey. That's gross. That's gross. Too spicy. Too spicy for me. We don't even have jalapenos for the pizza. How hot can it be? Oh. All right, we're gonna go with that. Hot and slicey. Perfect name. Okay. Speedrun begin. We got this. Boom. 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 Okay. Maximum speed. Shoot. Dang it! Why do I always grab that? I need to switch them. They're too confusing. All right, we got Bonehead and Faithful. Okay, we're gonna get this pizza cooking. Boom, 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 and boom, boom, boom. Scoobity boop, scoobity boop, scoobity bop, skibbity bop, scoobity bop, biddle bop, biddle bop. Perfect. Cook it up. All right. Get some of this plated. Oh, I gotta be fast. Ah! Don't burn the pizza. Oh, that was close. Okay, we'll get a slice of each. Here we go. Here we go. Water break. Water break right now during business hours. Are you kidding me? Oh, wait. We gotta get the onion. Onion. Do not forget the onion on your pizza. Here's your onion pizza. Enjoy. All right, Ann, what can I get you? Normal pizza? Thank you. Perfect. Perfect. All right, we got to do some cleaning. All right, they can wait outside for a second. They'll be fine. They'll be fine. Y'all will be fine. Everybody's fine. We need this soaking sink so bad. I have to do my research today. They're still thinking about their order. Excellent. Very clean. Looks like we've maybe got 2 more sets of people that are coming in. All right, I'll plate up some pizza just in case. Boop, boop. All right. Everybody's nice and patient. The place is a mess. The place is disgusting, let's admit it. 2 normie pizzas, nice. Normie pizzas, here we go. Okay, I'm gonna have to give like Cosmic Biscuit and What Cappy a bit of time. So y'all are just gonna have to wait for a second because I gotta cook up a pizza for tomorrow. Okay, can y'all wait? Can y'all wait for just a minute? Promise, I'll be done in a minute. Oh, we got a whole nother set of people. Oh no, Salty's coming. Salty's coming, we gotta impress. We gotta impress. Let me make a spot for you, my good man. My good man, my good alien.
My sweet alien. My sweet, sweet baby alien. There you go. There's plenty of room up there.
We probably don't need all these plates. This is unnecessary. Okay, can I like do research really quick before I take y'all's orders? Y'all wouldn't mind, would you? This is just a little bit of market research. This is not what you're supposed to be doing during work hours. I'm just doing some work, okay? Give me a break. Okay, 1 of each? I got you, I got you. Okay, I gotta make sure that I put that pizza on. Okay, boom, boom. What can I get you, Salty? Normal pizza? Perfect, perfect. Actually, not perfect. That's an awful choice. How dare you? Hang on. Ooh, 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 ooh. Nice. Full pizza done. Okay, we're gonna try to make another pizza before the day's over. Okay, Salty, you can wait, right? You can wait, right? You'll be patient, right? Please be patient. I'm just gonna cook some onion. Onion, onion. Okay, boom. Cook that up and get a plate ready for you. Boop. Okay, here we go. Into the freezer. Boom. No, not the whole pizza. No, 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 no extras. No extra food for you. You take that. You take that and enjoy that.
Yes. Yes, my child. I hope you enjoyed your pizza. Your delicious, fresh pizza.
You're patient? You are indeed. What a patient boy. What's it gonna be? The votes begin. Well, well, well. How do y'all want to make this game harder? Either we can be formal or exclusive. It's up to y'all. It's free to vote. It's at the top of the screen. It's in the chat, blast it all. Go ahead, make your choices. Either we focus on high standards and the customers will expect that exact thing as well. Or we'll be exclusive, focused on making them happy before they even get inside the restaurant. It's a tough decision. I wouldn't want to be the one to make this. Also, I'm supposed to sip. Thank y'all very much for giving some water to the chef. Delicious. What are y'all thinking? What are y'all thinking? Just sitting here, waiting for annihilation, waiting to be annihilated by your votes. Oh my gosh, these are so many votes. And we have 20 people in the queue. Let's go. This is awesome. Hey, how dare you? How dare you, bonehead? Do not bonk the Earl. Do not bonk the Earl.
Don't you know that that's illegal? Do not bonk the Earl. He will get you.
Here we go. All right, that's looking like a kitchen. Looking good. Should we put the herringbone pattern in here? Oh, that's nice. Oh, beautiful. We got the soaking sink ready. Oh, wait. No, this is different. This is different. Power jet, double the water speed, but cannot provide water for recipes. Well, we don't have any water for recipes. Hey! One topic, what? What? One topic with a gifted sub? Dang! How dare you? Oi, oi, oi. Oh,
sub to Salty the Alien.
Thank you so much for the gifted sub for Salty. Dang. Dang. We got the Salty Fund. Shucks. Thank you, OT. What the heck? What the heck? Too generous. Too generous. Now I'm mad. Now I'm mad. Enjoy your sweet, sweet, delicious ad-free viewing, Salty. Thank goodness. Thank goodness chat wouldn't do it, so OT did it. Hey! Hey! Don't bonk me on the head, god dang it. God dang it. You better keep that bonking hand away from me. Why there's so many things everywhere? Why are they all spread out? Shoot, what are we supposed to buy? We need some tips. We need some tips from the professionals. Oh, we got so many bonks and headpats today. Y'all, that's so confusing. I don't know what to think. Don't get that gnome near me. He just rustled near my beard. Gross. Gross. He knocked down a few hairs. Indoor fountain. Very fancy. Very fancy. Gross. Should we buy this at $60? $60? What about a power sink? This will actually help us. Who cares about plants? Who cares about plants? Oh, wait. But this'll replace one of the sinks. Fiddlesticks. Why did I buy another sink? I'm a fool. I'm a fool. Hey! Stop doing that. Stop putting those here. Hey, OT. Stop. Stop. Hey! Hey! Stop. I need more of a cooldown on all of that. All of that needs a better cooldown. Stop! OT, thank you. Stop. Stop. Y'all are the worst. This is too much. Stop! I can't emotionally vacillate between all these options. This is horrible. We could take the sink and store it at the research desk. Perfect. No, you can't. You can't. No. What do I do with the power? I want the power sink. I want it. I want it. I need it. I need it. The fancy sink. This is my dishwashing sink.
Nice.
It's perfect. Woo! What would a jump scare be in this game? What would it count as a jump scare? Just put a sink in here. You know, if you gotta wash your hands during research, wash your hands of the matter. We can't buy anything else. A brand mascot, the friendly face who runs the place. You guys, I think we're gonna die. I think we're gonna perish. This is how we die. I haven't gotten anything good. No, the only thing that I've got is a sink. I'm not even sure how it works. I'm gonna test out the sink just real quick. Do you want to practice a day before opening day? You bet I do. Let me just do a hot and slicey. So I'll still put it here and go bam, bam. And then for dishes. Oh, that's for cleaning dishes, shucks. I'm not going to be able to test that without doing a whole meal. Oh, I don't want to cook a whole meal. Forget this. No practice necessary, okay? I'm a no practice cat. This is all right off the top. Right off the top. Watch me spit. Here we go. Okay. Maximum speed. Everybody ready? Got your orders? Make sure that you download the app. Download the app so that you can order even faster. Here we go. Here we go. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. Boom. 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 All right. We're already at high speed. We're already at high speed. Let me just cook up a normal meal. Normal pizza? All right. Y'all can wait there for a second, right? I'm just going to get some other stuff done. Boom. 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 Okay. Normal pizza. We'll put it down here. We'll plate it up just by one, and then slap this out of the... Okay, boom, boom, boom. Okay, I'm just getting like double prepped. Double prepped. Now we got a whole nother pizza ready. Pretty much. Okay, normal pizza. I got you. I got you. Here we go. Nice fresh pizza, no onions. Pizza, no onions. That's right, correct? All right, we got a couple of types. We got a normal one, and I'll plate you up an onion one. Onion. Onion, onion. Here we go. There you go. Enjoy, enjoy. Oh, that's fast. That's fast. I like that. I wish that we could make the dishes slightly more automated, but you know what? I'll take the power sink. It's better than nothing. King, you can just wait for a second. Let me just take care of these dishes. Pooh Bear's in the kitchen, cooking up trouble.
Oh, bother. So many orders, so little time. I'm used to being nice and relaxed, chilling in the 100-acre wood with Christopher and the gang. But now, I've been forced to go into labor so that I can get some money to pay my taxes. I don't know who thought the taxes in the woods would be a good idea. How dare you? No, hang on. I'll get your order. Piping hot, delicious pizza. Just for you, for me, for everyone. Here, take this. Enjoy. Bon appetit. Yes.
Here we go. Here we go. Like one more order. One more order. This is going great. Going great. Do y'all both want... If y'all both want onion, I'm in trouble. Oh, wait. Nice. No onion. No onion. No onion. We got it. The plates are clean. There's just poop all over the floor. No worries. Witchley boy is in here. Okay, I got to serve up quick. We got to serve it. Oh, shoot. I can just serve it right now. Okay, one piece. Here we go. One Piece, episode 100. Coming up. Coming right up. Here we go. Boom. And boom. Okay, I don't want to take your order. I don't want to take your order. You can wait for a second. I need to get some dishes done first so that zombie food can get in here. Actually, no, that's Witchley boy and zombie food. Oh, it is zombie food. Okay, welcome in. Welcome in. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Service with a smile. Here we go. Boop, boop. Okay, I gotta cook another pizza for tomorrow. I should have time. Okay, I got one more onion piece. Please don't need onions. No, one of them wants onions. This is not good. If you need onions, zombie food, I'm in big trouble. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. No, how dare you? How dare you? Not the onion pizza. Shucks. I'm in trouble now. Oh dear. How am I gonna get my double pizza done? Here we go. All right. Onion pizza's done. Okay. I still need to cook an extra one. Oh, here we go. Where's my, okay. The dough's up there. Boom. Boom. Okay. I'm gonna make another onion one. We should have time. Yes, we've got time. This is perfect. Okay, how do you like this? Can we do it in time? Watch this. Boom. And boom, boom, boom. It's ready. And we don't need to do any research. We did it. Easy. Nice. Okay, everything's going great. Gotta get some money for that honey. Sheesh.
I've got to get some money for that honey.
All right, it's time for y'all to vote again. Here we go. Is it going to be individual dining? So only singles. Only single dining. That sounds tough, actually. It's better to have 2 people at some of these tables. Or add chopped mushrooms. No, not another pizza type. Please do individual dining. Oh, no. Oh, no. They both only add XP, but they both make this harder. Either I have to serve people faster and I'll need another table, or I die because I'll have another pizza type. Okay, there's your 2 options. Do you want death or not? Come on. You can't be flip-flopping on the issue. You got to pick right now. All right. What's it going to be, gamers? Hey, Space Coyote, it's nice to meet you. Thank you so much. I think that you did a follow earlier, if I'm not mistaken. Thank you so much for that. I'm glad that you're enjoying the absolute madness. The absolute madness of me cooking in this kitchen. I'm trying to do my best. Are you going to visit? Are you going to visit and get some pizza yourself? Wait, which one did y'all pick? Oh, shucks. I didn't even notice. Y'all picked onion. Oh, wait, no, we already had onion. Y'all picked individual dining. Oh my gosh, y'all saved me. You saved me. Bless you all. Bless you all in what you've done. What you've done for me, I can't overestimate what you've done for me. Thank you so much. You've saved my restaurant. My restaurant is saved. Okay, what do we got? Got options to vote extra with channel points. I know, right? Extra channel points. And I think it's trying to do biddy votes, but I don't think you can do that anymore. We could get another counter and put it right here. That would help. Or we could get another dining table. I feel like with individual dining, we're going to need another table. I'm pretty convinced of it. Pretty convinced that we're going to want this room to be filled with people waiting. Also, if they're going to be single eaters, could I make a table here in this corner? No, that's going to block the way. I can't do that. I can't do that, but I can force them to sit in a certain chair. Because it's always going to be single diners. It's always one person. Okay, we could put another one here. Let's see. Maybe, well, we can't block the window. We have to make it to the window. But this could technically be lower. It'd be a bit of a tight fit, but I think it might help. Oh, the door's up here though. Nah, I don't want to mess this up. I don't want to make this uglier for myself. All right, this person will always sit, let's make them always sit here at the top. All right, I think this will work. 3 tables, we zoom in here, and then we can come right back in here and do wishy-washies. We got $107, so what could we upgrade? Specials menu. Place on a table to reset order. That's tempting. That's tempting. We could force people to not order things. It says it resets the order. It doesn't necessarily make it different. Teleports item to other dumb waiters. So we would have to have 2 dumb waiters, and then we could teleport stuff around. I feel like there's a lot of strats in there. I'm not sure if I could do it though. Yo, Mercs! Good to see you. Oi, can we get some blankies in the chat? Mercs! It's been forever since I've seen you. How are you doing? Oi. Excited about the Disney tier list, are we? Well. Mercs, if it isn't you. Thank you so much for the Prime. Oh my goodness. How are you doing? 16 months? Shucks. I didn't know that we'd be hanging out that long. Goodness gracious. That's quite a spell. Quite a period, if I do say so myself. Ooh, what should we do? Since when is Kenny a VTuber? Since my face got sunburned and I look awful. But, I'll probably do another cam stream soon. I think for the tier list, we might do a cam so that you can see my shame. I think it's only fitting. I'm not sure. I haven't decided. But I'm not gonna just do VTubing, but for now I will. For now, because it's super fun and I can wear chef's hats. Makes you feel old? Oh, good. I'm so glad that you feel old, Mercs. That's wonderful. You're at least 16 months old. No age talk in chat. And I'm going to... Maybe I should get plates. Just have more plates. I don't feel like we've run short on plates, though, but we're about to have 3. We're about to have 3 tables running. Shoot, I'm so indecisive. I'll get back to you on that. I'm gonna take the plates. I'm taking the plates. And we'll put the extra plates out of here. I want them gone. Remove them.
Remove the plates. The plates are no longer necessary. We do not need them. We do not want them.
The massive plate stack is ready to go.
All right, I think that we can survive this, right? Right? It's just individual diners. We just got to do speed run. All right, y'all ready for this speed run? Whew, let me just warm up my hands. Here we go. It's been so long. And then there are so many people that have been here longer than you. It's true. We got a lot of peeps that have been sticking around here forever. Absolute staples of the community. The longer that people stay here, the more that it's just like, we just got such a nice group of friends that we can just chill with anytime. So much fun. So much fun. Oi, and Mercs, are you going to be here for the subscriber movie night? Are you going to be here for it? All right, here we go. Remember, everybody can put !visit if you want to visit. And here we go. Here we go. Chef Earl going full speed. Okay, full speed. I already made a mistake. Bam, bam, bam. Okay, this is already going great. We're just going to get this cooked up. Pedro, welcome in to Hot and Slicey. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Welcome in. Can I take your order? Normal pizza. You will not believe what just came right out of the oven. A nice normal pizza just for you. Let me grab you a slice. Yeah, unfortunately, we're going to have to deliver food very quickly now because otherwise people are going to get mad and the place is going to get like all blocked up because everybody's going to be ordering in singles. So we gotta wash like in time. In fact, okay, you can wait for a second. Let me just wash up these dishes. Boom. What can I get you? Normal pizza? Coming right up. A hot slice. Pick up the plate. Okay, here we go. Delivery for you. Boop. Cosmic biscuit. What can I do? All right, onion. Sounds good. Let me just get you a slice right here. Bada bing, bada boom. The kitchen's so spread out right now. Okay, we're gonna need to start cooking another pizza. Well, let me just clean off these places first. All right, Kim, if you can just wait for a moment, I'm gonna start prepping a pizza. I'm sure you understand. Boop, boop. All right. Boop, boop, beep.
Oh, wait. I think that you mean the song that goes boop, ba, ba, beep, beep, boop. Beep, beep, ba, boop, beep.
All right, I'm gonna take your order while I'm cooking a pizza. It's getting risky out here. What can I get you? Okay, onion. I got you. Oh no, we got too many pizzas. Flying around. All right, here we go. We got to clean out these places because people are gonna get mad. All right, normal pizza and onion pizza. I got you. Here we go. Plate it up. Boom, boom. Here we go. Full speed. It's going great. Why do you ask? Here we go. Normal pizza for you, Luna. Gotcha. Here we go. Zoop. There we go. We're almost to our last customer. Whew. Here we go. Okay, let's just do some washing real quick. Some wishy-washies. All right, we got Mushroom Gal and Blue Jay here. What can I get y'all? Normal pizza and onion pizza. Ooh, shoot. I was supposed to make another pizza today. That's hot. Okay, there you go. Boop. Okay. Let me just get y'all's orders. And I need to give King somewhere to sit. Yeah, you sit down. I'm going to just be cooking pizzas in the back. No, Pink Monster's also here. There's so many singles. Why are y'all all single? No. Oh. Okay, I'm just going to prep this just in case. Boom. Okay, we got these 2 onion pizzas just in case that it's an onion. But I need to prep a pizza no matter what. Bam, bam. Bam. Okay. There's that. We need cheese. Okay, normal pizza. We need a normal pizza just in case. All right, I'm going to take your orders. Oh, no, don't turn it on. Put it in. Okay, here we go. What do we need? Onion and onion. I got you both. Oh, no, shoot, it's going to burn. It's gonna burn. Oh, we got it. We got it, and we saved it. Oh, nice. We saved a pizza for tomorrow. Incredible. Incredible. Nice, nice, nice. We're gonna survive. We got this. We got this. Why am I single? If I had $1. Now listen, I'm not your aunt. I'm not your aunt. I'm not your grandma. I just mean while y'all eating alone, okay? That's why. That's my secret. I'm always single. This really turned around. No need to wash dishes. Build up everybody's immune system. I know, right? Yeah, it's the food junk will make your immune system stronger. That's why we also use the most high quality pond water. Pond water, nice and fresh. It's delicious. Don't be silly. I think it has a lot more vitamins and minerals that way. And also some protein. There's some protein included in the water here. A portioner automatic performs something on things placed in front of it. So this will like automatically put like tomato sauce on stuff? Shoot, I don't know if I could use this right now. This sounds too complicated. I don't know if I can take any more complication. Should we upgrade a counter or a dining table? I'm not sure what they do though. I'm not sure what the upgrades are, but we could test them. We could test them and try them. Which one's more interesting? A counter or a dining table upgrade? I feel like dining table is going to make them more patient, and counter is going to make everything go faster, like chopping. I almost feel like a dining table would be more useful, right? I don't know. Our restaurant's already kind of packed. It's kind of packed in here. We could save our money, but what would we be saving it for? Portioner automatically slices the pizza for you. Ooh, that sounds kind of nice. I wonder where we would put it, though. Where would we put it? Well, for one, this has been a travesty ever since we made this restaurant. I need to put, I needed to put those right next to one another for ease. Oh my God, it's so hard to move stuff in here. There we go. See, now I can grab these faster. But where would I even put, I could put the portioner right here. Ooh, let's try it. Let's try it. We like new technology here. We like new technology. Look at that. Fancy pantsy. Just put a pizza right here and it slices it into pieces. Perfect, perfect. All right, all right. The restaurant should be called Single No Mingle. Yeah, we could call it Single Slices. How about that? Single Slices. It's, listen, this is one of those restaurants where you can only dine alone. We can only dine alone now, all right? I don't want y'all mingling too much. All single, no mingle. No mingling. Y'all better eat your food and get out of here. We got a lot of people to feed, all right? Listen, I don't want to be cold with y'all, but listen, we can't just have y'all lollygagging. No, what's it called? What do they call that whenever you just hang around a location? No loitering. That's exactly right. No loitering. No talking. This is a silent restaurant. Yo, it's Super Antlers. Oh my God. Oh my God, it's Super Antlers. Oi, oi, congratulations. Congratulations, Super Antlers. Welcome into Totally Human. Welcome in, welcome in. I'm so glad. I'm so glad. Oi, oi, oi. You know that I'm vouching for Super Antlers. You know I got to vouch for my British homie. How are you doing? Oi, oi. Thank you for the raid. I so appreciate it. Nice to meet everybody. Hi. We're doing some cooking. We're doing some cooking. I'm cooking solo over here. I'm trying my best to serve out these dishes. And everybody in the chat can visit my restaurant too. It's so much fun. Mystic Sin, it's nice to meet you. Hi there, Apollo Wub. Also, thank you for the follows, CJ and Mystic. Dang, thank you so much. Welcome, welcome. Hi, my name's Earl. I'm a Catboy VTuber. Sometimes I show my face. You never know. Oi, Super Antlers, how was the stream? Let me see. Did we get a shout out? Oh snap, I don't think that we did. I'll hit you with that shout out. Oi, y'all, everybody go check out my friendo Super Antlers. They just joined the exact same stream team that I'm on. Hey, no bonking this chef. You know how I feel about that. Boom, Super Antlers. Y'all should go check them out playing Dead by Daylight. Dang, I forget, you play Survivor, right? I hope you survived all of your rounds, my friend. Welcome in. But yes, I know that it's late for you. So if you need to get some sleep or some food, please do. Please do. But yes, I welcome you into the team. I'm so glad. I'm so glad we can be down for more games in the future. I'm excited. Oh, you play killer, do you? Oh my. Very spooky. Hey, all of Super Antlers chat. Did Super Antlers kill everybody? Did they kill everybody? Were they a good killer? Did they make y'all proud tonight? I bet they did. The restaurant has a 7-minute window. Exactly. Yes, our restaurant is for singles only. Singles only restaurant. See, it's named Single Slices. It's our fine pizza restaurant. Oi, like I said, if anybody wants to visit here, if you want to hang out, you are more than welcome. I play a variety of games. I'm an absolute mess, troublemaker. Ooh, and we're also going to be doing we do games and tier lists and stuff like that. Not too much variety, but you know, we're making things spicy around here. We're making some new spicy content almost every single day of the week. Oi, oi. Knowing Ant? Probably. You know, I'd love to play some games. I'll be family friendly and everything. Oh, what? Haven't you heard, Super Antlers? This has become a PG-13 stream. That's right. We've upgraded. Now I'm allowed to say hell and stuff like that. I mean, listen, hell is a place, and it is this pizza place. Just kidding. Just kidding. Only delicious pizza. I don't know what I'm saying. But yes. Yes, we should totally play games. We just did a Totally Human crossover, and I know that we're planning something new soon. Maybe Among Us? We'll see. I still can't say. Yeah, that's right. That's right. You can't say any of that. We try to keep the S's, F's, and C's down. That's basically the rule. Like, you won't get in trouble for it, but we just keep it on the DL, you know? Kind of adult. A kind of adult catboy. Yes. Oh, but we should be cooking. Some grub. Delicious. What about teas? Teas? What does that mean? What? There's a T word? Wait a second. Let me consult my thesaurus. Hang on. Let me consult my thesaurus in the background here. Let me just pick this up. Reading T's. Let's see. We have trust. That's a T word. Don't say that. No trusting of streamers. There's another word. Let's see. We got topiary. That's a little too fancy. Please don't say topiary. Just say plant. Come on. Let's not be fancy. That's like saying foyer. Don't say foyer. Just say foyer. Come on. Stop being fancy. You're not fancy. Listen, you live in a like 1-bedroom apartment. Don't make me say foyer. Like, you know that it's just a rug. And T for Terraria. Why is Terraria a bad word? Terraria's a good game. No, stop picking on my Terraria. You know that I'm gonna get mad. Terminator? Kind of spicy. Better look out. We don't talk about robots on this channel, okay? All totally humans, right? That's the raid. That's the raid. Totally human raid. Okay, we're supposed to be cooking. I'm gonna get bad at this game if I don't keep up the speed. We gotta keep up the speed. We just got a pizza slicer, an auto slicer. A trampoline. That contains part of a bad word, right? Face the arrow of the portioner on the counter or the restaurant's going to be in trouble. Face the arrows to the counter? Like that? Oh, so it like automatically portions if you put a plate right here? Ooh, let's try out this portioner, shall we? Or wait, no, it's too much work. It's too much work to run fake games. Instead, we'll run a real one. We'll run a real one. But you say foyer? No, I was only teasing. You can use whatever word you want. I was just teasing, Angel. I like to say foyer too. Be a little extra fancy. Listen, so you found out that I'm a liar. Well done. You discovered. You figured it out. Darn it. Okay, so we're gonna try this day. If anybody wants to get some pizza, ! Visit again. Super Antlers. Thank you so much for bringing your community over here and trusting me with your peeps. I'm so glad to have you part of the team. I'm just excited. I wanted to play games with you anyway, but it's so hard for me to set up like all this schedule stuff. Scheduling is my worst nightmare. So it's even better if like we have a leader that can be like, oi, everybody join. And I'm like, okay, I can join. Hey, I'm doing my best over here. All right, food. Here we go. Food, rub-a-dub-dub. Food's in the grub. I mean, food's in the tub. Okay. We gotta speed run. I'm gonna die, by the way. I'm just gonna die because there's no way that I'm actually gonna do this well. There's way too much stuff going on now. We gotta make onion. We gotta make onion pizza just in case. Okay, grab the onion. No, not the plate. The onion. Look, the auto slicer. I don't even have to do anything. Okay, let's cook this up. We gotta put this on the slicer, I guess. Figure out what that does. I don't even know what that is. I guess we put a plate here. Does it auto slice it? What the heck? This doesn't work. It's broken. It's broken. I'm just gonna ignore that that thing exists. Otherwise, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. There's too many people. Pick up the plate. Pick up the plate. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Okay, first delivery. Boom. We've got all the pizzas ready. It's just, oh my gosh. We gotta get these places clear. There's too many people. They're all single. Everybody's coming in singles. It's not good. It's not good. Okay, Wishley boy, what can I get you? All right. I'll get you some spicy pizza. Some delicious normal cheese pizza just for you. All right, clearing another spot. Clean. Okay. Boom. Okay, making sure that it's clean. We got plenty of time. And we're running a bit low on normal pizza. Normal pizza for normal people. Boom. Okay, boom. Okay, I'll slice the rest of it in a minute. Monster, what can I get you? Ah, yes, some fine onion. I'll get you the onion pizza. Bon appetit. Bon appetit, my friend. There you go. What can I get you, what, Cappy? Normie pizza, eh? Splendid. I'm gonna need some time. Let's do some wishy-washing. Oh my gosh. Here we go. Single player mode is ridiculously hard for no reason. Okay, we still got some time with Binks. I'm just gonna cook a normal pizza. Okay, nobody's waiting yet. Should be good. I'm taking an order. Boom. Okay, normal pizza. Nice. Okay, open this up. Put that there. Boom. Okay, delivery. And you need onion. Nice. I'll take this out of here. Nice. We got this. Okay. Oh, wait. Onion pizza. Onion. Grab the dang plate. Grab the plate. Okay, here we go. I can't read any of y'all's tips about the portioner. I have to work fast. Or I'm screwed. I can't wait around. I wish that I could read y'all's good tips. I know that they're good. I know that y'all are telling me how to play this game. Y'all are geniuses, every one of y'all. I believe y'all. I trust y'all. Y'all have the best tips, but I literally can't look. Onion pizza in the oven. Okay, cook it. What do you need? Okay, normal pizza. I got you. Put this put it in the freezer. I'm investing in tomorrow. Here we go. Please, nobody want any onion. No onions allowed. Okay, I'm gonna let you in. Boom. Easy. Okay, they need a normal pizza. I got you. Yes, only normal pizzas, please. We got this. Boom. Oh, normal pizza. It's perfect. I'm loving it. Okay, it looks like we're gonna be able to save the onion pizza. Thank goodness. Okay, boom, got you. What about you? Normal pizza too, nice. All right, we're plating it up. Let's go, we did it. And we got a spare pizza for later, whoopee. Put it on the counter besides the portioner. Okay, so you put the pizza here, and then it slides onto the portion, and it gets automatically sliced. I got you, thank you. I should have understood that. So we put the pizza here, and then it pulls off a slice. Is that how it works? Dang. Okay. We got it now. Now we're cooking with totally safe gas. Okay, here we go. Oh, dang it. Don't rotate that oven. You keep that oven just how it was. We could have 2 portioners running. That sounds like a horrible idea. So actually, if the portioner is going to be there, I want it to sit like this then. What? No, like this, and then rotate it like this so that I can just snag a piece right here. So we always have pieces ready. Then we could have a plate here if we need to prep it. But we're only doing singles. We're only doing single customers. So technically, I could come out here with a plate. If I had another portioner here in the corner, then I could have it auto-portioned sitting at the window, and I could just come out with plates and deliver it, because it's always singles. I could always put another portioner down. Ooh. Will that work? Would that work if I put a portioner in there? I'm going to try it. We're going to try it. I'm going to try to min-max this thing. Like this. So one pizza goes here. One pizza goes here. And this gives me more room for prep if I can make room. Dang, trash can's going to get in the way. Okay, let's put... we need the dough accessible, so maybe we'll put like an extra thing here, just in case we need extra space. Let's move this back here. And we'll move the trash can... right outside the door like this. Oh yeah, we'll put it in storage. We want it to look nice. Okay, so now we can put a pizza here, go out with a plate. Then I think we're good. I could adjust the way that we do dough a bit. If I wanted to put the plates over here, what could I put down here that would be good? Maybe just another counter. Yeah, so let's put another counter down here so that we have room for like pizza prep. And maybe we'll move this sink up here. And then the plates here. Let's switch the plates and... Oh, wait. No, we'll always be coming in with dirty plates, so we want that accessible. The plates are a bit bad. It's not a great position, but it might work. It might work, because we can grab a plate, go down, boom, grab it, send it, and then come back, wash a dish, grab another one. I think this will work. I think this will work. Strange adding the words totally safe makes it feel like the opposite. Yeah, methinks thou doth protest too much. We got 23 people in the queue. I think we're ready. I think we're ready. Has everybody got your orders? Got your orders? You can actually make specific orders if you want to. Okay, gotta do my morning exercises. All right, we're ready. Oh, God, this is getting so fast, and we're about to earn another star. I barely ever make it to 3 stars. Here we go. You could have plates on that one counter at the door. You could grab portions from the outside. That's true, but that does mean that I will not be able to store dishes after I wash them. Unless. You mean like right here? And then make the seat that they always sit in here? We could make it like this, and I could go bop, 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 bop. But this platage might run out. That's not going to work. You said move the plates where that one counter is? No, I can't do that. I can't put that here because that's going to ruin my setup. Then I can't have it auto-sliced, right? I want this slicer to work. I'm not actually sure how it works. I am so sorry. We're going to do a practice day so that I can test it. Because I haven't gotten this portioner to work yet. Okay, so this is a good test run anyway. Put that here. Boom, boom, boom. Put that there. Put it here. Chop, chop, chop. We could get another mixer too so that we can always have cheese ready. Okay, let's just cook something so that we can figure out how this portioner works. All right, pizza done. Slap it here. Yes, see? It auto-portions it. It's excellent. That means that I can have both of these auto-portioned. They look so weird when they're sitting there. They don't want this. They hate it. Well, then we could put an onion pizza here and then we're good. Then you have 4 counters in a square. You meant by the door on the inside. By the door on the inside? You mean where the sink is? You mean where the sink is? I'm confused. You want me to put plates where the one... You say where the one counter is. What do you mean? This is the only counter that's by the door. This is the only counter. There's not another counter by the door. This is the counter. This is a counter. Anne, you're confusing me. This cat boy doesn't understand. I need some loopy eyes for whenever chat's trying to explain something to me. Okay, we can end our practice day. This is fine. Now we know how the slicers work. Nice. Oh, we can make a flower pot. Bonus patience, change order, leave happy. Give to customers for special effects. Oh, you have to give them. You send it in DM? No. If you can't explain it, then I will not do it. I will not do it. You have to explain it in chat. No DMs allowed. No DMs allowed. By the door on the inside. This is the door. You said on the inside of the kitchen. This is not a counter. This is a counter. I don't want to move this counter. The end. If you want me to put it here, then I'm going to have to walk around every time. It'd be a nightmare. This is a nightmare. This is so sad. It's so sad and yucky. So sad and yucky to see that. I don't want to do that. That sounds awful. You'll be trapping me in here. I won't be able to get out. I want to do all my pizza prep here. I need to be able to run. I gotta be able to run as fast as I can. Hey, we'll see you later, Pedro. Get some rest. You gotta go for today. Good night, Pedro. Thanks for vibing in the kitchen. Thanks for helping me cook up some madness. Cooking up some nonsense. Some nonsense, I say. Much love, Pedro. Enjoy the rest of your night. How does this work? Of course you can visit Max. You're more than welcome to. Just put ! visit in the chat, and then you'll be on the official queue for this pizza restaurant, and that means that you can get food here. Delicious food. I do see what you're saying, Anne, but I don't think that that's gonna work, and I don't need the space. I don't think, because I can go. I can make pizza here. Bam, bam. If anything, this, I guess it would actually give me one more counter space. Theory crafting. I'm gonna min-max this kitchen. I'm mid-maxing the kitchen right now. We will always put this here, go bam, bam, and then I normally put that there. That means that we could do this, I guess. This is better. I mean, this is more convenient. But what happens whenever I'm trying to, like, get into this internal area? I guess we can always keep, like, onion there. That just means I will have to come down here. That means that this counter... Well, this counter's not wasted because a pizza goes here. So the only inconvenience is putting a pizza down here. That's not bad, actually. That's actually not bad. That seems like a pretty good idea. Because then at least I have another counter available here, and I'm never going to use this corner counter. You know what? Valid. I think that that's a good idea, Ann. Oh my god, I actually started a day. I'm freaking dead. This is it. This is it. I actually failed because I'm dumb. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. People are already here. This is awful. This is awful. Oh no. I ruined it. I'm so sorry, everybody. I messed up the pizza place. Now we're gonna fail. Now we're gonna fail. Ah! Ah! Hurry! Ah! Oh no! Oh no! Onion pizza! Oh! I got this. I got this. Boom! 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 Boom, boom. Okay, get out of here. Get out of here. 2 onions, nice. Give me that plate. Give me that plate. We got to keep it rolling. 2 onions. 2 onions coming right up. Boom, right there. Okay, 2 onions. I'm going to need to cook more onion in a second. Boom, boom, boom. Get people cycled in here. We're toast. We're absolutely toast. All right, we can't keep them waiting now. Get in here. Get in here. All right, all right. What do we got? What do we got? People are getting upset. They're getting upset. Oh, get rid of that plate. Oh my God. Here we go. Nice. Get another place open. Come on. Move, 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 move. Nice. Okay, we got this. We got this. Speed run tactics. This kitchen's working great. Oh shoot. What do you want? Onion. Got you. I'm gonna be out of onion pizza. I should have time though. I should have extra time in a bit. Okay, normal pizza. Perfect. Perfect, perfect. Shoot. 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 Got you. Oh no, there's 3 people waiting outside. We're toast. We're toast. Oh no, because I gotta cook more pizza. I gotta cook more pizza. We don't have any pizza. Dang it. I can't believe that I got fooled again. This sucks. This sucks. I thought we were on a practice day. Oh no, 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 no. Onions, onions, all onions, and my pizza burnt. Oh, well, it didn't burn. We're toast. This is too bad. Why we gotta end it this way? This is so unfair. No, it was a simple mistake. No, it happens every time. No. We didn't win. We lost. We lost. I gave rotten food to everybody. No. No, they weren't cats. They weren't cats. They were real people. Thanks for shopping at our restaurant. It looks like we unlocked some new stuff. God dang it. God dang it. This is so annoying. Single slices is closed for business. We did good though. Y'all were great. Y'all were great. Y'all did fantastic. Okay, we got, ooh, almost leveled up. New garage item. Ooh, an upgrade kit. So we can like upgrade things that are sitting there? Interesting. Oh. Well, I'll tell you what, the pizza's a lot of work. The pizza's a lot of work. Is that what we want to do again? Do we want to do the pizza again? We could do it again. It's just hard. And y'all are always making it harder on me too. Why don't I have my freezer option now? Did I get rid of it? Or does it only show up for... Ooh, it might only show up whenever you select your, whenever you select the menu. Is that what that is? You vote for a change? You want me to make salads? Yeah, we could freshen up the menu. I know that y'all are getting a little bit tired of the menu. I know that y'all are getting a bit winded with the pizza. I know that we had a lot of pizza recently. I can't put that in here. Am I supposed to like upgrade things with this in here? For like official upgrades? This might be for like official upgrades. The Witchley boy, are you ready for some salad? Anybody want some salad? I think that we should cook up some delicious fresh ones. Maybe we're gonna go for like maybe 2 more restaurants. Today's gonna be a bit short because we got stuff to do all of tomorrow. All of tomorrow we're gonna be doing movie night, and I got a meeting with mods earlier too. I'm gonna be busy, so we can't be staying up too late now. Not too late now, but we can do another restaurant or 2. We'll see. You're gonna go to bed now? All right, zombie food, get some rest. Thanks for chilling. Thanks for chilling for a bit. Oi, oi. Thanks for contributing to the madness, I say. Salad, also 4 horsemen. Welcome in. I see that you've added to the chaos in the chat. I appreciate that. Splendid. I said I wanted gains. You didn't mean gaining 10 plus pounds from pizza. I mean, listen, I thought you wanted to bulk up. Shaking my head. You must have lied to me or something. This is a, this layout sucks. This one, awful. What about this one? Better. This is the best floor plan. They're all awful. They're all horrible. You can use the bonus item once per restaurant. Oh. Once per restaurant, eh? Bonus item. You mean this thing here? This thing up here? Is this a bonus item? I'm not allowed to put this on the loading bay though. I can't load it. I know that it's behind my big fat chef head, but I can't do it. What is this? What is this here? What does this button do? Beep boop. Well. I guess it's time to open up another salad shop. All right, we're getting started. Let's get some salad rolling. What's your favorite kind of salad? Good question, Arrow. Does anybody have a favorite salad? I basically don't eat much salad whatsoever. I will eat like, I'll eat like a normal Italian salad. Like, I'll eat it with, okay, I'm going to put this here. Yeah, this is going to be a single seat. Oh, wait, no, this could be a double seater. Let's move that out of the way. Boom. Oh, we got this here. Got this here. All right, everybody, get your visitation on. We need visitors. Exclamation point visit if you want to be a patron of this fine restaurant. It's called Let Us Eat at the moment. We're gonna have to rename it in a second, but let me just start getting this layout. Okay, this place is a mess, an absolute mess. Okay, I'm gonna put, shoot, dude, this is a mess. We could put plates here, put salad stuff here. I'm gonna have to walk around every single time. Let's get this in the office. Don't need this. Boop, there we go. Okay, so I could wash dishes straight in the door here. That'd be good. We can add plates. This could be our slicing block. I feel like maybe we could do, I mean, it is good to have plates directly next to the salad block. Are the chairs blocking the counter? They are. We're gonna have to move those. Let's put this here and just make it dual like that. This is only 2 slots. Can't put it there. But I could put this here. It's a bit far away though. It's a bit of a walk, but it would be pretty easy to see them at least. We can wash dishes straight in the door, then put the dishes here. We can chop lettuce here, slap on a plate. It'd be nice to have the plates on this corner though. We could move the salad prep area a little bit lower, and we could put the plates here and make us walk in the door entirely to do a dishwashing. That's not bad. That's not too bad. We can still wash them like right in the door. And actually it might be easier because the door won't block me as much. We'll get this, and then we can, let's put the lettuce up here actually, because we can go lettuce, chop, 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 slap it on a plate, and keep we could keep a tomato down low here so that we can always have a tomato ready to add. This looks good. This looks good. I like this layout. What do y'all think? Okay. And I'm gonna name it. We're gonna name this, let's see, vegetable salad. Okay, Kenny, hear me out. We had single slices. What if we do solo salads? I love it. Solo salads, but that would mean that y'all have to do the individual dining thing. Can y'all do that? It can't be solo salads yet because they don't. We could call this like salad and chill maybe. And if we can make this singles only, Salad and Chill is a horrible name. It has no alliteration. It has no rhyme. There's nothing. Salad and Chill is an awful name. We need Veggie Tales. That why is it Tails? What Tails? Salad for lonely people? No, no lonely people. My cabbages. Is that a meme? Is that a meme that I don't know? What can we do? Salad for lonely people in front of my salad? What is that? The screaming avocado? There's no avocado salads. No. Toss my salad. I don't know about that. Maybe the tossed salad. That's a good idea. The tossed salad. It's named like an olden times restaurant. Yes, the pub. This is the pub. The tossed salad. Yes. Yes, it's perfect. It's perfect. The tossed salad. Well done. Well done. Also, Seaberry, what's up? How are you doing? Okay, the tossed salad is ready for business. Here we go. This ought to work. All right. No, dang it. I canceled it. I was too excited. All right. We got to get back to our salad mode. Salad mode activated. Boom, 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 boom. Here we go. Here we go. The music's jamming. All right. What do you think? Do you think we got tomatoes on any of these? I gotta walk all the way out here. Maybe we'll do like an auto orderer this time. What do you think? Hey, Linz, welcome back. Did you get some supper? Did you get some super?
Some super supper. I know that the game was making you hungry. I'm so sorry about that.
I know that the food looks extremely appetizing, especially when people throw up on the ground. You know what? Nothing looks better. Nothing better. Oi, oi, Linz. Welcome back. Here we go. Here we go. Boom. Yeah, Mercs is here. Isn't it great? Isn't it great? Long-time viewer, first-time chatter. Mercs. And Mercs is actually ordering food, too. Nice. All right, Mercs, let me cook you up some grub. We got Cosmic Biscuit here. I'm going to assume that one of y'all wants a tomato. It's a guess. You know what? It's just a chef's intuition. I knew it. I knew it. What can I say? What can I say? That's why they call me a professional. That's how I got my name, Mr. Professional Pants. Enjoy your salad. You know what? I hope you enjoyed your food. I'm just going to slap that there, slap this here so that we have enough room. Rusty Keys, if you'll give me a moment, I just got to get things prepared in the kitchen. It's a bit of a mess. You know, we're a bit understaffed, Yes, exclamation point visit if you want to visit. I've got 13 people in the queue right now. 13 peeps. Here we go. Let me just get you some salad made. Oh, they're the last people. Rusty, you know what? No matter what you want, I got it ready. Here you go. Both options. Fresh. Oh, wait. No, we got more people coming in. Nice. Nice. And we got room for them. It's Anne. It's Anne and 4 horsemen. Out on a friendly date. A friendly date. Nothing better than 2 friends getting salad. All right, friends. What kind of salads, though? That's always the question. Perfect. Boop. You'll order the difficult menu items. Thank you. That gives me more money. Appreciate it. Anne's thinking about the company first. Thank you, Anne. Thank you for making it hard. There we go. Hey, what's up? Good name to read. Welcome in. It's so nice to see you again. Oi. Instead of a cult, we're running a restaurant. And everybody's invited to visit. It's got Twitch integration so that every visitor will be peeps from the chat. So much fun. Also, Dark Firetail, welcome in. What's going on? Is it ordering time? You bet it is. You getting hungry? I got food for everybody. Ground food. Wait a second. What? Did you say what you ate? I was getting my own food. My family went out without me. Oh no! You were abandoned. By the ones that you thought loved you. Restaurants are kind of cults, really. Is that true? Okay. You had to get Wendy's. Wendy's not too bad. It's basically like, we should do a fast food tier list. I would put Wendy's somewhere like in the C tier. I think that's C tier, right? C tier. I would eat at Wendy's. Not too bad. Let's see. We got 2 people tables. 2 people tables only. That's exactly right. Only dates or singles. We could get the research table. Probably a good idea, just in case that we need it. Research desk. Let's buy it. And we can do some research today. We'll research a better dining table. What the heck? Let's do it. Let's do it. I've never researched a dining table before. You know what? I didn't know that there was anything to learn about tables. Wendy's Frosty is so good. Ah, see? I can't have the Frosty. So there you go. Maybe that's my reasoning. Maybe that's the reason why I'm so angry and sad all the time. No Frosties. No Frosties, no Blizzards, no, what are they called? From Sonic? They're called, shoot. What are they called? Blasts? Yeah, blasts. Can you have burger bun? Like buns of a like buns of a burger? Like bread? Like bread buns? Bun bread? Like bread for burger bread? Burger bread buns made with wheat? Wheated burger bun bread. Yes, of course. Yes. Yes, I can. There's no milk in a hamburger bun. No milk in the buns? Ew. Milky buns. No. No. Wendy's chili and chicken nuggets are S tier, though. Maybe I need to take a little Wendy's trip. Should we do an IRL Wendy's visit? Just like a 30-minute stream. A 30-minute stream of me going to a local Wendy's. Just whip out my phone, go to Wendy's, and be like, we're going to sample 7 things on the menu here and just rate them. Just rate them live. Okay, we've got everything set up, and our days aren't getting more complicated yet. We got another safe day. Now, this is a safe day, you guys. We can totally eat salad. We can totally get noshin. This is a safe day for me. Okay, here we go. We're going to get started. Bingo. Remember, exclamation point visit if you haven't already chosen visit for this restaurant, because it's by restaurant. All right, JC, what can I get you? All right, coming right up. I'll get you some tasty tomat.
Some tasty tomatoes. There you go, JC. Hope you enjoy. Hope you freaking enjoy.
I don't know what that voice is, but it's horrible.
Right, we gotta wash these dishes. Get these dishes washed. There we go. Now let's prepare a couple of more dishes.
Somebody hungry in the chat. JC just noshed on the meal. Delicious. I'm so glad that you came.
I'm glad you ate. The sun goes down, the stars come out, and all that counts is tomato. Oh my gosh, I almost made it sauce. No, put that back. Put that back. Here I go.
Stay out of my way. Stay out of my way. I'm busy. I'm freaking busy. Give me your dirty plates. Give me your dirty plates right now. I gotta do some washing.
Some washing in the kitchen? Some kitchen washing? Hey, Darkfire's in the queue. Nice.
Oh, shoot. I was washing those dishes for far too long. I was a fool.
I was a foolish dishwasher boy.
All right. Wait, is it raining? It's raining where you're at right now? Dang, this game is so immersive, This game is almost too immersive. It's like real life, but better. Because there's free salad. Well, kind of free. I mean, this isn't real currency, right? Boom. Okay. Space Coyote and Mushroom Gal out on a nice friendly date. Friend date. Very adorable. Let me just clean up this poop that y'all left here. There we go. I wish that I could drop those through the window. All right, y'all are going to have to wait for a minute. I got to get washing in here. Chef Earl has got to wash his paws. Otherwise, I'm going to get lots of hair and junk into the food. Some people be asking if I have toe beans. No, I do not have toe beans. Don't ask that anymore. I need hands to be a gamer. You think that cats can be gamers? No. Cat boys don't have toe beans. Okay? So it's a misconception. I knew what y'all wanted. I have the gift. I have the gift. And also, I can research. I can research before the day's over. Right? It's gonna be close. Oh, baby. We did it. Nice. Nice. And the day's over. Easy peasy, salad cheesy. Sides are optional. What? Okay, so this table makes it so that sides are always optional? That's weird. So I can just serve them like normal food and not include the side, and it's totally fine. So this is a way to sidestep sides. Hey, don't let that gnome close to me. Get that gnome out of here. Rusty keys. You keep those filthy gnomes away from my beautiful hat. It also is 50% less food and patience. That is scary as heck. I hate this table. I hate this table. I don't like this table. I want to get rid of this table. Disgusting. Disgusting and gross. Be gone. Be gone. Hey! What did I just say, JC? What did I just say about gnomes? Y'all literally are not listening to me. How am I supposed to run a stream if y'all won't listen to me? Shaking my head. We could get more plates. We're not having any plate problems right now. Dining table upgrade. There's multiple types of upgrades, though. There might be other types of tables. We could also upgrade the counter, faster chopping, or just buy a counter. We could just buy one. Where would we put another counter? Y'all are probably going to make me cook more food soon, so I might want to just add this counter in perpetuity. I don't know if that's the right word for that, but I'm going to add a counter just in case. Just in case that y'all are up to some freaking shenanigans. Up to some shenanigans making my job hard. And I might... You know what? You know what? Frick it. I'm taking the plates too. I'm double plating it up. I'm getting ready. I'm getting ready for the apocalypse, all right? I'm a prepper. I'm a prepper. I'm an explorer. There we go. Put plate, big stack. Huge stack. All right, we're ready for business. Everybody hungry? Y'all better be hungry. Ooh, I wish I could buy another dining table. That would have been a better idea. But you know what? I'm a simple cat boy. I can't do any better. All right, here we go. We're opening up for the day. Everybody, get your orders in. Order up. Order up, gamers. I'm cooking the lettuce. KP is our first victim. I mean, our first customer. Customer. We got customers. KP, what can I get you? What can I get you this fine day? The salad? I got you. Now give me a dirty plate. Give me a dirty plate, and I'll do some wishy-washy on it. Here we go. Oh, Salty's visiting. Oh, heck yeah. The illustrious Salty's looking to make a visit at my very humble establishment. All right, King, what can I get you? All right, I got you a kingly meal. A kingly meal for a kingly friend. Kenny, if I get food poisoning, I will not be coming back to your stream. What? Food poisoning? This is all the finest food. Prepared in the finest way. What do you mean? What could you possibly mean by these types of allegations? Allegations are inappropriate. Oh, I almost made sauce. I did make sauce. Oh, I was a fool. I did more than chop it. I destroyed it. I eviscerated it. Pulverized it. Wrecked it. Oh, normal salad for Linz. Basic salad. You know what? No judgment here. No judgment here. Oh, we got a little friend date. We got Seaberry and Darkfire getting some grub together. Nice. This is a hub for grub. That's what I always call it. All right, let's get chopping over here. Get a couple of slices ready. All right, we're all sliced up. Let's take your order. What can I get y'all? Oh, dang. Double one. Oh, goodness gracious. We got Good Name to Read and Salty. Nice. Welcome to the shop. Welcome. That door is atrocious. Can I get a door upgrade, please? Like an auto door? All right, if y'all can just wait for a second, I've got a little bit of cleaning to do. I'm sure y'all understand. I'm sure you understand. Salty, I know that you're running a business just across town, so surely you'll be more patient. You work in the service industry as well, don't you? Feed me! Okay, never mind. Not very patient. Never mind. Biggest troublemaker. Extra. Like, I could... Listen, if this was my restaurant, the food would already be on my plate and I'd be gone. If this was my restaurant, I would have been gone, would have already digested the food, and I would have already gotten rid of it. It would be out of my system by now. Goodness, what's the service here? All right, here we go. Fresh and ready. Nice warm salad. Don't poop on the floor. Don't do that. Don't do that to you. Come on, not to me. I thought that we were friends. I thought that we had an agreement. I thought we had an understanding. We're kapow. Oh, I did the... Oh! I'm a one-star cat. I'm a one-star gamer. All right, it's card choosing time. What are we gonna get? Morning rush. More customers at the start of each day. Or onion ring. Oh, a pog onion ring. Onion ring as a side. Don't you dare. Don't you dare give me onion rings. You know this will kill me. You know that I will die of onion ring poisoning. You know that I'm allergic to onions. Don't you? 1 star. Aw, thank you, Tessica. This is a 1-star stream. 1-star streamer. Listen, I'm working on it. 1-star stream. Yes. Yes, I got a golden star. My teacher, my stream teacher. It's all tied up there. How are there 14 votes? How are there 14 votes? There's 21 people in the queue and 19 votes each. 23. Oh my gosh. This is amazing. Oh, we got some channel points too. Wow, good job. Now I get to choose. Thanks. I guess I'll be the tiebreaker. Let's see. Okay, so Linz loves onion rings. Darkfire loves onion rings. Shoot. Cosmic Biscuit, which way did you vote with those points? Admit it. Oh, I could flip a coin. I've got a coin around here somewhere. Cosmic Biscuit, which one did you pay for? Which one did you put money towards? More people, more money. That's true. No, that's less people. Less people for onion rings, but more money. So it's 15% less. You see that little sticker down there? It says 15% less. They both have an XP boost. You don't like onion rings, but you voted that. I see. You voted Morning Rush. Excuse me. You voted Morning. Hey! Don't bonk me. I'm doing my best. Onion ring. Dang it. Why do I gotta pick? This is ridiculous. Y'all did this to me. Okay, I'm gonna flip a coin. This is too shocking. This is too shocking and frightening. Let me pull up. Okay, flip a coin. All right. Heads. Heads is the first one. Tails is the second one. Let me see. Just flip a coin. I'll do it live so that y'all can see it. Okay, we'll be fair. We'll be fair with this. All right, we're gonna flip it. Flippers, here we go. Flip a coin. Is this flipped? Did this flip? Is that flipped? It says flipped one coin one time. So it's heads. So it's Morning Rush. That's it. Sorry. Didn't get a choice myself. I did to flip a coin. Y'all said to do it.
You said to do it. Now it's been done. Now it's going to be Morning Rush.
Now we're going to be rushing in the morning. We're going to be Ukrainian in the evening. Let's take a look at, ooh, not recipes. We need active cards. Morning Rush. What is this exactly? More customers at the start of the day. All right, so we gotta get moving. We gotta get moving in the morning. No lollygagging. Like I told you, no gagging on your lollies. You keep those lollies out of your mouth whenever you're running so fast. I've told you 1,000 times. You gotta be careful. You're gonna choke on that goddamn lollipop. We're gonna get... Sorry, that was just me thinking about onion rings. I'm gonna get another dining table.
Yes, another dining table, a fine table of dining.
Can we just make this a singles restaurant? Remove this, remove that, boom. Now we got a single table. This is horrible. I'll put it right here. All right. We got the Morning Rush. We're ready to go. The poll has happened, and now we shall go. Everybody ready? Exclamation point visit. Hopefully you're on the queue. And boom, another day. Maximum speed, maximum cook. Here we go. Boom, the door's wide open. It's the Morning Rush. Here we go. We're already rushing. All right, we're gonna get another plate ready. Bam, 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 bam. All right. Taiyaki, what can I get you? Welcome in. Why didn't you sit at the singles table? Here you go. Enjoy delicious salad. Not a lot of people here. Not Morning Rush, more like morning slush. Slush is in the morning. Don't mind if I do. Let's get a tomato. Get a tomato rolling. Here we go. This is gonna not work at all. Here we go. Okay, let's hit up one of this group. So what can I get y'all? Double. I see. Double toil trouble. Here we go. All right, you two, Monston and having a fine morning salad. Hope you enjoy. Seaberry and Mercs, what can I get you? Two basic salads. You know what? I can do that. I'll whip it up for you right now. Let's do a little bit of dishwashing. Slap this in here. Hey, thank you for the biddies.
Good service. Here's a tip Oreo.
Thank you so much for the tip. Oh my gosh. Oi. Ann, how dare you? How dare you be tipping me? Thank you so much. A little tip for the chef. I'm glad you enjoyed your food, Ann. Very good. Now we got a group of 2 coming in. So we're gonna need to move. We're gonna need to move all these plates out of the way. 4 horsemen of the apocalypse waiting outside. We're gonna need to do some washing. But first we gotta do some squashing. Oh no, this is turning very bad. We gotta take time. This is not good. We're cleaning off dishes when we should be making food. We're gonna get in trouble. We're gonna die. We're gonna die. Watch me do it. Watch me die. Watch me die live. It's gonna happen. I'm so excited. I'm so excited that you all get to experience this as it happens live on twitch.tv/theearlofsuds. Here we go. Freaking dead right now. Dead chef sitting in the kitchen trying his best. Oh my gosh. No. Take this food. Eat this food and get out of here. Get out of here. I've been washing dishes all day. This is not even daytime. Why is this the morning rush? No, they've been skipped. I'm trying. Here we go. Oh, they're getting mad. They got 2 angry eyebrows. Here, come sit down, please. Enjoy bon appetit teeth. Okay, what can I get you? 2 basic salads and a special salad. 2 basic salads and a special salad. Coming right up. Fresh. Here we go. Oh, boom. Chop. Chop, Pooh Bear, for God's sake. You must hurry, my good man.
Oh, bother. I'm so nervous. I've never had to do such quick service. They're going to get angry. Here's your food. I've gone as quickly as possible. I'm so sorry. I was busy playing pool sticks in the kitchen.
Here we go. Nobody's waiting at the door. We got this. Okay, so it was a little dicey at the beginning. But you know what? We stuck it out and we did it. We need a dishwasher so bad. How do I get a dishwasher? I need it. Okay, we're good. I'm leaving the junk on the tables. I don't care. 2 basic salads, lovely. Here we go. High class dining. Yes. We've got the finest lettuces. The finest lettuces in the land. Here you go. Right out of the kitchen. Nice and fresh. Greenery. It's all local. Here we go. Yes. Clean up the junk. I can't. Don't push me, King. How dare you? High class dining. A little salad date. Cute. Just y'all getting some food. Heck yeah. We got loads of friends just noshing on some salad. Nice day, everybody. Nice day. Y'all did great. The morning was a little rough, but you know what? We like it that way. We like a little bit of difficulty. What do we got? The dining table. This needs to be changed. I need it to be a dub. I need it to be a dubbed up table. You know what I never do? Go through that door. That's what I never do. Let's be honest. It's a non-usable door. I never use this door. This door's getting blocked. See if I care. I don't. We're gonna do... Okay. What can we do to improve this? We need a new sink. Let's hit it with the research. Research sink. Learn about sinks. But I gotta cook early. And I gotta find some time to do research. I gotta find time in my big day. And we can at least get a turbo sink. Maybe eventually we'll get like a dishwasher. We got $100-something bucks. That's good. We might save some money for tomorrow. Okay. Are we ready? Is everybody hydrated? Everybody got some food? We don't serve drinks here, so make sure that you got water by yourself. It's BYOB, this restaurant here. Let me just take a look at this kitchen layout. Is this working good for me? I always get... So my problem right now is dirty dishes getting backed up. A hydration break. Thank you. This chef is thirsty. Delicious. Thank you for the water. Okay, we're going to begin the day. Here we go. Everybody ready? Make sure that you're ready to visit. Here we go. Hot and fresh salad coming right up. Here we go. Maximum speed. We got to make sure that we're going at speedrun speed. Boom. We got this ready. Mercs and good name to read. Welcome in. What can I get you to? Excellent. You know what? I've already got it prepared right here on the counter. Fresh, just for you. I'm going to leave that and I'm going to cook some more food, actually. It seems a bit weird. I could be cleaning right now, but I'm just gonna get ready, just in case. Salty the Alien coming for some alien grub. What can I get you from our hub of grub? I got you. We're gonna be backed up on the dishes for sure. This is not good. Here we go. It's washing time. Eldritch Abomination, you just gotta be a little patient in that chair. I'll be with you momentarily. Just give me a moment. Let me just clean off all the counters. Monster, welcome in. How are you doing? Hope your day's been well. What can I get you? Actually, just give me a moment in the kitchen. I'm just gonna clean some stuff up and I'll be with you in a moment. Basic salad? Oh, and a fancy salad. You know what? I'll make you that fresh monster. Let me just chop this up in the kitchen. No need to wash any of these ingredients. Of course not. They come pre-washed. Pre-washed, trust me. It's the latest technology. Here we go. We're just going to leave the poop on the floor. I think it adds a little bit to the ambiance. A little ambiance action. All right, Cosmic Biscuit and 4 Horsemen here on a little friend date, a little lunch date. Did y'all come straight here? Y'all been to a movie? Oh, nice. We got some basic salads. Rusty Keys, it's been a while. Hope you've been having a wonderful week. Welcome back. Dang, we've been seeing a lot of you around here. I hope that you've been enjoying the food. It sure looks like you have. You come here every day, Rusty Keys. Ah, yes, you're regular. I should have known. I'm not even gonna have to take your order eventually. You come here every day. Boom, boom. All right, here you go, just like you ordered. All right, Seaberry, what can I get you? I see. All right, same thing. You said I'll have what they're having. I got you. Let me just do a little bit of cleanup. Make sure that it's looking nice. Ah, it looks like you're the last order of today. I'll have to make this salad extra fresh. Here you go, just for you, right before closing. You know, we keep this restaurant open a little extra hours just for our incredible patrons. That's how much that we care about y'all. Research, shoot. I was a fool. I was a fool yet again. A fool, I tell you. I could have been researching that and I would have had a new sink. Now I'm gonna die! No!
What have I done? I'm a horrible cook. I can't manage everything at the same time. I'm just trying to cook your food.
Oh, Deepfire, what's up? How are you doing? Well. Is this made by the folks that made Overcooked? Nope, I don't think so. This game is very different than Overcooked. I like this game a lot more. Overcooked is definitely not my game. All right, let me give you all the options. Y'all are voting right now. Either we serve customers as fast as possible, or we make them a welcome area. Standards aren't as important as feeling like you're in a home away from home. So it's either affordable or charming. Interesting. Looks so professional. Oh, thank you. I'm doing my best. Yeah. Yes, cat boy in the kitchen. Alert, a cat boy has been set loose. Overcooked is very frustrating. I know, right, Deepfire? It just pisses me off. I hate that game. I hate it, okay? It's not a bad game. This is not a review of Overcooked. I know a lot of people that love that game, so I'm not saying that it's a bad game. I hate it, though. I hate it. It's a bad game for me. Overcooked. The thing that I like about this game is that it has a real focus on getting the food right. Like, you gotta focus on getting the exact orders in the exact order that they were ordered. That was a very convoluted sentence, but you know what I mean. Like, it seems like it's quality over quantity. In Overcooked, it's often just like, cook as fast as possible, slap it out there. In this game, you also get to upgrade stuff and change your layout. Like, this game's a lot deeper than Overcooked, but it also probably doesn't have as many levels. You might reach the end of this faster. Let's see, a barrel. It's just a decorative barrel. Do y'all really want barrels in here? Would that improve the ambiance? Let's see. We could add a dartboard. That's a little too homely if you ask me. What do y'all think about the floor? Should we go for this tilage? That looks very modern. Very modern. What about, what if we put the tilage in here? Ooh. What do y'all think? It looks a little bougie. Are we liking this? Which room should that floor be in? Actually, did I already screw myself over? No, oh, I got wallpaper too. I could just change the baseboards. I'm gonna keep them basic in here. And these baseboards are, ooh, that brightens it up a bit, but that's more bourgeois. More bourgeois. Yes, very good. The fact that you can get hit by cars in Overcooked, I know, right? That game is just like madness and mayhem. It's a pain. We could make this place a little fancier, make it a little more homely. I do not think that barrels would go in here, right? No way. No way. This place is way too fancy now. What about a wall light? Could I get a wall light for 30 bucks? Shoot, I need to do this. There is multiplayer in this game. Yes, I'm just practicing. Barrels can count as a counter because they can hold plates. Ooh, that's good to know. That means that I could put a barrel in here, improve the ambiance, and now I can put plates here, but I'll have to slip. I'll have to slip in here. I won't be able to turn this corner as fast, but this affects all of them, right? And that increases patience if I can get 2 barrels or 2 homely decorations. Okay, more patience for all the tiles. If I could get it close, this would be good. Maybe we'll just upgrade our decorations for now. Put up a dartboard in the corner over here because it's so ugly. Yuck. Just pretend like that doesn't exist. Another barrel. Dude, this room looks so confusing now. Now I don't know what this room is. We have to change this floor. This floor is far too fancy for freaking barrels in the room. And these can just be anywhere. I'm just going to throw them in the corner. You know what? That's what decorating looks like. I'm not a Disney daylight streamer. Okay? I don't know how to play Sims. What is this? A bookcase full of assorted books. Oh, it's a decoration. It's a decoration. This would actually fit in the room. This would actually do nicely, you know? You know what? You can come by here, read some books. We've blocked off our door. This is great. It's making it into a bar or saloon. I know, right? We're gonna need some rough flooring. We're gonna need just like planks of wood. We should be good though. This day's not harder. So here we go. Are y'all ready? Are y'all ready? Everybody got your orders? Got your orders? We're gonna have a morning rush. Here we go. Morning rush. Gonna just get some food ready for all you beautiful patrons. There we go. We got Ann, mine, and Mercs going out to get some lunch. Some friendly lunch. Nice. What can I get you to? What can I get you two dubious creatures? It's wonderful to see y'all here. Ah, I see. Well, I've already got those prepared. Believe it or not, I telepathically realized what you would want. You know what? Enjoy. Okay, we're gonna need to get these plates out of here so that we can free up another spot. Nice. We got no people waiting yet. Space Coyote is next, but I'm gonna prepare food so that I can move people super fast. Okay, we still got another dub table, right? Another dubbies. Here we go. All right. Tomat. We got the tomat. I'm assuming Space Coyote. Well, it's just Space Coyote, so we have both options. Bon appetit, my friend. Can I get that plate from you, though? Can I get that plate? Thank you. Okay. All right. We are surviving, but it is looking rough out here. I got to take a couple of orders. All right, it's all tomatoes, and one semi-tomate. Why is it raining in the kitchen? It literally looks like it's raining in the kitchen. Okay, double tomato. I'll get that done first. Oh my God, there's so many people. We are toast. We're toast. There's no way to survive this. Boom. Let me make y'all some food. I got to get a double group in here as soon as possible. Okay, chop. This should work. Oh shoot, we don't have time. We do not have time for this. Oh no! I'm stuck on the grease. I'm toast. Got it. Oh my God. I'm still toast. I'm still dead. I'm dead. No. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is just too much. It's just too much. It became messy. We had the early start. I made a mistake. I was a fool. I couldn't beat it. Dang it. We died again. Salad. I thought salad would be easy. That layout was a mess though. Dang. You got a nice little dinner date. Shucks. How long did we make it? Dang it. Morning rush is tough. That's tough. We leveled up? No, we didn't level up quite yet. But we got a new garage item, a rug, a treat for your feet. I wonder if that, prevents messes or something. Hey, also Rose kills stuff. Welcome in. This game looks like it could get stressful. I think it's lots of fun. This does not stress me out. It's very fun. The health department has something to say about that kitchen. No, don't let the health department in there. I promise I'm taking good care of my customers. I promise, as clean as possible. What do you say? Could we do one more day? One more day. Do we? Ooh, it looks like we have to choose between pizza and salad. Dang it! We got to pick pizza then, right? Let's check this ruggage. Ruggage, a treat for your feet. A feet treat. A treat of feet. Delicious. You guess onion rings were the way to go. See, you know what? You're probably right. I think that we're cooking pizza again. Anybody hungry for the za? Let's see. Let's pick a good layout. These layouts sucked last time. There were 2 horrible ones and 1 workable one. This is the same layout as last time. This layout is really interesting. You can get right out of the kitchen through a door in the storage rooms there. This one, you can't escape without going through the storage room. This one, you can escape without going through the storage room. I feel like this is the option. I feel like that's the option, because at least we don't have to go through the storage room. That's bad. You used to work at a pizza shop? You have stories? Oh, really? Stories, you say? I wouldn't mind hearing some of these stories. Wait a minute. I didn't know that you were pizzaing it up. That sounds like fun madness. Sounds like a bad job, but good stories. That reminds me of the local pizza restaurant, the Domino's that we go to. They have a sign up that has some banned numbers where it's just like, do not answer calls from this number past like X amount of time, because apparently they're constantly like, I don't know, calling drunk or something. I'm not sure, but there's some like banned numbers at our local Domino's so that they can't get their pizza even if they want it. They don't take orders. It's so funny. There you go. Well, we've done pizza before. You had a pretty amazing barbecue chicken pizza. Ooh, a chicken pizza, huh? I don't think I've ever had... I guess I've had some chicken on pizza before. Hey, Haka's here too. Welcome in, Haka. All pizza places have those lists. Oh, I see. So it's not uncommon. People just be ordering pizza. I don't think I should share if y'all ever want to eat out again. Listen, I know that the food that I eat is gross, okay? I don't mind. It's okay. Food can be a little gross, all right? If I want it to be good, I'll cook it myself. You know what I'm saying? So, as you can see, whenever we prepare pizza, it gives us 4 slices. So that's convenient, which is good. Yo! Jedi, thank you for the gifted sub for Ann. Yo! Oh, Jedi, very
Jedi
generous. What the heck? Oi. Can we get some hype in the chat? Let's go! We're gonna make it to the sub goal. I can feel it. We're not too close, but I can feel it. We're getting closer. Jedi, thank you so much for the gifted sub. Oi. So nice. Very generous. How are you doing, Jedi? Oi. I hope that you're ready for tomorrow. Hope you're all ready and raring to go for tomorrow. Speaking of tomorrow, we're going to be watching a movie like I mentioned. So if y'all would like to watch it, make sure that you get on our Discord and connect up that Twitch account now. Hey, Asia's here. Welcome in. What? Ann, what the heck? Ann, what are you doing? Oh my God. Yo, Ann. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. What are you doing? Oi, can we get some blankies in the chat? Oh my gosh. Ann, thank you so much. No. Bad, Ann. Bad. You're not allowed to do that. Gifted subs for D-Fire, Lily of Norway, Anna Bananas, Neener is Meaner, and Dramatic Loaf. Oh, snap. And also Lemonberry. How are you doing? Oi. Welcome to my Shelf's Palace. Hey! Don't bonk me on the head. Listen, I didn't do that. Ann did that of their own volition. I couldn't help it. Oh, wait, no, you bonked me. Ann, was that a mistake? Ann, thank you so much for the gifted subs. That's bonkers. What the heck? 5 gifted subs. Nice. Thank you so much. Hey, Zippy, what's up? Welcome in. Oi. Everybody, we're going to be able to allow more visitors to our shop in just a minute. In fact, I'm going to just start the game just so that y'all can see them. Just so that you can see and visit. ! Visit if you'd like to go here. The restaurant is now open. But no rush. I just wanted y'all to be able to visit if you want to. Do we call you Chef Catboy? Indeed, the very one. Chef Catboy at your service. Hello there, Stormy Waffles. It's wonderful to see you. Welcome in. Order 66.
Come give me order 66, please.
Sorry, I'm not sure if we have an order 66. There's actually only 3 things on our menu.
Execute the order immediately. Otherwise, I will have to execute you.
Sorry, Mr. Emperor, very confused about what you want from me. I'm trying my best to get your order in, but I'm telling you, there's literally not a 66 on our menu. I am so sorry. Hey, thank you for the follow. What's up? Is that, ooh, I'll try to say it. Is it Henry Apricot? Welcome, welcome. You can tell me if I say your name wrong. I probably did. Welcome in. Welcome in, welcome in. If you'd like to visit, it's exclamation point visit. And then you will become a patron of the arts. The art that is the food that I'm making. And also, I'm dressed up like Winnie the Pooh.
Oh, bother. We've got a lot of cooking to do. Piglet, grab the slicer. Piglet, get your butt in the kitchen right now. We've got a lot of work to do.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. We gotta do some rearranging. This place is a bit of a mess. So we're gonna do the old oil in the sink trick. But we need another sink for that. So I'm gonna put this here. Let's see. We could, so it's do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti. It's first comes the dough, then comes the parents, then comes the baby in the baby carriage.
The Winnie the Pooh voice.
I'm gonna make a Pooh tuber. I'm gonna make a Pooh tuber and let y'all redeem Pooh voices so that y'all can hear Pooh say anything that you want. It's a promise. It's a promise made here live. I'm gonna get, let's see. I'm gonna get freaking dead. I'm gonna die here because this is really difficult. Let's see. So the pizzas have to be like latent. You have to have latent pizzas sitting around because you can't give them the whole thing. You have to give them slices. Tender, delicious, healthy, sweaty slices. In fact, speaking of sweaty slices, we've got to rename our restaurant. Sweaty Slices? What do y'all think? Any better names? Any better names in the chat? Listen, I'm open to opportunities. I'm open to listening. Listen, I listen. You got it right. Vowel pronounced notwithstanding. Oh no! You mean apricot? Instead of apricot? Henri Apricot? It's nice to meet you. Sorry for getting your name wrong. Perspiration pizza. That's disgusting. No perspiration pizza. That you made it worse. It was already bad, but you made it worse somehow. I'm impressed, horrified, and everything else. Maybe until we get another sink, can you... Let me see. I'm gonna try practice mode. Okay, it better be practice mode this time. Yes, we're in practice mode. Good. Okay, so if I go bop, bop, that works. That works, especially whenever I don't have another sink. Moist margarita. What? We don't serve drinks here. We don't serve any drinks. I guess we could, though. A booking desk. What's this for? Is this for single player mode or something? Interact to accelerate time to the next customer. So if you have extra time, you can like zoom it. I'm just gonna slap this in the cabinet. I don't think we need that. In fact, we need a freezer if I could get one. Hey, Ashley Rose, welcome in. We're about to start our day. Thank you for the 10 biddies. Oh my goodness gracious. Y'all have been so generous today. Thank y'all so much. Head pats too. Head pats for the chef. Let me get that on the bottom of my head. Oh, yeah. That spot was extra scratchy. Oh, thank you. Okay, hat back on. Whew, I needed a scratch. I needed a scratch under that hat. Thank you. I've had a rat sitting on my hair this whole time and it's been awfully itchy.
Awfully itchy. Pizza pie in the sky. What a guy.
Okay, that's amore. No, not the amore. All right, I think we're ready for some pizza pie. Are y'all ready? Y'all hungry? Let me see. What is this name? I love it. It's Sincerectic. Is that how to say your name? No way. I've got to be saying that wrong. Sincere. It is Sinceritic. That's what it is, because I saw heretic in there. It's Sinceritic. Like a sincere heretic? Is that what that is? I hope I got that right. I'm sorry. Sinceritic? Is that it? It is! I knew it! Ha ha! I could tell! I could see heretic in there. Listen, heretic is a word that sticks out to me. Super clear. I see the word heretic everywhere. That's what I get for browsing r/Satan all the time. Okay. Sinceritic, it's nice to meet you. If you wanna order food and you don't know how this game works, it's just exclamation point visit. And we're gonna get cooking. We're gonna get cooking. That's a fake word, Jedi. That's a fake word. It would have been fine even if I got it wrong. It's just more impressive now. Bonk. bonk. Okay, we're schmoovin'. We're schmoovin' on the pizza early. Because they're gonna want pizza, but we already know what type. Here we go. Mamma mia, pizza pie. Pizza pie going in the oven. Here we go. Bonk, bonk, bonk. All right, pizza pie's ready. Open it up. What kind of pizza you want? What kind of pizza you want? You know I got other pizza. Sorry for the stereotypical voice. We're just gonna slap that in there. We ain't gonna cook it yet. We're gonna snag a pizza. Then we go around. Watch this. Look at this speed run. Zoot. Bop. Prosciutto. Prosciutto. All right, boom. Boom, bada bing, bada boom. Welcome to my pizza. Wait, we gotta grab the plates. Let's move these plates out of the way. We're gonna need them gone. We need them gone. I already know what y'all want. I already know what y'all need. You need cheese pizza.
Jesus pizza. Steven's pizza.
That's what we all need. One hot slice coming right up. But first, an ad from our sponsor, Pizza Oven. Pizza Oven, cooking pizzas since 1997. Here we go. Bada bing, bada boom. What could it be? Oh, I guessed right. Shucks. That's amazing. It's shocking. All right. What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be, you dubious creatures? All right, we got one pizza ready. 2 pizzas ready. Coming up. What can I get you to? We got Deep Fire and the Eldritch Abomination. Bon appetit. Let me just clean up this poop. There we go. The goop is gone. Goop be gone. And we did it. We did it. Successful day. Nice. Easy first pizza. Easy first pizza. Did y'all enjoy? How are the slices? I hope you enjoyed. Hey, Ripsy, welcome in. Oi. Would you like this cat boy to do some cooking for you?
Wait a minute. Ripsy, I would be honored to cook you a delicious pizza.
I've been learning offline how to cook. And look, you can finally see. What is this? PlateUp station. Helpful for putting things in place. Stores up to 4 identical pieces of food. 4 identical pieces. Wait a minute. So does that mean that I can prepare stuff and put it in here? You'd love to have food cooked by a catboy? Yes, I can totally help you. But don't worry, I got no fur on my paws, so I won't get any fur in your food. Oi, no worries. And I always wear gloves. I always wear gloves in the kitchen. The only thing cat about me is my ears. My ears! Don't worry, and my tail. But I always keep my tail in a hairnet, so don't worry. It's always tied up. It's always tied up in a hairnet. Should we get another table? Should we get la table? Or should we get more plate? It's hard to say. It's hard to say what we need. We need to upgrade a sink is what we need. PlateUp station, huh? Unfurry paws. Excuse me? No, listen, my paws are human hands. I'm a cat boy, not a furry. Shaking my head. How many times do I have to explain this? I've got normal hands. How do you think I'm playing this with a controller then? You can't play games with toe beans. Hey, awkward. Welcome in. What can I get you? Exclamation point visit if y'all would like me to cook for you. That goes for you, Ripsy. If you want this cat boy to cook you some grub, hit us with that exclamation point visit, and I will give you some pizza. I hope you like cheese, because that's my only option right now. I've never upgraded a counter before. Have I? I think it just speeds up stuff, right? What if I upgraded plates? Would that just give me more plates? Or maybe it would change the nature of the plates. Okay, well, we've been doing fine. Oh, shoot, I don't have a research table, though. Well, that's not gonna work. Put down that desk, put that here. Let's re-roll. Oh, no, I can't re-roll because I won't have money for the desk. Shucks, dude, dang it. Well, we're screwed.
Let's be honest, we buggered it up. We've been buggered. Look out, Piglet. The buggerer is here.
I don't think that that's actually appropriate, but I'm not British, so don't blame me. And also, I'm going to start the day. Everybody got their food? You're so glad that Final Fantasy XIV has cat boys. Yes! I'm actually a cat girl in that game. I can show you let me show you a screenshot of my character in Final Fantasy. Okay, I want to show them off. It's been a while.
It's been a while.
It's been a while since I showed my character. Where's that hat? Can I alt tab out of this thing? It better let me alt tab, otherwise I'm gonna be livid. I'm gonna be livid. Okay, here we go. Let's see. There's a cat girl here. Yeah, this is me posing with Alk. Alk and I were playing this game. My name is Draytana Faye. Oi, I haven't played this game in forever, but there I am.
there I am, a beautiful cat girl.
Finally, the cat girl of my dreams. And by my dreams, I mean what I dream of being. I dream of being a cat girl. But, you know, we get as close as we can. We get as close as we can. I named this one Booba. There I am. Aren't I cute? Look at my face. Look at how cute I am. And I got purple eyes, some little whiskers. I got the face paint on, the cat ears with a piercing on them. I love this character. They're adorable. Cute, cute, cute. Okay, oh, back to the game. We're supposed to be cooking. I know that we're supposed to be cooking now. Let's see. Hopefully the game didn't crash. Okay, looks good. All right, we're ready to cook again. We're ready to rock. Speaking about cats, you gotta check on the cutie in your room. Aw, cats in the room? Adorable. That's what I need. That's what I need to see. Anne, are you making more art right now? Anne, stop making art. No, Anne, why are you drawing stuff during the stream? No. And stop drawing things. Stop. I can't show it all off. No. Anne's making adorable art. Anne, why have you done this? You're out of control. I want to show these. They're so cute. Oh, chef. There's a chef cat. I have to show this. This is so cute. Anne, how dare you make cute art of me? This is forbidden. I've spoken of this many times. You're out of control. Oi, Sinceritic. Thank you for the follow. Welcome into the cat squad. Whoopee. Look at this. Oh, cute. This is so cute. Look, he's making some omelet. Is that an omelet? What are you cooking in there, mister? Huh? Oh, it looks like he's making pancakes or an omelet. It's so cute. Anne. Look at it and love it. And why you make me so cute? This is unrealistic. Can we get some blankies in the chat for this beautiful art? What the heck? Oi. Oh, Anne, you're melting my heart. You know I love art made. No, I'm too much of an art fan. Thank you, Anne. It's so cute. It makes me happy. I need to distract myself with a stressful game. Did you see the other one? Okay, fine. I'll show the other one too. God dang it, Anne. Dang it. Anne has sent me like 10 messages since the stream started. Why didn't you message me before stream, Anne? Why? This one's even cuter. Oh my God. This hurts my soul. It's too cute. Look. Oh, the eyes. It looks like old anime style. Oh, what a baby. And you're not supposed to make art better than the PNG itself. You're not allowed to do that. Don't make better art. You're gonna make me want to get a new VTuber that looks like this. How dare you? This is so cute. This is cuter than real life. This is cuter than I could ever be. And so sweet and cute. Such wholesome energy with this one. I love it. Look at that baby. Now you stop right now. And your art is so freaking good. Thank you so much. Post it on Twitter. I need to shout you out. You need to get shouted out right now. Oi, can we get a shout out for Anne, please? Shout out for Anne, the artist of most of the things on this channel. My VTuber, my panels, a lot of my emotes. Shout out Anne right now. I command it to be done. Otherwise, I'll do it myself. Oi, go check out our friend Anne. Anne is an amazing streamer, amazing person. We love them. We love that Anne. It's true. Oi. Anne, your art's so freaking good. Thank you for the shouts out. Look at that double shout out. It's my HUD broken. Fantastic. Okay, back to the game. Sorry, back to the lab again. Whew. Okay, focus up, gamers. Focus up. Here we go. We got to do a speed run. There's no special toppings yet, but we've already begun the day. Here we go. BRB, you got to walk the cat. Oh, cat walks. That sounds like fun. We'll see you later. Awkward. Good luck with the cat walking. I hope they agree to it. Boom. All right. We don't have much fancy stuff in this kitchen, but you know what? We make it work. Thanks for visiting, King. Nice. We got Cosmic Biscuit and Space Coyote.
Looking for some dinner. There you go. I should have some extra time. We've got none of that like early morning rush nonsense right now. So I can just make some extra pizza. I can just make more. Okay? I'll just put it in the oven. I won't cook it yet. Boom. Yeah, y'all sit at that table over there. Actually, I will cook it. What the heck? Why not? Because we're about to use all this pizza right here. Boom. There we go. Oh, new pizza already made. Hot and fresh. And we can clean up these tables. Here you go. You two. Take your orders. Order up.
Order up! You're dropping poop all over the floor. Disgusting. How dare you treat my beautiful floors with such disregard and disdain. You anger this cat chef. You anger me more than I could ever explain.
We got JC Binks and Apricot in. All right. I'll get y'all some pizza in just a moment. Let me wash up these dishes if you don't mind. I'll be with y'all in just a moment. Your patience is appreciated. There we go. Here we go. Boom. Bam. Boom. Get the pizza. Get the pizza right now. Give me a piece of that corn. There we go. We got them loaded. We got them loaded pizza style. Lemonberry, welcome to the establishment. It's good to see you.
Oi, Lemonberry, it's been forever. It's been like 2 days since you've been to our pizza shop. We missed you.
Da-da-da. Da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da. What can I know exactly what y'all want. I have magic powers. Magic powers that allow me to tell exactly what you need. Don't worry, I'll prepare it. Oh, I'm actually out of space in the kitchen. I'll make a delivery first. Oh, this is the final food. We don't have anything to research though, so it's not like we got to do anything else. And we can't save anything in a freezer because we don't have a freezer. I'm just practicing. Here we go. Nothing that a little practice won't help. Nice. We survived. The pizza shop stays open. Sweaty Slices is kind of working out, you know. Let's see. Next day. No votes yet. Next day, y'all are gonna get to vote to change things. People just poop on the floor. I think it's grease. I was only teasing. Aw, your cat loves walks. We're convinced that she's part dog, part meerkat, and part cat. That's cute. Cats on a walk. That's adorable. That's the story we're going with. That's what it's called. Lens. It is grease. It's grease everywhere, just like that episode of SpongeBob whenever Plankton just starts dumping grease on the food. Oh, wait, no, that was Mr. Krabs. Then everybody got sick, right? A conveyor. Now that I would like to have. I'd like to have this because you can turn this into like an auto dishwasher. Oh, wait, does anybody know how to get a dishwasher? Anybody got any ideas? Like, I literally just don't know how to do it. We could use another sink, period, so that we can have like an auto pizza station. Yes, this might be wise. It might be wise to get a sink. But we need a research table. We need this. So I'm gonna place it over here. Have we got anything in here? We do have plates in here. We could research plates. The conveyor belt is good though. I guess the conveyor is not too rare. We need another sink, that's for sure. Then we'll have another room for a countertop. I think we'll expand the kitchen a smidge. Just a smidgen. I think we're gonna put this here. The oil's gonna go into sink. Let's see. So we could do, what could we do? Upgrade sink to get an auto sink? Oh shoot, dude, really? Auto sink, eh? Like, I think that it gives you multiple sinks though. There's at least 2 different types, Salty, because last time that I researched a sink, I got a super sink that just went really fast. It was like an expedient sink for just washing quicker. So I guess the upgrades are random. That's sus, man. Why they gotta do this to me? It's too random. Why is there RNG in this game? Trying to think about pizza prep here. Like, it would be nice to do more of the chopping elsewhere. This would be like, we'll move this, then we'll dough it in the sink, slap it down, but we still need room for chopping. Still need room for chopping, and the oven's a bit far away now. It looks like maybe we should... Well, we can't yoink a counter because we need the pizza space. We're going to need another counter no matter what. I'm buying a counter right now. I'm just spending all my money. I have no money sense. I have no sense for cash. Don't test me. Don't test me. I'm already at my limit. We could do... We could do this because we don't grab dough too often. We really don't. Dough is a rare thing to grab, so I can just hit corner, sink, slap it down here, and then we can chop onion, slap it in, chop cheese, slap it in. Whenever we wash dishes, we can use this sink, put the dish here, and we can keep one pizza hot here, and we can serve. Eventually, we're going to have to put one pizza here, one pizza there, and then for doubles, we'll serve one there, and then we'll pick up the other one and bring it out. Okay, this makes sense. The plates are going to be hard to manage. It might be worth buying more plates later. But this will work for now. I think that this will work. Okay, here we go. This RNG in roguelike games? Yes, it's true. I mean, there's already RNG. There's just more. Okay, we got this. Who's ready to eat? Hey! No bonk in my head. No bonk in my head, you rascal. How dare you. All right, boom. See, the pizza making is going to be, like, way more efficient with this design. I'll just have to, like, warm up a bit. Bop, bop, bop. Bop, bop. Okay. Prep another one. Boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, pizza's done? What the heck? No, it's not cooked. It's not cooked. Oh, my God. What the heck did I do? I messed it up. I messed it up somehow. That's all we know. Okay, boom. Pizza's done. We'll get a couple of pizzas out. Okay, one pizza. Two pizza. Here we go. Da-da-da-da-da. Here we go. I'm delivering behind my head. You can't see it. It's a secret.
It's a secret, so don't ask.
All right, I gotta wash these dishes and get them out of here because we gotta have room. Gotta have room. Those peeps can wait.
They can wait.
You know what? You know who can wait? Sinceritic and Awkward IRL.
Da-da-da. We're gonna get another pizza going. And we're gonna plate these up. Oh, here we go. Boom, boom. Got it. All right, delivery coming up. Coming right up. What can I get you? 2 pizzas? What a surprise. Boom. All right, I'm gonna need your plates. This is such an inefficient way to wait for plates. I should have just cleaned the floor or something. But at least it's clean. All right, we got another fresh pizza done. Nice. We're gonna need to work on another pizza after we deliver to Ripsy and Mushroom Gal. Are y'all out looking for some pizza here? Ripsy have visited my restaurant. I'm so honored. What the heck? Mushroom Gal and Ripsy here? Sheesh. Nice. All right, we're gonna cook another pizza and just like leave it open for a second. It's a bit rough, but we do what we gotta do. We're gonna block up the kitchen just a little bit. All right, I'll slap this in the oven after I clean off these plates and take their orders. All right, what can I get you? 2 pizzas, nice. All right. We'll plate these up. Oh no, I can't do that yet. We gotta wash one. We should have time. We should be good. In fact, I'm gonna cook this pizza and we're gonna wash a dish. Do we have time for that? Barely. Oh my gosh, that was close. That was a bad idea. Okay, well, we can plate up these. We got your food. Oh, I'll just walk out. Here we go. Oh, this is the final thing anyway. Nice. Hey, fantastic. Can we do research on plates? We might have time. This is gonna be really close. Drex is here. Welcome in, Drex. Oi, Drexon. Welcome to my pizza shop. Would you like some pizza? Oh, we got a new card coming in. Y'all can vote on this. Increased messes created by customers or black coffee as a dessert. Coffee as a dessert or messes created by customers. Coffee will give me more money. It is a little bit complicated, but I think I know how to manage coffee. Or the relaxed atmosphere means that they make more of a mess, so this place is just going to be filled with grease.
With grease, I tell you, it'll be a greasy mess.
Order up! Drex, if you'd like to get some food, you could put !visit in the chat, and you'll be put on the queue. You'll be put on the queue for this restaurant alone. If I fail this restaurant, then we have to do a new queue. But we'll be here for a bit. No more floor poopers. Thanks, Linz. At least I know where you voted. Appreciate it. I see where you put your money. You love how your arms just wave around while washing the dishes? Yes, the waving around for dishes and for cleanup is so funny. Well, well, well. It looks like y'all chose coffee. This is actually a fantastic layout for coffee because I'll put it here. And can I get like a barrel or something out here? I guess I don't have a barrel yet. I could buy another oven. That would mean that I could leave pizzas in an oven because they're allowed to be stored in the oven. You can even store slices in the oven, technically. Another oven would be useful for whenever we have multiple types of pizza, but I'm not going to do that at the moment. Let's check what the plates are. Hey, it's Erica. Welcome in. The girl who bakes. The girl who bakes loves this game. Now, that's not a surprise. Now, that's not a surprise. How are you doing? Erica, this game's so fun. I love this game. Did your sink upgrade? I actually was upgrading plates. Automatically plates anything placed in front of it. Interesting. This is not particularly useful. It's good to know that this is how this works, but it is an auto plater. So if we put that plate right here and point it at this direction, then if we put a slice of pizza here, it would load. That would be great for not pizza. But pizza is like the worst thing. We would have to have like a splitter or whatever it's called. This is not useful to us at the moment, unfortunately. And it's upgraded too. Dang. Well, we could roll. We have 52. So we could roll for another research if we wanted to. We could roll for a sink research because we do. Oh, wait. No, there's a sink right here. We don't need a re-roll. We'll research a sink. That's what we need. We need an upgraded sink. And I could buy an extra counter. A counter's always a good idea. And I'm going to put the counter out here so that I can have double coffee. Double coffee. You'll see what I mean in a minute. Okay. We've only got 2 tables, though. We're going to have to be very fast. Oh, there's only 4 customers on the next day. This is easy. This is day 4. Nice, nice, nice. Yes. This is going to work great. Could upgrade the oven. That's true. We could upgrade the oven or we could upgrade the sink. I feel like the sink's a better choice because, for one, we could turn it into an auto washer, or we could just generally wash quicker. And one of our sinks is our washing sink. We don't have that many plates right now, so we could use a new sink, to be honest. But you're right, an oven would be nice. But thankfully, we don't have any extra toppings. God, I'm talking a lot. We're just going to go for it. We're just going to go for it. Make sure that y'all visit if y'all want. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, this goes here. Dang, I'm going to be a little bit slow. A little bit slow here in the morning. Hey, Drexon, welcome to the pizza shop. What can I get you? Actually, I'll be with you in just a moment. Just getting a pizza ready, my friend. I will get your order in just a moment. Just be patient with us. I'm the only one working in the kitchen. Boop, boop. Okay. What could you want? Well, I'm just going to guess what you want. Okay, coffee. Load it up. Hey, Drex. Good morning. Pizza, certainly, of course. Put that there. Boom, boom. All right. I hope you enjoyed. Are you looking for a little extra something? Certainly. We got some coffee for you right here. And that does not make a plate mess, thankfully. All right. We are schmoving. This is incredible gameplay so far. This is working out great. We only got 1 topping. Easy day. We only got 4 customers, too. God, I wish I had a freezer right now. I'll just plate this up. Boom. Boop, boop, boop. Too easy. Too easy. All right, Jedi, what can I get you? A slice? Certainly. Now, you're going to be wanting coffee with that, right? You normally do. What do you think? Some coffee with that? Sure. Have a little brewski before you go. A little brew? You know what? It's on the house. Actually, it's not. Thanks for the money. Here we go. Here we go. Hey, yeah. Let's get you in. The girl who bakes. Let's visit. Visit. We got a visit from a fellow streamer. Oh, I'm a little embarrassed. The place is a bit of a mess. Sorry about that. The girl who bakes in Darkfire Tale, welcome in. Here for some lunch? For some friendly lunch? What can I get you? A couple of slices? You bet. I got you. Are we thinking coffee after the meal? Any extras? You feeling coffee? Coffee for both? I got you. There you go. Enjoy. I wish we had a freezer so bad. Oh, we should do research. That's not the end of the day, right? We got 1 more person? I hope so. That might be it. Oh, that was it. I forgot how the bar worked. Dang it, we missed it. Hey, Bree, how are you doing? Welcome in. Nice to meet you. My name is Chef Earl. I'd love to be cooking for you today. I had so much extra time. I could have easily researched that. Blueprint cabinet. So could you research 2 things? I guess you could. If you had 2 cabinets with both research, what would that do? We could research. See, if I put another blueprint cabinet, I could save a sink. Then you could save 2. You said you think that you could get a freezer by researching a counter. Researching a counter, eh? A blueprint cabinet is 20 bucks. And then the whatever we're researching will be free until we buy it. So if I got 2 counters here, if I got 2 different binders, maybe I can, well. Let's see. I think that I'm actually, do you think that old Chef Earl should be moved over here now? I think I'm gonna move over here and just peek out the edge, because this layout's actually different now. Let's see. What can we improve? What can we do? What can I do? What do I do, Lord? Let's see. We could do counter. We could research sink. That'd be a good idea. What's in here right now? Oh, it's already a sink. Yeah, let's research a counter. It's a good idea. All right, we should survive the next day. Next day, here we go. Everybody, good luck. Make sure that you visit. We got lots of delicious food for y'all. Dang it, I always forget the oil. Shucks, here we go. Gotta get this pizza ready. Who wants some pizza? All right, we got Britt and Tezuka. Welcome in, friends. Can I get a coffee done while pizza cooks? Yes, I can. You knew it. You knew I could. Why'd you ask? All right, boom. All right, coffee's gonna be ready. Boom. Oh, we should have just plated this up already. All right, let's get these plates rolling. Bon appetit. What can I get for you? Let me guess what you have. A pizza slice. I'm not surprised. I hope you enjoy. All right. It's going to take a moment to get them out of the chair. We're going to need more dining spaces, that's for sure. Yeah, we got our double coffee. Yeah, because almost everybody wants coffee. It's ridiculous. Boom. All right. We're going to plate up some pizza, and then we got to clean up because it's a mess in here. We got to do some dishes. Boom. Enjoy. I'm going to do some washing. Hopefully you can wait there for a moment. They're thinking. They're scheming. All right. Order. Coming right up. Hang on. Actually, if you could wait for a second, there's nobody here. I'm going to just do some research over here if you don't mind. I'll do some research behind my big head. There we go. All right. Now I can get your order. What can I get you? Some coffee. Oh, I see. All right. We got another single Pringle coming in here. Let me just get some dishes done. Just dish it up. Dishing up. Seems like we got some time, right? Let's make some more pizza. I don't think we're gonna need it though. This might be the last person, but you know, safety first. That's what I always say. Boom. All right, I'm gonna plate this up for you. All right, and they might want coffee. I sure hope that they do. Please get coffee because I want to do one more research. I'm hiding my research. Oh, I never took their order. That's silly. Hey, Eric is here. Oi. Can I get you some pizza? Let me just cook it up right now. Don't mind me, just cooking up some pizza. Some pizza pie. A pizza pie for a friendly friend. All right, bada bing, bada boom. Got you some spicy, delicious pizza. Boom, boom. And you, what can I get you, Cosmic Biscuit? How about some coffee? Some coffee after the meal. I got you. Here you go. And let me just, boom, boom. We did all our research today. We'll put that there. And you'd like some coffee too, certainly. I got you. We did both of our researches, nice. And hopefully we get a freezer for tomorrow. We did double research. Nice. Ironically, I was doing pizza earlier before signing on to Twitch. Some top secret research. I see. Speaking of top secret, y'all get to vote right now. I don't see who votes for what. We're either going to make it a charming establishment or a more exclusive one. People will wait longer at an exclusive one. And then the other one is just crap. Like, what's the point of having a charming restaurant? What's the goodness there? What's the point? Standards aren't as important as feeling like a home away from home? Is it cheaper to, I bet it's cheaper to furnish. Is that what it is? One's cheaper and one's better? Is that what it is? I don't know. It depends. Do we want a bougie pizza restaurant, or do we want charming is for patients, but exclusive is wait time outdoors. So it's either they wait better for their meal or they wait better outdoors. Either one. Either one. It's y'all's decision. Y'all can ruin me or make this game easier. It's up to y'all. I don't even know which one's better. Y'all pick charming. All right. A charming restaurant we shall have. Well, well, well. What have we researched here? We got a wash basin. Washes up to 4 plates at once, but cannot provide water. That is not a big deal because we don't have any need for water at the moment. We don't boil anything, so that's fine. I'll move the sink to this room, and I'll buy the wash basin. $60? Not bad. And it's gonna help me a lot with dishes. With the dishy poos. And I can buy the freezer too! Pog! That means that I can leave a pizza overnight! That means that I can leave a pizza after hours. After hours pizza. Frozen pizza. Very fresh and delicious. Okay, now it's time to make this room a little bit nicer. Some dark wallpaper, possibly? Very nice. Very, very lovely. Wooden floors, we already got those. What? We could do the herringbone pattern, but then it would just be brown on brown. Brown on brown. You think that that's comfy? I mean, it's sort of a coffee shop. What do y'all think? I'll listen to opinions. Bluer, ooh, kind of a diner style wall. I like that. This dingy little storage room. That fits for a storage room. I think that this place looks better. A nice kind of dinery room in here, and then a nice bougie area back here. We need another table, but we cannot afford it, and I don't even know if we have it. I'm kind of curious about the other upgrades for tables, but they're dangerous. They're dangerous, I tell you. We will put a barrel here eventually and move this counter because counter is more useful than a barrel, but we can put a coffee on the barrel so that we always have 2. We'll buy more stuff. We got to make some money though. Anything to research though? None of these are upgradable. These are all decorations. Today's decoration day. Charming? Yeah, okay, this place is a little charming. The bonuses are different for decorations. Yes. These are good. I will totally make like a double plant somewhere. Shoot, we're just gonna have to go really fast tomorrow, and I'll make an extra pizza, okay? We're gonna, instead of researching, we'll make an extra pizza tomorrow. All right, here we go. And you know what I'm doing. I'm slapping that boom, 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 boom. All right, full speed ahead. We got pizzas to cook. We got customers to feed. We got customers. Hey, Asia's here. Let's go. Asia, welcome into the restaurant. And King, welcome in as well. That was risky. I'll put that in there, actually, because I have time. I should have time anyway. Here we go. We'll slap that in here. Boom. And we'll move a coffee. Boom, boom. All right, back to the kitchen. Boom, boom. All right, nice. We'll plate this up. Bon appetit. I will grab this coffee so that we can have doubles. Nice. All right, I got to be very fast here. All right. Oh, Monsters probably just wants pizza. I'll feed both of them so that I can get them out of here. Because we're going to... Also, what's nice about having a pizza in the freezer is that you can pull it out this day, too. You're not forced to. Shoot, this is going to get in my way the whole time. I need to clean up this mess. Oh, it's so frustrating. All right, I got your coffees. 1 coffee for you.
1 coffee for you. And a coffee for you as well. Enjoy.
And then your food. We got to get this plate out of here. And we'll get you a coffee. Here you go. All right, we got some dishes to wash.
We got some dishwashing time. This is so convenient. Wash them all at the same time. Nice. Wash basin, not bad. And I think... Oh, we got to remove them individually. I think we got time to make another pizza before they get mad. Watch this. Watch the speedrun pizza. I'm going to keep it in the oven. I mean the freezer. We're going to keep it in the freezer. No worries. Here we go. Oh, wait. Don't close it. Boom. There we go. Coffee. Boom, boom. Nice. We got the pizza. Any hungry? Any hungry peoples? Boom. Plate it up. I got you. Here we go. All right. Pizza for you. And order pizza for you. All right. Get a coffee going. And we'll plate up Brit's food. Bread, here you go. I think I might be speedrunning a little much. I might be taking this a little too seriously. That's okay. Take your orders. And I'm going to have to slap that in there. There we go. Okay. We got to get Mushroom Gal and D-Fire in here. I'm sorry for the wait. I'll get these peeps out of the... Oh, my God. I never took your order. I'm so sorry. I'm all over the place. Move out of my way. No coffee? Okay. All right. I feel that. Okay, not coffee every day. We need to wash some dishes before we get started. And this should be just enough food for everybody. Nice. We're going to plate this up. Bam, boom, bang, bingo. Bing, bang, boom. All right. There's a bunch of food. A bunch of junk on the ground. There you go. Just in case you want coffees, I'll get them ready. What are we feeling? Are we feeling a little extra, a little desserty? Feeling like deserting our sense of propriety? Let's go for it. Boom. There you go. Oh, I'll just take your orders. We need one coffee. Ooh, and another one. Here we go. Ooh, 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 ooh. And we got an extra pizza. Nice. Whoopee. We're doing great. We're doing great. Chef Earl is serving up. Service with a smile. Woo, 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 woo. Service with a smile. And maybe a little bloosh. A little bloosh to go with your pizza. 2 stars. They're clapping for me. I'm so proud. I know I'm charmed by this restaurant. Oh, lovely. Yes, I'm so glad that you find it so charming. What's it gonna be? Mushroom pizza or simplicity? Desks can only be used once a day. Desks, I don't even use them. That doesn't even make any sense. Are we gonna add mushroom to the pizza or are we not? That's basically the option. Either mushroom or nothing. Mushroom or we just keep it going. Oh, shucks. Of course y'all are going to go for the mushroom. Of course you are. Of course you got to make my life harder. I mean, at least we got a freezer and plenty of counter space. It's true. And we'd make more money. I think it might be mushroom time. What do y'all think? Some fungus? Some fungus on your meal? You feeling fungusy this evening? Fungus among us. You thinking shroom pizza? Listen, I know that I got y'all addicted to mushrooms ever since we've been playing Cult of the Lamb, okay? This is all very expected. Very expected. All right, so we got to chop mushrooms now. Now, the mushrooms aren't too big of a deal. We're going to put the mushrooms over here. Bing, bang, boom. Yes, we're back to pizza, Mercs. We've tried everything tonight, but I couldn't pick steak again. It wouldn't let me pick steak. So it's either salad or pizza, so I figured that we'd just switch between them. But we're going to level up after this restaurant, so next time that we play, we'll have more food options, all right? That's a guarantee. That's an Earl guarantee. I could put down another dining table, but I could... Oh, there's no more decorations out here. We should have saved some in the filing cabinet. That was dumb. Filing cabinets are basically free storage, and I should have left them. Bins, worthless. Work boots, nah. These are push through things more easily, but it spreads the mess. Nah, I'm not doing that. I don't like any of these shoes. I haven't tried them, but I hate them. We could research counter. We might just end up with another freezer. That might be good, but also might be bad. We're going to put counter in here because we could always use a counter anyway. And if I have extra time, I'll research it. We're going to need more plates eventually, and this is 8 plates rather than the measly 6 that we're given right here. Or this might just be 4. So we should probably just move these plates and just buy some new ones, okay? We got to buy some new platage, all right? I want y'all to eat off the finest plates. Yeah, these big ones. This'll help. This'll help a bit. All right, we're going to have to manage mushroom pizza. We'll cook the mushroom pizza first because I already got one here, but we got to schmoove. Yo, Cosmic Biscuit, thank you for the sub. Yo, oi, oi, oi. Thank you so much. 4 months of support. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Oi, oi, oi. And that sub also doubles as your movie ticket. If you want to watch The Bad Guys with us tomorrow, you are more than welcome. The event's over on the Discord. You just got to connect your Discord to your Twitch, and then you get all your sub benefits. Nice, nice, nice. Thank you so much for the support. I appreciate it. Hooray! They love my food. Hey, Rosera, you looking for a little bit of cowboy? It's not like I want to cook for you or anything, Rosera. It's not like I want to cook for you. It's not like I want you to put !visit in the chat so that you can visit my little cowboy restaurant. Okay? Oi, oi, oi. Much love. How are you doing, Rosera? It's good to see you. Welcome to my madness. Welcome, welcome. Ooh, these are not upgradable. Let's upgrade a dining table too. What the heck? Okay, we're gonna be what we're doing right now is extremely risky. I want y'all to be informed of that. I want y'all to know the kind of risks that I'm giving myself right now. So the thing is that we've only got 2 tables. We've only got 2 tables, and that is dangerous business. We have 9 customers come in, groups of 1 to 2. We're in trouble. we're in big trouble. But we're going to do our best. All right? We got to risk it for the biscuit. It's true. Because I want to do research, and I want another freezer. I think we can do it. Now we got to go as fast as possible. It's !visit. That'll put you in the queue for the restaurant, and the game will automatically queue you in. Now, that is just for this restaurant. This restaurant goes by the name Sweaty Slices, because that's exactly what we're serving up every single day that we're open. Sweaty Slices. But if I, for example, failed, which would never happen. It's never happened. But if it did, then you'd have to do another one. But you won't have to do that again on the next day. Okay. Are we ready for food? Everybody hungry? All right, let's get this. Let's get this. Boom, boom. Okay, we gotta make a quick pizza. Oh shoot. We gotta make a quick mushroom pizza. Bon appetit. We've got to make the mushroom pizza. Boom, boom. All right. Y'all can wait for a second, right? I'm just gonna slap this in the oven. All right. We're gonna schmoove down, grab a coffee, get that on there. Okay, ding, ding, ding. It's ready. Pizza's ready. I don't actually know what they're gonna want though, so I'm gonna have to check that order. Order up. What do we got? Rosera and Merck's looking for some food. Okie dokie. Looks like we're gonna need a normal pizza in here as well. I wonder if we have time to make another one and just leave that one in the, that seems risky, right? Risky? Am I risking it out here? Am I getting dangerous? Am I getting dangerous with this? Shoot, dude. Maybe I should just, okay, I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. Slap that in the oven, but I'm gonna serve this up quick. All right, we'll have to get another one in the freezer later. Okay, and we got their coffee ready. Yeah, we got to get these peeps out of here before they start blocking up the line. All right. Can I get y'all something else? Ah, looking for some coffee. I got you. A little late for coffee, but you know what? I'm not here to judge. And because we got so many dishes, I can just throw these in the sink for now and grab a couple more slices. Should have been doing this while I was cooking a pizza, not gonna lie. All right, boom, 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 boom. All right, here's your food, hot and ready. Hot and ready. And I'm gonna wait to take their order. Y'all thinking coffee this evening? Ah, I got you. Here we go. Couple of coffees for two of my favorite patrons. Boop, boop. All right, we're gonna need to wash some dishes because we're now out of dish space. But we also need to cook the pizza. Let's actually, oh, I don't know if this timing works. I'm gonna have to cancel the washing if it goes too fast. I think we got it. No worries. All right, we'll plate up this to make some extra room, and we'll plate up this just in case. Maybe I'll get lucky. Maybe. More coffee. What can I get y'all? Perfect order, of course. I got y'all. And we already washed all the dishes, so, ooh, I should have been cleaning the floors while I waited. Oh boy, what can I get y'all? Of course, some coffee. I got y'all. Let me just clean up real quick. Woo! Ah, Miss Obi! Oh my gosh, thank you so much! Oh no. Oh, yo! I gotta pause for a second. Yo, thank you so much for the prime! Oi! You could have picked that prime for anybody, but you sent it to me. Thank you so much for the support. Can we get some blankies? Blankies. Miss Obi, how are you doing? Welcome to my shop. I'm working around the clock trying to feed all these fine people. I'm working hard. Working hard or hardly working? It's your decision. I should have taken that order because it's a single. Shoot. Okay, well, I'll tell you what. We'll plate double up. Double up platage. Oh, snap. Rosera, thank you for the 100 biddies. Oh, my gosh. This is so distracting. Thank you so much. Rosera. So sweet. Okay, while you eat that pizza, I'm going to clean up this poop. All right. Are we thinking coffee? Of course. I'll get you some coffee. Enjoy, Sinceritic. Enjoy. And I gotta cook up another pizza because we're running out of time. And this is the last order. So, shoot. Yeah, it's gonna get a little bit tight, but we'll be fine. Let me move this pizza over here. And if you both want mushroom, it'll still be fine. But I have to prepare a pizza for tomorrow. We should have time, especially with the coffee and everything. All right, I'm just gonna cook this real quick. And I'll get y'all's order in a moment. Yes. We got the coffee ready. Boom, boom. Put that in the oven. I mean, in the in the freezer. All right. Surely you want one of these pieces, right? If it's double, oh no. Okay, I should have time. I should be fine. Oh shoot. Okay, here we go. We're fine. This is enough time. All right, the platage. Nice. And the coffee's ready. We already got a pizza. Oh, and they didn't even want any coffee. I was more ready than I needed to be, and I forgot my research. Frick. Can you put more than one pizza in the freezer? I don't think so. I don't think so, but I'm not sure. Not 100% sure. Did a choo-choo activate? Not yet. Not yet. I don't spy any choo-choos in the chat. Wait a minute. Do we see any hype trains in the chat? Almost. A friend date. Adorable. Adorable friend date. We stand friend date so hard. Yeah! We did it, Cosmic Biscuit! You didn't have to do that. Thank you so much for the 100 biddies. Oi, oi, oi! The train started. Thank y'all. Oi, 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 oi! Here we go, here we go. I'm gonna stop saying oi for 2 seconds now while I look at everything. Thank y'all. We started a hype train. Choo-choo. All aboard. All aboard, gamers. Here we go. I just want to remind y'all that we'll get some new VTuber art if for some reason we reach this goal. I don't know, it's a little high. It's a little tricky, but if we make it, we'll have more expressions. I've already got a few of them planned. Yes. Ooh, a scrubby brush. Hang on. King, you have the vine emotes. Yes. I love the vine leaf emotes. What is a scrubby brushy? Ooh, interesting. Oh, this is for floor cleaning. Hold this to water floor messes faster. Hold this to clean 3 times faster. Wipe the floor, scrub the dishes. Oh, you can do a bunch of stuff with this. So you can wash dishes or the ground? That sounds complicated. I don't know if I should do that, right? Should I do that? I'm not sure. Miss Obi, it's so good to see you. I'm doing so well tonight. Thank you for asking. Cooking up some grub? Man, I've never felt so useful. Cooking for chat? Shucks. We need another table. I think we might need to invest in a table. We're gonna have, we only have 7 customers tomorrow. We're still on easy mode right now. You can keep it in and grab food and stuff. Oh, you can just keep it in your hand and grab food? What, so you can just keep the scrubbing brush in your hand? Is that what you're saying? Hey, Cian, how are you doing? Welcome in. It's good to see you. It's been a little while. Oi, oi, welcome. Welcome to my shop. What do we got on our research papers? We got counter, dining table. We need to do these. We have to do these. You said and yeah, hand. Oh, in your hand. You keep it in your hand and you can still grab food? So you just pick this up and you just leave it in your hand? Is there things that you can't do, like chopping, I guess? I could keep it in the sink, I guess. No, I'd have to put it on a counter here. I guess that wouldn't be too bad. It seems like I wouldn't have any space for it. Oi, Mercs! I'm so glad that you got to hang out today. Enjoy the rest of your night. Oi, oi. Much love to Mercs. Much love to Mercs. Enjoy your lurks. Oi. Ooh, well, we might survive. But we got to do the research today. All right, today's research day. You can keep it in your hand the whole time? Really? So it's just $20 and it makes you do a bunch of things faster? That seems cheap. That seems unfair. I got to test this thing out. Got to test out the scrubby brushy. We're going to put it, actually, we're going to put it out here because we don't need it anywhere else. Let me see how this feels. Practice mode. Yes. Yes. So we pick up the scrub brush. Boom. So if we have the scrub brush, we can still, I'm just going to try to make a pizza with a scrub brush in my hand. Wow. I cannot believe that we can do all this one-handed. I still be slapping both hands. You know I'm getting a mess. I'm getting a mess on this pizza. Well, this looks incredible. The cheating tool's working great. It's working fantastic. Okay. I love it. I'm glad that we got it. For 20 coins, it's a steal. An absolute steal. And that's exactly what I like. Oi, Vonchik, what's up? How are you doing? Welcome to my shop. If you want some sweaty slices, you know where to get them. You've been here for a little bit, though, I think. I just want to say hi because I felt like it. Tee-hee. Looks like a toilet scrub? Yes. Toilet scrub 24/7. Listen, this is necessary for solo. If we're going to solo this, we need that. All right, we're going to get cooking. Y'all ready? Everybody ready? Here we go. We're starting the day. Speed run. And we got to make sure that we do research today. Today's a big day. Today's a huge day because we're about to do another upgrade. Oh my goodness, it's about to get spicy out of here. Lemonberry, welcome in. Welcome into Pizza and Chill. Boing, boing, boing. There, now I got me scrubbies. Got me scrubby on lock. Okay. We only got one person in here right now, so I think I'm gonna make another pizza. Boom. Yeah, we'll make a mush. If I can, I'd like to save time with the freezer today because I'm going to be busy researching. Yes, we make a mushroom pizza and boom, 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 boom. I can't do anything while I'm doing that. Dang it. I've been a fool. I've been a fool, I tell you, a fool. All right, all right. We'll plate up a couple of things. We'll put a plate here and we'll bring this. Nice. I'll take both of their orders to get them out of the way. Shoot, dude. Oh, dang. Okay, well, we're gonna put that there. We're gonna put this here. We gotta hurry. We gotta hurry. We might have time for this. This is bad, though. This is okay, though. We're gonna survive, though. We did it, though. Nice. A little coffee moving. All right, let me get that plate out of your way. And you'd like some coffee? Certainly. And they'll be headed out right after the coffee. They need coffee, but I have to move the plates first. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate, but you know how it is. You know how it is. We'll put this here. Boom, boom. I should have been working on that coffee earlier. Here we go. Got to move them out of the way. All right, what kind of pizza are we looking for? Ah, both types, both types. You know what? It takes all types in a pizza shop. Okay, here we go. And this, got to get coffee rolling. Boom, boom. All right. Delivery, hot and fresh. Enjoy. Let's test out the scrub brush. It's pretty good. It definitely is speeding this up. We got to keep that pizza out of this window because we need the roomage. Okay, we're just gonna hit him with the coffee. Today's a mess. Today's an absolute mess. This is a travesty. An absolute travesty. Even I'm disappointed. Not gonna lie. Okay, we're gonna give Sinceretic a little bit of extra time while I scrub. While I'm scrubbing my rub. Rubbing the scrub. Scrubbity rubbing. Yeah, y'all wait for just a moment. I'm gonna try to do some research before I give y'all food. Is that fine? I hope so. I'm gonna be in my office. I'll be in my office doing some research. This is gonna be just fine. Don't you worry. I'm doing double research back here. Don't worry. Just enjoying the atmosphere. I'm glad. We got no decorations, but I'm glad you're enjoying it. Hey, we got some sippies. I'll get those in just a moment. Oh, shoot. Well, put this out here. Boom, boom. And what can I get you? Ah, yes, the mushroom pizza, of course, a favorite. A favorite among our guests. Normal pizza. Ah, you know just what I want to give you. All right, are we thinking some coffee tonight? Certainly. Enjoy, enjoy. And we've done all of our work. We left a mushroom pizza in the freezer, which is fantastic because it's harder to make the normal ones. And we did our research. A perfect day. A perfect day indeed. And we made $5-6 off of black coffee. Nice. All right. No difficulties yet. No new difficulties. Let's check what these blueprints are, I guess. Let's see. We got a workstation. Interesting. Never seen this before. Hey, Kuya Cat, thank you so much. Oh my goodness gracious. Thank you for the 21 months. Welcome back. Huzzah! Huzzah!
21 woos for 21 months.
21 woos. Sheesh, you wooed me with the first woo. Oi, Kuya Cat, thank you so much. Oi, oi, thank you for supporting this channel and for supporting me. Kuya Cat, welcome back. Welcome back for 21 months. Sheesh, that's older than I am. Let me see. Oh my goodness, I know how bad that can be. Sorry that you're going through that. Who's going through stuff? I'm sorry to hear that. Oh no, Jedi. Jedi's doing bad. Can we get some hearts in the chat for Jedi, please? Hey! I'm trying to be nice here. Goodness gracious. Oh my goodness. D, what's up? How are you doing? We're just looking at our newly researched stations. We got a workstation. It says double chop at hand speed. Double chop, eh? We could put that here. We could use a workstation, I think. It'd speed up things. I guess it helps, right? Right? It's a little expensive, but I'll take it. And the other research thing, oh, head fats, thank you. Thank you. A table with a fancy cloth, you say. It says customers pay 50% more, and it combines with adjacent tables. 50% more, I like the sound of that. Well.
Don't mind if I dippity-do. I think I'll be putting this one outside. We've needed an extra table for a while now.
Actually, it might be super hard for me to manage these many tables. But you know what? I like living on the dangerous side of things, all right? If the game's not interesting, what's the point in playing? Oh, Thank you for the wooage. Thanks for the wooage in the chat. That gnome got too close to me. I could smell him. I could smell the sweat on him. Disgusting. You keep those filthy gnomes away from me. Let's see, what do we got here? Our kitchen's looking great. Everything's looking great. I can't make it any fancier. Hold 2 items at once. My God, we're saving this. We're saving this. A double item holder. Woo! That sounds fancy. Sounds fancy. We could leave that right here and just slap stuff onto it. And then dining table, floor buffer, increase movement and prevent spills. All surface shine. Huh. I don't know what that means, but it sounds good. I'm gonna just save it just in case. Oh, it's a mop. Oh, is this an upgraded mop? Moppage? Any moppers in the chat? Anybody mopping around? Excuse me. Okay, we're gonna cook some lunch. Everybody hungry? Make sure that you bring your hungry mouth and stuff. Okay, I'm just gonna go. Here we go. Boom, 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 boom. All right, we cooking, we working, we schmoving. Oh my gosh, that's so fast. Holy moly, this workstation's incredible.
Yes, finally the power has been given to me. That's exactly what I needed.
Look at that, we can chop it while we work on this. Oh baby, look at us go. Yeah, I ain't seen speed like this before. I bet you haven't. Oh wait, we need some onion. Oh no, this is not onion. This is mushroom. All right, let me take your order. I will be out in just a moment. Why are you not at a fancy table? That is where I make the most money. How dare you? How freaking dare you? I see your plans. I see your awful plans, you rapscallion you. Drex hanging out at the top, giving me difficult orders. Unbelievable. But you know what? We'll make it work. My friend. Bon appetit. And also, my friends Jedi and Erica are here. They want some normal pizza. Normal pizza day at Sheesh. All right, we're gonna have to deliver this pizza in a couple of... This is already a mess. This is already horrible. I am not schmoving. This is bad. I'm unhappy. I'm angry. I'm upset. I'm failing. I have people waiting outside the door in like 2 seconds. Oh no. Okay, we gotta get this coffee out of here. Boom. Yeah, we gotta get this place cleaned up. Dang it! There's no room for these stupid plates. God dang it. What a mess. Okay, there's nobody waiting though. We're good so far. We're okay-ish. Eat, drink, enjoy. Okay, y'all want some pizza. I've learned my lesson. I'm never putting both pizzas here ever again. This was a horrible idea. Put that pizza here so that I have room for dirty plates. Okay, here we go. And we're getting the coffee rolling. We're recovering. It's fine. No big deal. I'm gonna wait for your messiness. I don't have my scrub brush on. Dang it. Okay, but they didn't want any coffee. Nice. Okay, y'all want double mush. Dang, I'm gonna have to rip it out of the freezer, I think. I don't know if I'll have time for any of this. Oh, shoot. Grab the brush. Oh, I should have grabbed that early. Should have grabbed it earlier. Okay, dish time. I should still have time, especially since I'm just gonna cheese this one. I'm gonna cheese it by grabbing our freezer pizza. That's why I made this, but I just didn't want to use it yet. But, you know, desperate times, desperate measures. Here we go. Boom, boom. Okay, we got some food for y'all. Sorry for the wait. So sorry. I am doing my literal best in this kitchen. Are we thinking coffee, folks? I dropped my utensil on their table. That's highly inappropriate. Nobody likes that. Nobody liked that. All right, what can I get for you? All right, normal pizza. We got you. We got a lot of dirty dishes around here. You just eat up, decide what you want next, and I got to get these dishes rolling. And we still need to do research today. Shoot. Yeah, we're looking at coffee, right? Sure. There you go. Boom, boom. And take your order. And I'll just bring this in here. Von Chick wants a normal pizza. We're going to need to cook some more pizza. We're going to have time right after this. Let's clean up some mess for just a second. Oh, dang. Didn't even want coffee? Shucks. Okay. Let's see if we can cook like a speed pizza. Speed pizza. Here we go. Speed run any percent. Pizza time. Here we go. Boom, boom. Okay, expedient pizzaing. I don't actually know what they're gonna want, so I'm gonna get 2 pizzas ready. And one of them is gonna probably go in the freezer. Or we might need both. Okay, shoot. Here we go. Normal pizza. Coming right up. I'm gonna slap that here. And I'm gonna chop this up. We still got time. Don't worry. Don't sweat it. Put that in here. Not starting it yet. Put that there. Plate up 1. We'll wash the dishes. We got time. In fact, we have time to do a little bit of research, I think. Maybe if I can deliver their food first, we'll be fine with research. Hopefully they want coffee. Please take some coffee. What do we got? Oh, a couple of, okay, let me grab that. I got you. Okay. Now it's possible that they're gonna eat these and be done, which is not good. That means that I need to cook this pizza just in case. Oh, they're done. Okay. We should still have time to put this in the freezer. Please hurry. Nice! Yes, we've done it. Okay, at least we put it in the freezer. No research done. This game is too much. This is too much. Too much stress on this cook. Whew, I'm sweating in here. Mamma mia. Oh, it's voting time. Everybody vote up. We got discounts. We earn less money or we add chopped onion. No, not two. Not the two toppings. We'll be dead. We'll die, I tell you. I don't have a freezer for that. I need 2 freezers. I don't even have room in the kitchen. Oh no. What are we gonna do? Chat? I'll accept whatever you say. Ooh, I can catch up with chat a tiny bit. Have I played the new Disney game? Oh, the Disney Dreamlight game? I've not played that yet. It looks pretty interesting, but it looks mostly like a Sims game. And I'm not crazy about Sim games. Like, I mean like Sim style, like Sims 4. I don't know. It doesn't look too much like a game that I'd be interested in, but maybe. All right, y'all chose to give me less money. Thanks. One is literally less money or more money. Like, the amount of money that I would have gotten from onions would have been obscene. But oh my gosh, how would I work this kitchen? How would I even do it? I don't have enough upgrades for that. I would have to like do some serious prep work before I could manage that many toppings. So the dishes are going great. Dishes have been manageable. Pizzas have been manageable. What is the one thing that I could use more help with? Maybe keeping people like patient, but I don't even have anything like that. Place a dish to encourage people to eat it. That's kind of cool. A sink, a fire extinguisher, just in case that I burn something, but I will burn nothing, I promise. A counter. What's in our research pages? We got tray stand, floor buffer. I could buy the tray stand. I was saving it to buy. Hold to carry 2 items at once. Let's try this. I've never used this before. We're gonna put the tray thing on the corner, I think, because that's pretty often where I grab from. So I should be able to slap like 2 plates on it and deliver them together. Oh, I could also do that for coffee. Someday I could do that for coffee, because then you could deliver 2. But I guess it's not useful all the time. I'll have to be careful. I'm gonna we could put another counter over here. We don't need it though. We don't need another counter at the moment. We could put it outside for coffee, but would that actually even help? I feel like this counter's got to be replaced by something. Maybe we should do research. Floor buffer, that's for washing floorsies. Let's see. Man, I pop in and you're already at the 5-hour mark. This game's too fun. Eldritch, I made a mistake. I was trying to do a quick stream today. No! I was trying to do it quick, but I can't help it. This game's too addicting. I love min-maxing this game. This is very fun. Very fun. And we got a preach on the oven. We're good. Oh, we're gonna get new fancy walls and stuff next. Whew. All right. Y'all ready for this? Exclamation point visit if you haven't visited here before. And I guess we're going. Here we go. We're living dangerously. Whew. All right, let's cook some pizza. Oh, I forgot to move this. No big deal. A little tiny mistake like that won't hurt us. It won't kill us. I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. He's changing the game. Watch me change that. Boom. Okay, you want a normal pizza? I got you. Boom, boom, boom. All right, normal pizza it is. Now I can just cook another one. This one's gonna be mushage. All right, we're gonna put this pizza here. Actually, I should have thought about that. Okay, we're gonna make a mushroom, and we're not gonna cook it yet because we already got the food that we need. All right, I'm just gonna plate this up by hand, and we can do a tray in a second. Boom, gotcha. And y'all want 2 different types. Nice. Okay, let me see. I'll get your thing done here. Boom, boom. All right, taiyaki's done. Taiyaki. Gonna move this over here. Dish in the sink. Boom, boom, boom. Gotta plate up 2 things. One there and one here. Double, so good. I love this tray. Oh, wait, what? Oh, what? Oh, it just takes up 1 spot. I thought that I'd carry it at the same time. Dang it, I was confused. Another mushroom pizza. I got you. Ooh, we're gonna have a lot of dishes to do. Mamma mia. We gotta move. All right, we got some oh, could we put dirty dishes on here? That's convenient. Double dishage. Oh man, that's a lifesaver. If we could put 2 trays out there, then we could keep double things on the counter. That would be sick. I'm gonna wait to take y'all's orders. Please be patient with me. I gotta get my scrubbage. All right, give me the rub-a-dub-dub, scrubbity-grub. All right, boom. Just gotta do a little bit of work in the kitchen. I apologize. We'll be right with you. It's the mine and apricot out there. Waiting for that food. Let me get you something. King, welcome into our shop. All right, 1 of each. Can do. Coming right up. We gotta get 1 more of each pizza, unfortunately. All right, here you go, hot and ready. Bada bing, bada boom. Move this coffee over. Hey, bam. What can I get you? Oh, we're looking for mushroom. I got you. Mushroom coming right up. This is not the last person. We're gonna run out of pizza. We gotta make more. Unfortunately. But we got plenty of room, and people aren't mad yet, so we'll just make a... We need both pizzas. This sucks. I guess I'll make a normal one first. Oh, coffee's already done. Dang it. Okay, we'll just move dishes then. Okay, boom, boom. All right, pizza done. Pizza time. We'll slap that pizza there, and all right, we gotta take an order. So that we can get this place cleaned out. Oh, shoot. Dang dishes in the way. Okay, so that means that you want coffee, right? Gotcha. All right, what can I get y'all? All right. We're gonna need a mushroom pizza then. Dang. Okay, shoot. We gotta make this quick. Technically, I could get it out of the freezer, but I'd rather save that one. We'll see if we can do it. All right, we're schmoving. Cook that up. Let's get another coffee on. Okay, it's gonna be a bit close, but we got this. Nice. Oh, we already got a normal pizza. Let's get this one here. Bada bing. It won't let me place it there. I don't know why. I think I put something else there accidentally. All right, boom. We got this, and we got this. Enjoy. What can I get y'all? All right, 1 of each. I'm glad that I made all this extra pizza. I'm just gonna leave the dishes. I don't care. Oh, I put my scrub brush on there. That's the problem with it, is that you can place the scrub brush accidentally. It's bad. All right, here y'all go. Hope y'all want coffee, because I want to do some research. Don't leave. No, don't leave. Come back. Oh, we got it done. And the pizza stayed in the freezer. Nice. We're still alive. Mamma mia. Papa Pia. Baby got the diarrhea. Mamma mia, pizza go. Hey, it's Tam Bam Bam. Welcome in. Oi, welcome to my shop. Would you like some pizza? Would you like a pizza pie? That's amore. Ooh. So we didn't get much money, because y'all basically made it so that I'm poor. But we get to, more customization options, eh? Well. These are the exact same walls. Don't need those. Already got them. That looks disgusting. Remove them. These walls work great for this room, but I'm not doing it anywhere else. Yeah. Is that ugly? That's ugly. It's heinous. Where's my ruggage? Oh, this is an actual rug. Where is the floorage? Well, that's better, to be honest. Let's see. Ah, the chic kitchen. Now that's nice. There's too many blueprints in here. Throw them out. Remove them. Destroy them. Okay, open up all these blueprints. What do we got? We got some goodies. We got some tasty dartboard. I don't want this to look like this. I want no dang dartboard. Hey, Space Cowboy, thank you. I'm trying my best. We're on day 11. Cooking up some grub. Ooh, the patience, eh? The patience increase. Don't mind if I diddly do. There we go. Now both of these tables will be more patient with me. Thank goodness. They'll be... Ooh. Now the robot buffer we didn't research. Which one did we research? Oh, I think I already pulled it out, right? What did we get researched? I don't remember. Maybe I didn't research anything.
Maybe I'm dumb.
We could do calm painting, double thinkage and patience. That's interesting. How much does this cost? $60. Good lord. What are the margins on this? But we can't buy anything else anyway. If we were to buy anything, it'd have to be a robot buffer. Wait, what? A robot? Oh, it's an actual robot. It's $250. Heavens above. Heavens to Betsy. That's a lot of cheese. It's a lot of cheese, and this is a pizza restaurant. Well, let's see. The table at the bottom turned into a table for one. Oh, thank you. It did. We'll make that chair work. There we go. I appreciate that. Yes. Okay, double tables seem good because we only have a maximum group size of 2. I think this is perfect. I think we're ready. Anybody see anything else, sussy? Well, we don't have any homely decorations yet. I think you need 3 though. That means that I need $90 because their minimum of 60. That's 100. Dang. I don't think that I can get the homely bonus yet, but I could get some progress towards it. Oh, and get some good rest. Thank you for the beautiful drawings. Oh my gosh, please post some of them. I want to see them elsewhere. Oi. And enjoy your sleep. You deserve it. You sweet friendo. All right, dartboards are so tacky, dude. I'll put a dartboard where nobody can see it, right here. There, now it just looks like a floating clock. You can't tell. Don't tell me that you can tell. I know you can't. We could save a decoration and buy one so that we can build up patience eventually. That might be a good idea. Oh, we could get a painting. A painting would be nice. A ruggage. Highly flammable. Excellent. Looks like I can't afford the painting. We'll get the wall lights. I'll put them over the table, There we go. Perfect. We could put one over every single one of these. And that just means that we need one more piece of patience. And we'll use another light, which we just put in here. And we can do that next time. We got our pizza in the freezer. And we've managed everything relatively well. We have. So I guess we're ready. You can save them in the blueprint drawer. Yes, that's a good idea, Bree. I got one of them. I could save 2. But I don't think I will. I don't think I shall. We can't upgrade anything. Well, all right. Looks like another day. Another day, another dollar. Here we go. Everybody get ready to visit. We got pizza coming out quick. God, it's going to get fast today. This is going to be a lot. It's going to be a lot of people. All right, we're putting cheese pizza in here. Boom. We're getting coffee schmooved. Coffee done. All right, grab that. Put it there. And I should have time to make another pizza. You know what it is. We making some mushroom. Making some mushage. And I'm not going to cook it yet. Not until I get their orders. Oh, I literally just did that automatically. Muscle memory. Gotta hate it. All right, what do we got? Good name to read in D. Out for a little pizza date? Splendid. Might I interest you in today's special? The mushroom pizza. They'll be a little bit more patient with all the goodies around in this room, too. Nice. Manipulation. It works. What do y'all want? Some normal pizza? Normie pizza. Excellent. I'll grab my scrubbage. All right, boom. And we'll bring this in. Excuse me. And the girl who bakes are here. All right, some normie pizza coming right up. Dang, should have just grabbed that pizza. This is way too long of a walk. Oh my gracious. Okay, that's embarrassing. It's Salty and Ripsy dining out. What? 2 of my friends dining together? My goodness. All right, we thinking coffee, you two? We got it. We got a hot, fresh coffee right here. There you go. Enjoy. And we need to do some dishwashing, unfortunately. We're also going to need to cook some more pizza. Sheesh. We got a lot to do. Let's plate up some. Put that there. And put a mushroom here. This should cover us for a two meal up here. Hey, y'all. Oh, dang, it didn't, because we need both mush. Dang it. Mistakes were made. Mistakes were made. Okay, here comes a mush. I'm hurrying. So there's gonna be people waiting. Oh no, here we go. Here we go again. Now it's getting spicy. Oh, they left. Okay, I gotta get those plates out of there. Oh, okay, y'all both want normal pizza. Nice. I already got that plated. I'm just gonna go on the full walk. We're doing it. We're doing it, because I gotta go fast. Boom! What do y'all want? Hey, both types of pizza. Dang it! I don't have any pizza ready. Okay, I can make you a cheese pizza, and I gotta pull one out of the oven. I mean the freezer. Grab this. Okay. Platage. Ah! Okay, we got it. Woo! Okay, we got it. We got it. We got it. Another plate. Here we go. All right. Serving it hot. Serving it hot. Here we come. Clean up this mush. Ah, it's a mess. Ah, it's a no. No. Yes. There we go. Okay. Woo, 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 woo. Let me get these plates out of your way. Sorry about that. Dang it. Why does everybody want extra? Okay. Gotta load these plates. All right. We gotta keep our priorities straight. Get these people out of here so that we have more time. Priorities. Dang it. Okay, we gotta get rid of some of these dishes. There's too many. Okay. It can add 4. That's enough. All right. Let me get this out of your way. This is the most running out of time. We'll get it. We'll get it. We got our mushroom. We're not gonna have an extra pizza. I'm gonna have to. These are the last people. I'm gonna have to be strategic about this. Okay. All right. And you don't want anything else? Okay. Gotta take y'all's order. We want some coffee. Okay, bet. Scrubbage. Yes, we got time. The scrub brush is so good. Okay. All right, we're gonna make another pizza. We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it live. Dang. Okay. Eldritch Abomination, I'm so sorry. I'm trying to hurry, but I need the counter space. This is bad. This is bad. I need to make another pizza so that we can have one for tomorrow. We needed it today, so I need it tomorrow. I need it yesterday. Here we go. We'll get this pizza rolling. Put that in there. Get some coffee rolling. I'll take your order in just a moment. They're not gonna get mad. Oh, I didn't turn it on. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We'll take the order first. All right, mushroom pizza. No problemo. No problemo. I got you. Platage. Hit it. All right, bing, bang, boom. Put it in the freezer. We got it. Any research to do? No research to do. Excellent. We got this. Whoo, that was close today. Woo, today was a lot. All right, we're looking at coffee. We already got it ready. Boom, enjoy. Bon appetit. Pretty sure you can't put extra things in there. We did it! Yeah. Nice! Nice. Day 11 solo. Let's go. Whee! We did it. OT's still here. OT, you don't play this game. We should play this game though, OT. I've heard that you're quite a gremlin in the kitchen. Quite a troublemaker. A troublemaker. You know what? I think I could use a little extra challenge. Maybe I should play this with OT. You know what? I'd be down. I'm just saying. Whatever will we do today? Today we've got some more options. A grabber. Now that's interesting. Now that is interesting. Let's see if we can big brain any of this business. So we could increase our patience by adding this blueprint that we got right here, this wall light. How much does this cost? We get very little money. This is 30 bucks. 30 bucks. What would be the biggest use for a grabber? You can do auto dishes with that, but we have to scrub by hand. Can anybody think of something to do with a grabber here? I'm just gonna spitball here. Well, we don't really have anything that can be processed automatically. None of our stuff runs automatically. I guess we could literally make the coffee maker automatic, but that doesn't seem too useful. We could make dishwashing is not, I mean, it would be automatic as far as stacking the plates. Yeah, we could do automatic plate stacking if we put it like, hang on. I'm just spitballing here. It would be like this, and with a grabber in between them, it would auto-load the plates out of the sink, I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure it would. That would be kind of useful, but it would sort of ruin my setup. And I would need to find a new place for that sink. I guess the sink could be here. We could move some stuff over. We've technically got extra room because of this this counter. Oh, no. Don't replace that. We do have an extra counter. Dang, we actually just don't have enough space. But we could make the dishwashing automatic. How much does this cost? This costs 60 bucks? It's a little pricey. That would mean that we can't buy our decoration, right? 60 bucks. This is 30 bucks. Now we could buy both of them. I'm going to buy this for sure. There we go. And increased patience across the board. So we could make a grabber. You vote for upgrading an oven. You're not sure what it can become, but you believe that it's an auto-deactivate oven. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. I'm gonna put that in here so that we can research it. That's a great idea. Yeah, we'll research another oven. I'm gonna buy a grabber. Might be unnecessary, but I want to try it. So we would grab this. Let's see. We could move a countertop. Let's put mushrooms in the corner. Not extremely useful. We'll put this here. This here. We could just make that all sinkage. Like this. We could then we can do all the pizza preparation here. We'll move this oil instantly as the start of the day. So then we would just grab the dough, go slap, slap. Then we put the dough here, and then we start prepping the toppings. I think this would work. You think it upgrades to a microwave? Yeah, microwave is faster, and I think it auto deactivates. So I hope so. We'll do an upgraded oven today. Today we will upgrade that oven. And I'm just trying to double check in my mind if there's anything that needs to be done besides this. This is plenty of space to put a pizza here and a pizza here, which is good because now we're missing space over here that we used to have. Okay, I think that this will work. I think this is good. Y'all ready? Here we go. Chef Mike does auto turn off. What? Chef Mike? Is that true? Mr. Mike? Mr. Mike the microwave? Why are they human? Why do they have a name? Why are we naming our appliances? Do y'all name y'all's appliances? It seems pretty common to name cars, right? Like we used to have a car named Vanna. Then we had a car, my dad had an Intrepid that we would call the Pill because it looks like a pill. And then we got a huge van that was long and white. Looked like a creeper van, to be honest. But it was for the 15 children that my parents have. Not actually 15. But we used to call that one the Grub because it looked like a big grub worm. It's giant long white worm. Disgusting. So yeah, Vanna, the Pill, and the Grub. Those all have names. Does anybody name their cars? It seems like an odd thing to do. Seems like some ancient thing that happened when sailors named their ships.
Aye, old reliable.
If I spend enough time inside of something, I'd name it. For example, the building that I spent a lot of time in, you call it home. Ah, I see where you went there. That's interesting. Jokes aside, my dad actually had work and we went to his work enough times that we actually named it the Cheese Building because it looked like a giant slice of cheese. It was a big triangle building with a big, really hard angle on it. And we called it the Cheese Building. But you call it home. That's really an original name. That's super interesting. So that's HOME. Is that a made-up word, or is that some term that you found in the dictionary thesaurus or something like that? Because I've never heard that name before. Your sister called her old car Penny because the check engine light kept coming on. Penny because it was worthless? Is that it was worth a penny? I'm confused. You used to have a red taillight on your truck, and you would call it the Baboon? What? What? Why did you call it the Baboon? What does that mean? Oh, because it had a red butt. Oh, because it had a red butt. Do baboons have red butts? Is that true? What does a baboon butt look like? I'm not looking it up. Her full name is Beretta Bridget, but I call her Barry. Aw, that's cute. Your friend named their Roomba Brenda. I love that. I want a Roomba just to name it. Can I get a Roomba just so that I can give it a name and watch it whir around? Big Bang Theory reference? Well, I will never get those. I'm sorry. The only one that I know is Bazinga. I could tell Earl's been awake a while when he starts getting mean. Oh no, Earl's being mean. Oh, but me? Mean? Never. I've never been mean in my entire life. I don't have a mean bone in my body. I just have mean skin. That's all. It's just my skin. Just don't let me touch you. Just don't let me touch you. You keep an arm's distance away, and you know what? There'll be no trouble. There'll be no trouble if you just back up.
Oh, bother. I'm in my kitchen, and it's looking very busy. As busy as a... Hey! As busy as a bee. I'm buzzing and wuzzing. I've got to get my buzzy body right out here. Any buzzy bodies in the chat? We're gonna slap some honey on this pizza pie. I'm so done. My voice is destroyed. I've been streaming for too long for this. Wow, Earl made fun of my home. We all heard it. Oh no. You know what? I might make less fun of your home if you let me visit. I'm just saying. If you just install a cat door, I'll just show up. Promise. Promise. Install a cat door. I'll crawl through it one day. That's the noise that it makes whenever I enter a room. That's the exact noise that it makes. How did you know? You have all my personal information. Have you been talking to my friends? Wait a minute. We have Snow White, Betty White, Moomba, Hank the Tank, Bob, and Tootsie. Oh, that's a lot of vehicle names. I love Tootsie. Tootsie's a pretty funny movie. Your car's name is Jarvis, like from Iron Man. Pretty sure that it's smarter than me. Oh, I got a smart car. I'm pretty sure that an electric car is smarter than I am. You still have your first car and you couldn't figure out a name, so your brother took the liberty and called it Carlina. But you shorted it to Carl. Ooh, I like that, Carl the car. My car doesn't have a name. I normally just call it that piece of crap over there. That's like my pet name that I give it. It knows that name, but I still feel like we could maybe enhance the name. But it always responds. It goes burp, burp, whenever I say that. I say, hey, you piece of junk. And then it goes burp, burp. I'm like, thank you. Just double checking that you were locked. You piece of junk. Burp, burp. Hey, I already know that it's locked. Don't do that again. Your car was named that because of the 2 French CDs still in when you got it. Oh, that's cool. I love some free music. Free music. My other car is a spaceship. Salty, please. Please. I don't have the sleep required for this kind of talk. Could I get a hydration break, please? I need a moment. I need a minute. This cat boy's, he's got to have some sips. I got to have some sippies. Any sippers out there? Like, we all need hydration anyway. I'm just begging for you to spend your channel points. What else will you use them for? Let's be honest. Summoning a gnome? Not likely. You can't even do that on this channel. Ah! I was about to take a sip. Yo, thank you for the sub. Oh, Cian, thank you for the prime. Oh my gosh. You could have given that prime to anyone. You sorry sucker. Thank you so much. Oi, oi, oi. Can we get some blankies while I get some sippies? Happy Chef. Happy Chef can't talk because his mouth doesn't open whenever he uses this cup. There should be like a sound effect while I do that. That is so much dead space. That's so much dead air. So much dead space. You might confuse me for an EA game. Right? Right? Didn't EA make that? Ah! Oh, I just saw that gnome. Oh my gosh, it scared me. I just saw him escaping. I saw the tip of his hat disappearing. Whew! I'm glad that didn't happen while I was drinking. Goodness gracious. Oi! But yes, Cian, thank you so much. Since you got a sub, since you just subbed, if you want to, you can watch a movie with us tomorrow at 5 p.m. CT. If you go to the Discord, there's more information there. We're gonna be watching The Bad Guys. All right, that's enough plugging. We should start this day. We just been vibing. Listen, Pooh Bear is a little nervous about this one. All right, let's be honest. Pooh Bear is not feeling the love here. Pooh is scared, and so am I. Yes, we're both scared.
Thank you, Pooh. I just spoke for you.
Well, I thought I should say it myself.
No, don't worry. I can speak for you. I normally do.
Well, I just don't want you to have to bother anymore. I'll just show up whenever I have opinions.
Pooh, Okay, I'm just gonna start this before he says anything else.
What?
Ah, this layout's already freaking me out. I already hate it. I hate everything. I hate everything. It's horrible. Why have I changed anything? I was in such a groove. What have I done? Oh my gosh. All right. Well, I guess we gotta adjust. We gotta adjust our stylings. All right, cook that. Cook it. Okay, we're gonna get some mushage done. Some mush. Ah, put that back. Do not take the oil. No oil pizza. Okay. Whew. All right, we got this. Boom, 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 boom. Speed. Okay, we pizza. We got the pizza and stuff. Okay, bada bing, bada boom. Boom. Bada bing, bada boom. Boom. All right, we should be good for both of these peeps. Unless they both order the same thing. And they didn't. What luck. What fortune. Oh, shoot. No big pizza for you. No big pizza. That's against the rules.
That's against the rules.
All right, what is it going to be? Some coffee? Oh, I got you. Bam, bam. Some coffee? Oh, I got you. I'll just grab this one. Nice. We're free. Okay, we got to grab the scrubby brush. Let's get some of these dishes done. Oh, no. That's not what I want. Wait. I got an idea. It says if you place an item on it, then it will only move those, right? Like this? Okay, please don't move this. No! It doesn't work, it's broken! No! This is horrible. Now I'm all distracted. What do I do? Okay, we're just gonna do some orders. Everything's fine. My world's on fire. How about yours? I hate it. It's broken. Why does it move the dirty dishes? Those dirty dishes do not need moving. I'm offended and angry. Okay, we're cleaning up. It's fine. Everything will be fine. Everybody calm down. Ripsy, welcome to the shop. Welcome. I guess this would work if I wash these dishes. And then I move this. It kind of works. It's sort of auto-stacking. I feel like there's some cheesy way for me to actually use that. What can I get you? Oh, some mushroom pizza. We need some normal pizza, don't we? Shoot. Okay, we gotta cook up another pizza. But we're running out of table space, so we gotta prioritize that. Shoot. Here we go. It's fine. Salty's waiting outside. Salty's waiting patiently. God bless you. You sweet summer child. I'm trying my best. Do you need coffee? Oh, shoot. Okay, move. Faster. Okay, Master Blaster. Here we go. Boom. Get out of here. You're not welcome here anymore. Okay. We got 2 people with orders. No biggie. Boom. All right, whatever. Kind of works. Okay, we need a mushroom. I'm just gonna clear out some of these first. It's getting scary. Out here. Oh no! Ah! I never took your orders. Ah! Ripsy, move! Thank you. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Ah! I'm dead. This is it. I made it. I made it here. I messed up my stylings. Oh, we're gonna die. We're gonna die now. This is it. Dang it. This sucks. We got so far though. Shoot, don't put down that brush. Just be done, Salty. Oh, you are done. Oh my God. That is way too close. Okay, we got this. We lived to cook another pizza. Yes, incredible. Oh, pizza time. Wait, put that in there. Move. Okay, we got this. I gotta make an extra pizza for tomorrow. We got this. We're doing the long game. We're long gaming it. We need mushroom anyway. Boom. Put that in here. Boom. Okay. Oh, I can't do anything else. I'll just put the dishes in here. Wait. Here we go. Oh, mama. Oh. All right. I'm sure that you want some coffee. I got you. Oh, shoot. We gotta get that plate out of there. Oh, let me grab that. Get this. Take this here. Boom. Got you. Yes. Dirty plate first. Ah. What do you want? Double mush. I got it. We haven't done any research today, and we didn't save any pizza, and I'm freaking screwed now. Oh no. Wait. We have an extra mushroom pizza. We gotta put it in the freezer. Boop. Y'all want coffee, right? Oh, please tell me. Yes. They want coffee. We can do our research. We got this. Absolutely incredible. I can't believe it. I can't believe this incredible gameplay. Nice. Dirty dishes moved. I got y'all. Let me get y'all some coffee. Thank y'all so much for the coffee order. Y'all saved my bacon for real. Thank you. All right, bada bing, bada boom. Enjoy your coffee. Enjoy your coffee. We got our research done. We got the freezer done. Whoo! That was so close. That was so close. If you had a smart grabber, you could train it to grab clean plates. Yep. That's what screwed me over, was the sink. The sink was so distracting, and it messed up my mojo. My go-go mojo. Hey, Bohemian Moon, what's up? Also, not Amazon Alexa, we clinched it. It's true. It's true. Thank you for the good booty emotes. Bless. Yes, the avocados. Rosera, we'll see you later. Thanks for chilling. Oi. Thank you so much. Oh, let me show you all off the cards that you could pick. I'm so sorry. Let me read these really fast. Advertising, 25% more customers, or we can add a cheese board as a dessert. That sounds awful. Up to 3 customers can share each. What the frick? I've never made this. We have to do a practice if we do that. Oi, Rosera, enjoy your rest. Enjoy the rest of your night. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for ordering. Thanks for choosing the foods. But yeah, this is up to y'all to decide. There's a poll running right now. It's got like 5 seconds left. Wow. Okay. Wow. Those are both horrible options. They both will probably kill me. We're not gonna lie. We can't lie here. They're probably both gonna kill me. Because I just barely had enough time just this one time. They get impatient outside. If I could speed up a way to get them out of here faster, that would work good. Oh, wait, the research. We learned microwave. We did learn how to use a microwave. We can't buy it though. We can't buy it. We can store it. We can keep it stored. The other thing was the robo buffer. Shoot. That microwave's so expensive. Kitchen floor protector, not affected by mess. That's kind of neat. It's probably a single tile though. It's probably a single tile. It's $20. Maybe. Let's fix up this kitchen. So for one, this auto grabber does not work. This is upgradable, but it's literally worthless right now, unfortunately. Unfortunately, I've made a major mistake by buying this. But I could just use another counter, I guess. I mean, counters are always good, right? That means that I could move this sinkage, I guess. But then it kind of screws up everything. The plates were relatively easy to grab. It'd be nice to have another freezer in this corner. That would be prime. That would be prime. The best thing in the world is if we had a second freezer. Then we could pull out anything that we needed. We already got our brush. We could put in another dining table. We could put in a singles dining table somewhere. The coffee would get somewhat blocked, but we can move this, right? Does that block this chair, or is it fine? I could always... Actually, that might have to be a single table. It didn't block the chair, though. It's still green. Looks like they can slither back there. Okay, so maybe we will have room for another table. It would be a lifesaver if we did. 2... We could make this single table there. Where could we put another 2? It's getting really tight in here. There's just not a lot of room for this stuff. We could get in a... Oh, no. We want a dining table. Yeah, at least a one-person dining table. It will help. And they all get bonuses off the plant. Nice. This is a ridiculous design, and it is going to fry my brain to have 4 tables going. This might be the end, my friends. This might be the end. And now we got... Oh, y'all didn't do the cheese. Thank y'all. I thought we might have had some dessert to deliver. But we could buy a floor protector. Let's see. We'd be washing dishes here. We can always slap a dirty dish there. That's nice. But this is a big sink, so we could put 4 dishes in here at a time. I think we got this. Let's do... So we'll keep the oil over there. All right. Here we go. Everybody get your orders ready. Whew. All right, we're just going to go till I die. All right. I don't know how soon that's going to be, but I'm just saying. All right, full speed ahead. I messed up, but it's fine. We'll make another pizza. I was kind of planning on it anyway. Boom. All right, we just got to get the dough going. Dough go. Buy one, get one dough. Here we go. Nice. 2 pizzas ready. Well, pretty much ready. We'll move this one here, I guess. PlateUp 1. All right, we got the pizza. I'll put it here, and let's take some orders. Boom, boom. Lemonberry and Asia are here. Nice to see y'all. Welcome in. Welcome in. We pride ourselves in a very family-friendly, comfortable environment. You won't be harassed by any of your fellow patrons. That's our promise here at Earl's. Oh my gosh, Earl's Mess. Earl's messy house. Sheesh. We gotta get the brushage. Brushers. Any brushers in the chat? Beebo, beebo, beebo. Boop. Beebo, 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 beebo. Okay, we gotta move this pizza here, I think. There we go. All right. I'll take your orders, Asia and Lemon. Y'all are looking for one of each. I got y'all. Here you go. The coffee's gonna be way more of a pain to grab now because I have to walk around this table. That is an awful oversight. I did not think of that. We're doing okay so far. Take Tayaki's order. All right, mushroom. Musha. Slap these in the dishwasher. Oh, I wish we had a dishwasher. No dishwasher here. All right, Taiyaki P, there's your food. Get another one of these, and let's make another pizza. Shoot. Yes, what kind of pizza do we need? Looks like we need a mushroom one, I guess. Shoot. Oh, boy. Okay, well, I can't cook it yet, because I need to get some food schmoving. All right, Taiyaki P, thank you. Can I get you some coffee? All right, we got you some coffee, and let's move, y'all. We got one of these and a mushroom. I do not have time to do all that. Okay, nobody's getting too frustrated yet. Oh, but they're going to. Oh, no. Here it goes. It's begun. Zippy is going to be mad at me. Zippy, I am so sorry. I will try to get y'all's food quick. What do you need? Let me take your order. Oh, the double mushroom. No, not the double mushroom. Oh, mama. Wishy-washy. All right, all the dishes are clean. Nice. Okay. We'll be getting y'all some double mushage. Here we go. All right. Whew. Okay. It's still kind of working. Okay. We gotta get that other pizza out of here, too. Okay, 2 pizzas for y'all. We'll take these dirties. Oh, clean the floor. Ah, it's so hard to aim the stupid cleaner. Stupid cleaner's messing up. Oh no, we're dead. I died. I failed. I cannot believe this. Wow. Oh, we tried. It was a good attempt. Shoot, dude. We needed more automation. We needed more fancy stuff. If we had a microwave, I bet we would have been good. We got to get more stuff. Oh, that was fun, though. That was so good. We did great. We made it a bunch of days. Nice. We had black coffee, mushroom pizza, discounts, and advertising. Nice. 25% more and earn less money. Excellent. But I think that's the best that we've ever done. That was what, like 12 days, I think? I forget. Pog. New level, and we got a new dish, burgers. Burgers are fun. I like cooking burgers. Shoot, I kind of want to cook burgers now. A new garage item. What is this, a fancy sink? Fancy sink, let's head back. Yeah, we made it really far. That was really good for a solo run. Solo run with like low automation, not bad. Oh, they give you 3 options now. You can do steak salad or pizza. I'm guessing one of these mixes for hamburger. I would have been tempted if one of these was hamburger, but it wasn't. So no hamburger tonight. Besides, we've been cooking for 6 hours. Sheesh. Thanks for chilling with me with all this cooking. Hello, sorry I'm late. Minecraft cat died. No, not Boinkus Dingleberry. No, I'm so sorry to hear that. I'm so sorry to hear about your cat. You missed 6 hours of cooking. But I need to go to bed. Not go to bed. I need to go get dinner because tomorrow we're going to be doing movie night. We got movie night tomorrow. Everybody head over to the Discord if you don't want to miss it. Oi, but thanks for cooking with me. I hope that y'all had fun. I thought we'd mix up this game just for funsies and just do a little fresh game. Because we can't be playing Cult of the Lamb every night, okay? Not every night, but yes, the cooking was loads of fun. I hope that y'all really enjoyed it. I enjoyed it so much. I'm actually loving this game, and oh my goodness, Anne's art is still over there in my peripheral. It's so freaking cute. This drawing hurts my soul. It hurts me so much to look at this. It's too cute. It's too freaking cute. Ow, my heart, owie. Is it okay to be in love with yourself? Is that acceptable? Loving yourself a little bit? I thought self-love is a good thing, right? I'm just saying, kind of in love with this character right here. Kind of want to marry them. Kind of shipping myself with this character. I know, it's so cute, it hurts my soul. That's what I'm saying. The expression, the eyes, the pose, it's all so cute. And the Mind made this. The Mind made this. And oh my gosh, it is so freaking cute. It is so freaking cute. Hopefully we can make it, maybe we can make it into merch or something. That'd be cool. I've been wanting to. Check out my drawing on Twitter. Ooh, is it on there right now? I don't normally check stuff while live, so keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. I normally like to check after stream. After stream. Oops, sorry. I was just taking care of stuff. I was a little distracted by that drawing. Earl X Earl, I ship it. You know what? Me too. Me too. Oi, oi. But we got to find somebody to raid. Thanks for hanging out with me. It was so fun to share some cooking experience with y'all. We'll be back tomorrow, not here, but on Discord. We're going to be watching a movie together. Also, keep in mind that we are still accepting submissions for our hottest Disney characters tier list. So please make your submissions over on the Discord like as soon as possible, because we kind of running out of time. I'm going to show y'all the list that we got so far, just so that y'all get like a little taste of the glory. This is my initial list. My initial list is these characters here, and you are welcome to submit more. I will be reviewing these and putting them on a tier list of the hottest characters. And I just need y'all to slap some stuff in the Discord. So freaking do it. I want to rip on all of y'all's like favorite characters. / totally agree with you. Who knows? Who freaking knows? But yes, it's gonna be loads of fun. So we're gonna have movie night tomorrow, and then the next day, I think we're gonna be playing Cult of the Lamb. We'll see. Lots of fun stuff planned this week. I've already got one co-stream planned, and I might be planning a PlateUp co-stream as well. So we got lots of fun stuff coming up. We are gonna raid, let's see. I've got a lot of friends online right now. Whatever will I do? Whatever will I do with so many friends live? Well. Let's see. I've got some stream team friends. I'm thinking. Let's raid. Let's raid. What are these people doing? Hang on. Let me do a little bit of research here. A little bit of chefly research. Hey, Tezuka, it's nice to hang out with you. I will check my Twitter after the stream. Oi. Looks like they're just chatting. Ooh, let's go say hi to Electric Mermaid. Electric Merm is so freaking cool. I love Merm. Merm's awesome. Oi. We should go say hi to them. They are just chatting right now. I can't tell what they're doing right now, but I love Merm no matter what they're doing. Merm is also always a good time. So let's go say hi. I'm waiting for the ads to end. The Rings of Power ads. Anybody see Rings of Power? I know that I already talked about this. No, I already talked about it, but I'm just kind of curious. Anybody watching The Lord of the Rings? I've been keeping up with the episodes. We got, I think, one more that I get to read. Ooh, what should the raid message be? Y'all got any ideas? Let's see. We could just say squirrel raid. That's always a good idea. Oi. I don't know. I'm so indecisive. What am I supposed to do? I guess we could do a squirrel raid. I need to make some like basic ones that I can do all the time. I'm so all over the place. We come from your closet. What? Why are we coming from their closet? Why? No, I will never. Not the closet. I don't ever want to go back in there anymore. Don't force me in. Or we're just going to do squirrel raid. Okay, listen, I can't be clever. Don't look behind you. Oh, don't look behind you. That's a raid message? Do we want to do that instead? That seems a little insidious. A little I don't know. Ooh. Yeah. Meow. Meow. No, Detective Mittens, I would not like any spaghetti with that. Meow. That's me. I'm insidious. You are an insidious waffle fry. We're gonna do squirrel raids, so just slap those in there. Oi, I'll see y'all tomorrow for movie night. See y'all tomorrow for movie night. That was just a heart. Oops. Rings of Power is a bit goofy, but improves in some aspects over time. Ooh, interesting take. I think I'd agree with you. The first episode is definitely the worst one. It is absolutely impossible to fathom how or where they spent that much per episode. What? I think it looks super fancy. For one, it looks great. And for two, they had to spend like $150 million for the rights alone. So it's not... I don't know how it would rank with expense if we remove the licensing. But yeah, the first one kind of sucks. I personally am not like a super fan of the main protagonist, but I see a lot of promise. I see a lot of promise in the show. Like the second episode's way better. There was some really, really fun character interactions that made me smile big time. Made me love it. Made me love it. Each episode is so goofy expensive. Do we have actual numbers, OT? Do we actually know like what is being spent on like each one? Because, I mean, the CGI looks excellent. Like, the orcs look amazing, okay? I don't want to get too stuck on this conversation, but listen, the orcs look incredible. Like, way better than The Hobbit, which are films. Like, I find this show to look way better than The Hobbit in all aspects. I like everything better in this show more than The Hobbit. I mean, we could debate maybe some little particulars, but honestly, I think it looks better than The Hobbit across the entire thing. Practical, way better than digital. See, I'm not 100% sure, but I think that a lot of the stuff in Rings of Power is practical. It's kind of hard to tell these days, especially with this much money being dropped in. It would probably look good regardless, but I think a lot of the orcs are practical. Like I've been looking very close because that's something that bothers me a lot. I love how they look in Lord of the Rings, and it looks great in this show. But man, it's going to be the writing. It has to be the writing. They have to write these characters better, and they have to continue the arcs, and they have to make it interesting. And I mean, there's just no telling. There's no telling, but it's promising so far. I really loved, without spoilers, I really loved... There's a dwarven character that I love a lot. There's a dwarven character that I love big time. It's about 60 million per episode. What? 60 million? Is that what 60 million looks like? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. What? So who's pocketing all this money? Who's pocketing this money? Who's taking all the money? Somebody is taking a butter knife and they sliding the stuff off top. They are skimming the cream. I don't know how they're doing it, but they're doing it. That sounds like tax evasion. That is tax evasive prices. What the heck? I guess if anybody's got it to spend, it's Amazon. You smell money laundering? Me too. I smell money. Somebody's scamming. I don't know. Maybe they're spending more. Where do you spend $1 billion on this show? Well, what was the budget for the Lord of the Rings? The Lord of the Rings budget. I feel like. Let's see. Stop justify. Okay, so I see a justification here for the 15 million. They said Amazon Studios. The market is crazy, as you saw with the Knives Out deal. It says it's a crazy world with various people on Zoom. What? Okay, where's the explanation for why this is so freaking expensive? It says 50 million. The 2 seasons of Lord of the Rings costing Amazon in the 50 million range, which is a bargain compared to the 465. Why is it cheaper? I do not understand this article. Okay, I literally don't I don't understand. Peter Jackson spent around $280 million to make the original Lord of the Rings trilogy. The trilogy cost $280 million. What? That is so cheap in comparison. What the heck? What is that? What is how? Inflation? That's for sure. But how much? Is that all inflation? Is that all inflation? Good Lord. It was 20 years ago. Well, I mean, it's pretty amazing. It's also for 3 films that are 3 hours each. So that's like 9 hours of content. That's like 9 episodes or more. That's like 12. It's like 12 episodes with a bunch of extra stuff in it. So I don't know, 12 episodes. I guess this is 2 seasons for $1 billion. I guess it's not too far off. I guess it's kind of a deal. I don't know. If there's anybody that I want to spend all their money, it's Jeff Bezos. So it's fine. It's fine. He's gonna make it back, but whatever. 3 hours each to get you started. I know, right? I just mean the theatrical release, but yes. I would never watch a 3-hour Lord of the Rings personally, okay? That's just against my ethical code. I could never, would never. Theatrical releases are not for me. It's extended all the way. There's so much good stuff that was cut. It's necessary. But anyway, oh my God, we're supposed to be rating somebody. We're supposed to be rating a freaking Merm. We're gonna go say hi to Merm. Okay, I got totally distracted. I literally brought that up. It's 100% my fault. It's 100% my fault, and you know what? I take all the blame. It's not y'all's fault, chat. Y'all did your best. I am sorry. We're gonna go say hi to a friend. We're gonna say Squirrel Raid. Thanks for chilling with me, everybody. Thanks for the chats. Thanks for the games. Thanks for the plates. I appreciate it. Love y'all a bunch. Hope that y'all have a great rest of your weekend. If I don't see you tomorrow, but we are going to be watching a movie. If you're interested, that's over on the Discord. I've already said it a million times. It's starting to get a little bit tired now. But yes, I'll be back on Monday either way, and I'd love to see y'all there. Oi, oi, oi. Squirrel Raid, Squirrel Raid, Squirrel Raid. We're going to go say hi to Merm. Merm is super cool. Everybody be nice and put some hype in their chat. Make it a party. Make it a party. It's always a party over there, so we're just going to be some extra party people. Let's go. If you had $1 billion to make a show, it would be the most show that ever showed. You know what? It'd be something that you'd be proud and you could show your parents. It's true. Electric Mermaid. All right, here we go. Thanks for hanging out with this Catboy. I'll be back with more nonsense this week, and I'll see a lot of y'all tomorrow for subscriber movie night. And thanks for coming in with the raid. Make sure that you give lots of love to our friendo Merm. They're super duper cool, and I just love them bunches. So make sure that you say hi. And yeah, I'll see y'all later. Okay, bye-bye, everybody. Meow. Meow, meow.